You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome to Texas, welcome to Bassmaster Live, and welcome to two important words, Lake Fork. This is a big, big day, the third day of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at legendary Lake Fork, and our live coverage presented by Toyota. Great to have you with us this morning. We have got a special day going here, and that is an understatement. It has been huge this week. Take a look at our leaderboard. Look at that, 67 pounds, 5 ounces for the rookie, the youngest angler to ever fish in the Bassmaster Elite Series, Trey McKinney. Leading the way, Matty Wong, the third-year man from Hawaii. Justin Atkins, the veteran, there in third place. Takumi Ito, who had over 39 pounds on day number one. Tyler Rivette, our winner to the first event last year. And on down the line, more rookies, J.T. Tompkins, Tyler Williams, Kyle Patrick, and all the rest. And this place, those two words, Lake Fork, and I'm going to tell you about some other words right now. Stars lining up, perfect storm, all those words we use to describe something that is rare and astonishing seems to be going on right now. Davey Hyde, it is, at this point, an all-out assault on the record book.
It really is, Tommy, and you nailed it. It is a perfect storm. If you really think about it, we've got some of the best fishermen from all over the world coming to what appears to be the best bass fishing lake in this country. Lake Fork right now is incredible, and we just had a cold front pass through, so the weather has not been so good. Today is perfect fishing day. No telling what's going to happen. We're on track to set records, all-time records, and I think it'll probably happen this weekend.
Well, we had a full field of 103 anglers fishing the first 2 days. Very important for all of them to make it to today, but only 50. We cut the field to 50 for this day 3 semifinal Saturday competition, which is all about making the top 10. The top 10 only will compete at this very big weight tournament here. If you're a casual fan of bass fishing, just interested, or a hardcore fan, hey, this is one you really don't want to miss. This is just something extraordinary. It's that magic, week, fortnight that big bass lakes have at a certain time of the year, Davey, and I think we've stepped foot in it right now.
Yeah, it's the perfect time of year. Like I said, it's not been good weather the previous 2 days, but today is perfect. Just a light wind, just enough. Water temperature is rising, the air temperature is rising. You just think about 10 bass being weighed in by the leader for 67 pounds, 5 ounces. Absolutely incredible. To catch over 30 pounds a day, one day in your career is incredible. For a 19-year-old rookie to be here leading with 33 pounds a day basically is what he's brought to the scales. There's no telling what we're going to see today.
Well, here's our Humminbird Unlock the Lake, a very meaningful map right there, a map which shows our 6-pound-plus catches throughout the course of this week. It's just, I don't know, it just boggles the mind.
It does. You just take a look. Honestly, there's a lot of anglers throughout the country that are just happy to catch 1 or 2 6-pounders in their life. You look at this, the amount of over 6-pounders that have been landed in just 2 days here on Lake Fork by 102 anglers. Absolutely incredible. And the good thing, we always say, how do you judge a lake? For it to be good fishing throughout, you look at this lake and there are markers of 6+ pounders caught, big caney, little caney, the main Lake Fork arm, throughout from shallow to deeper. It's absolutely incredible. A great fishery, great fishermen, and like I said, the best weather we've had all week.
And another thing to mention, Tommy, is that this is 6-pounders. If you're just joining us on Fox Sports 1 and don't know the Bassmaster Elite Series or fishing in general, 4-pounders, 5 of those give you 20 pounds a day. That is a stellar mark. This week, 6-pounders, 5 of those give you 30 pounds a day, and that has been the mark. That shows this lake is head and shoulders, Davey, above most of the rest.
What planet are we on right now? We have landed in a different place, and you're going to love it. Absolutely. Let's show you. You say show us the fish. We're going to show you what we have seen, including this man, Justin Hamner of Alabama, starting today in 7th place, and we've been with him for a couple of days. Just really good stuff from him. He has been on some big ones.
Oh, we got it.
He absolutely has. You just look at that 2-day total of 10 bass weighing 60 pounds, 13 ounces. Well, that's just good enough for 7th place in this tournament. Normally that would be like leading by 10 or 12 pounds in first place. He's got a great situation going on here. You can see he's out at the mouth of a big long creek that goes in. Those fish are migrating in and out. They were coming out because we had the cold front. The water temperatures dropped. He was able to catch them on day one. Yesterday, a lot of those fish were moving in.
Takumi Ito, Caught 39 pounds and 1 ounce on day number 1, held his serve, and still in the top 5 after day number 2, although a big letdown in production comparatively.
Yeah, who would have thought a 22-pound bag would be a letdown, Tommy, but it is. He dropped from the top spot down to 4th place, but still very much in this event. If you are in the top 10, if you're in the top 20, you still have a shot to maybe jump in and have your say on winning this event. Taku Ito not only using some moving baits, but also his patented finesse techniques that he's very good at. I think Taku is able to balance them well. It's just he's got a couple people in his area, not maybe fishing the same water, but maybe people farther out intersecting the fish that would be coming to him.
One thing that I like about his approach, though, he's fishing deep, he's fishing some pre-spawn staging areas, kind of in the mid-range depth, and also shallow.
Matty Wong from Hawaii, third-year man here. His best performance so far in the Bassmaster Elite Series has been on this Sabine River system, but way far from here in a different sort of environment. But he has adapted to this place incredibly well.
Yeah, all of these fishermen have fished their whole lives, their entire lives. Matty Wong called his personal best yesterday 9 pound 3 ounce. To do that in a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament is a dream come true.
The young phenom right here. Just turned 19 years old, Trey McKinney.
You could say he fished his whole life, Davey, because he hasn't had much life so far. Just turned 19 after the first Elite Series event. Trey McKinney, somebody who said, you know, college fishing is great for a lot of people. I'm going to try to pursue my dream and nothing but that, and he made it happen in 1 year in the Bassmaster Opens last year. He is in a different kind of scenario, fishing a little bit deeper water than other people, but that doesn't mean he's fishing deep, Davey. He's been fishing in the top 10 feet of the water column using a jerk bait, and a lot of these fish are maybe pulling from the main lake winter spots, bigger, consistent size, all pulling up to this general area, and Trey McKinney's been intersecting them. And boy, has he had some good omens as well, catching a fish that had a bait in its mouth already from him earlier in the day.
Yeah, getting his own bait back. If you've ever lost a $19 bait, it's not a fun time. The best way to get over that is just catch that fish that has it in his mouth, and Trey McKinney did that yesterday. You mentioned, Ronnie, that he's not fishing deep, but over deeper water. We'll dial into that more today. That's interesting. A lot of people haven't seen how good these anglers are at catching fish over 30, 40 feet of water, and the fish are only 5 to 10 feet deep.
Well, are you ready for the big day? Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with two-time Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year and Classic Champ Davey High. Ronnie Moore is here with us, and Mike Sukan as well. And guys, I just don't know. We're going to see. We've got more cameras and more boats today. How can we beat what we've seen yesterday? I think we're going to by a large margin.
I do. I totally agree, Tommy. You know, I fished professionally for 24 years, but I woke up this morning excited, and I'm not even fishing. I'm excited to see records that have been around for a very, very long time could very well be broken today.
And Ronnie, we haven't even scratched the surface about the records that are in peril here.
Yeah, and I may let Such get into some of those specifically, because we are on pace for maybe the most 30-pound bags we've ever had in a tournament, which is mind-boggling. And then you've got the possibility for the all-time record. You got 10-pounders swimming around. One big thing to set the scene, though, for fans at home, it was 70, 80 degrees throughout the week, sunny throughout practice Monday and Tuesday. We saw a huge dip in temperature, a big increase in wind from the north, 25, 30 miles an hour on the final day of practice. That kept it very cold day one of this event. Anglers had to adjust. They had to lean on what they had in practice, but we've started to see a change. Yesterday, it started to get a little warmer in the afternoon, and today they woke up to a much warmer situation, and now we're going to see Saturday and Sunday be a warmer trend compared to day one and day two, which was very cold. So some of those guys, like you said, Justin Hamner's fish started to move. They reset their game plan. They may go and intersect the next group or go follow those group as they leave them today.
All right, Mike Sukan with the Daily Limit here, Bassmaster.com. We're still not done talking about the records that are under assault.
Trey McKinney is on pace to get more than 134 pounds in 2008, the Great Falcon Tournament, the big fish event of all time. The record is 132 pounds, 8 ounces. He's on pace. He can get 100 pounds today with a weight he's already made, 32.8. And we've got 30 bags over 30 pounds. That Falcon event had 4 or 3 over 40 pounds. We haven't done that yet here, done it in the past. But we're looking at 30, and we're tied. If we get 13 over the next 2 days, we break it, 30-pound bags.
Going to be in the boat with 10 of our top 50 anglers out there today. Of course, we'll be with this man all day long. Our leader, what a rookie sensation, Trey McKinney.
Well, The nerves are hitting, guys. We got to catch them. That's just part of it, unfortunately. But we're here. We got a better chance than anybody, I feel like. It's just the right moment. Hopefully will come. We got to get a few big ones. Calm the nerves, and I'll be fine. It's just right now, the nerves are still there, every little bit of them. So we're seeing a few. I don't feel like it's like it has been, so that's not good, but you know, it's all right. It's all right. One bass at a time, right? One bass at a time. I feel like I wish it was a little bit overcast so I get this morning bite a little longer. That's helped me pretty big. If I can just get 1 or 2 fish I don't have to worry about, or just one, just a few fish I don't even have to worry about. I'll just know, like that one right there maybe. Like that one. Is he out there? Is he out there? We got one roaming. So these right here are the fish that I need. But like I said, nothing's a guarantee. So hopefully this cast right here will get to put one in the boat. Okay. That's a pretty big one, dude.
Trey McKinney talking about nerves here. Of course, you know, after spending your second semester of your senior year of high school, qualifying for the Bassmaster Elite Series, you've hardened yourself a little bit. You've toughened yourself up somewhat, but still being in a position that all these 10 anglers will be watching today, plus the other 40 out there on the lake. It's a kind of a different deal. It's another step higher.
I can't even imagine, to be honest with you. I was fishing at the club level at 19 years old. To be at the biggest stage in our sport and leading the event with a camera on you.
They weren't really reacting to that.
Biggest day of his fishing career so far. It's got to be a lot of emotions going on right now.
Second place, Matty Wong on the right.
How you feeling right now, man?
Oh, I feel great. Got some sleep last night. Got to eat some crawfish. Thanks to everyone. Shout out to everyone who helped find me some crawfish last night. That was really cool. So I was able to get some. It was delicious. Went to this place called Smith's. I think it's Smith's. Seth's. Sorry, Seth. Went to Seth's and it was delicious. But I'm just pumped that we get to go out and fish another day here out on the pond. You know, this place is got 'em, you know, and especially right now, it's just so much fun. This is some of the best fishing I've seen, you know. I mean, if you're anywhere close to this area, I'd definitely suggest doing yourself a favor and coming out and checking out Lake Fork. You know, what they were able to do here to this fishery is absolutely phenomenal. I think that they've done an incredible job with the Share Lunker program and making sure that, you know, that these fish are just absolutely cream of the crop when it comes to their bloodline. I think this place has definitely has a testament to what a program like that can do to a fishery, and it's inspiring, and I hope it kind of helps carve the way for other states to kind of do a similar deal, because I mean, it's just so cool to go to a place where there's this big fish, there's a slot limit, so you help keep those bigger fish nice and chunky, like that big one that just jumped over there. And you know, it just keeps for just a fun fishery. You just get people to come out and enjoy it and catch some of like fish of a lifetime.
Matty Wong getting right to the point why we're expecting such a great day today. The reason for it, this 27,000-acre lake.
He caught a fish of a lifetime yesterday, a 9.3, I think, his biggest bass of all time.
All right, we're just getting started here on Lake Fork. Could be an assault on the record books. I keep saying that. I got to stop. We'll be right back. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite from Lake Fork is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Magical Lake Fork, 5th time the Bassmaster Elite Series has been here, but we're here 3 months earlier than we ever have been here before. That has obviously made a difference. Look at that leaderboard to start our day. Trey McKinney, the rookie on top, 4 rookies in our top 10. That's where they are staked out right now. This fishing has just begun out here. Our 50-man field, full 50 are out there fishing today for 10 spots in the final. Back to Trey McKinney.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a big one, dude. I need your seat.
You got it.
Boat. Come on, Lord. I need this. This is a big one. Oh my. Oh my gosh. That means the world right there, guys.
Measuring pro.
That means the world right there. Get that little bit of pressure. Bit of pressure off, baby.
Clear. Five, 3.
Okay.
Say that's a way to start.
Oh, man.
Day 3. The pressure might not be off, but it's a little less than it was about 2 minutes ago, no doubt.
Yes.
Butterflies fly away. Wesley Gore started 11th, caught a 6.13, our first fish of the morning, jumped into 2nd place.
And Davey, we've talked about 8, 9, 10 pounders that have been caught this week, but Trey McKinney, he caught a 7.15 yesterday, which was massive on him. He would have had the lead without it, but it gave him a bigger lead. He has been one who has caught more 5.3s to 5.13s than we've seen anybody else this week so far. It seems like most, if not, it's like his floor fish is going to be what he just caught right there, a 5.3.
Yeah, you pay attention to that, looking at people's weight. I mean, it's great to catch a 10 or 11 pounder. We all dream of that, but when you look at an angler's weight, you need to fear the ones that's catching those consistent, like you said, well above average fish, and not necessarily one big fish each day, because those can come and go.
Yeah, that's variable. It's hard to be consistent with 9 to 10 pounders. You see JT Tompkins has a 9.13 yesterday, ends up having a 35-pound bag. You see, a 10 pounder get weighed in, maybe for a guy who only has 4 fish, but it keeps him in that same weight category. It's just like a bonus,
yeah.
1.5 fish per se on fork.
You can also say he's due for one of those fish.
Yeah, exactly. At some point, he might catch
Unfortunately, for
it
the
too.
rest of the competitors,
Yeah.
he's overdue, actually, the number of 5+s he's caught.
Yeah, he had 2 of those big fish to equal over 16 pounds on 2 fish, and the rest were 5 pluses, 5 3/4 almost, to get to 33 yesterday.
Here's your TH Marine Weather Watch right now. It's supposed to get up to near 80 degrees. What a change. Sunny all day long, winds from 5 to 13 miles an hour, gaining speed throughout the day. So that could be a factor in how they catch them.
A little wind will help the fishing, the way most of these anglers are fishing, the ones that have done well, the ones we have cameras with here at the top 10. A lot of them are using jerk baits and baits that the wind actually helps the bite a little bit. Helps move the bait around, and also, breaks up the light penetration of the water, so those fish can't see the bait quite as well.
I mean, it's a typical weather thing, but when you're a fisherman, you start to understand the trends of it. Wind from the west, wind from the east. We've had a north wind the last few days, which has chilled this place off so much. With that south wind growing throughout the day, there's no wonder that we're going to hit probably 80 degrees today.
Here's the rookie J.T. Tompkins.
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty good. For some reason, I've thrown at 3 fish, and they're not even reacting today for whatever reasons. But right now, we're just fishing. It's one of the biggest funnels. The main creek channel, the whole lake bumps like 2 points here, and then it creates like a real defined ditch that runs into these spawning pockets. And I've just been working them going up and down, kind of getting a feel out for today and how it's going to go. Because, for first day, all my fish came out in like 45, 50. Yesterday, I caught some out there, and then when I moved in, I caught a little bit bigger fish, but I was catching more out there. So I'm just working up and down these funnels that funnel into these spawning pockets, and just kind of getting a grip of what's going on throughout the day, and just trying to see where the fish are moving, see if they're majority is went to the bank, or majority is in that mid-range depth, which it seems like is what they're going to, the bigger ones at least, and just kind of playing it by ear every single day, and kind of just letting the fish tell me what to do.
Good picture.
Yeah, go ahead, David.
Good picture of his graph there. That's his forward-facing sonar. You see that there's several graphs on the front of his boat. He has different things going on with mapping and 360, but this is him looking forward in front of the boat, and you see the timber, and you can see just about at the 50-foot mark there's a fish swimming, and you'll see those fish around this timber that they're using for cover, and they're feeding, and he's looking for those bigger fish and being able to put a bait there in front of those fish. And a lot of these anglers are using jig head minnows and jerk baits, those sort of things to catch a lot of these fish. About 20 feet deep, 20 to 25, you see is the depth. Gets a little shallower. He's off of the point a little bit, getting shallower up where those fish are. A lot of them relating to the brighter picture of the bottom is hard bottom, and you have that depth change there, and that's where those fish have a tendency to relate to. The big key is where he's at, that natural funnel. It's also a funnel for the bait, is distinguishing between your striped bass, your crappie, your crappie, your white perch, all the same fish, by the way.
Whatever you choose.
Catfish.
Yeah, catfish, being able to distinguish the bass and the larger bass, because in this tournament, you can look at the weights. You're not going to have a lot of success trying to target those 2 and 3 pound fish. There's one that just got his bait.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured, a little 2-pounder. But there's plenty of fish to be caught. We just got to figure out where the better ones are at today, and kind of just do as much as we can. And just when the big bites come, capitalize, and when the little bites come, just try to fill our limit.
We are zeroed.
JT hit our big fish on day 2, a 9-pound, 13-ounce. Helped him get up to 35 pounds.
2-2.
Yep. Well, we're gonna have to get rid of that one today, but get a limit and kind of figure out where we're at from there.
It's all catch, weigh, and release here, as you can see. That's part of the scheme for making this a great bass fishing lake here.
Big slot limit, 16 to 24 inches, which is normally what our keeper bass would be on every other body of water. We have to throw those back. No one can possess 16 to 24, so anything over 24 can be brought to weigh-in and showed off for the fans in Yantis, 1 per angler. And JT Tompkins, he was our Opens Angler of the Year for a reason, and we're seeing him on camera just a few days into the season.
Top qualifier from last year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. 2 positions behind him was the man we visited just a few moments ago. Put a good one, 5-pounder in the boat. Take a look at this one again. Professed to have a case of the nerves this morning. Who wouldn't when you're in this position leading the tournament? But he is going to be our VMC on point.
It was pretty crazy. It's a day that I'll never forget. You know, I had an amazing marshal, I had an amazing cameraman. We got some crazy stuff. Just in general, the day was all good. We were always cracking jokes, you know, having fun, laughing. It was an awesome day. We had to change a little bit with the fish, but we finally got around a few and we ended up catching a few. So hopefully tomorrow we can make the right adjustments at the right time. You know, guys, how it is on these pressured fish. It's the right moment, right time, right bait. Everything has to be perfect for some of these to bite. So hopefully we can do it one more day, see where it puts us, and then do it again. So hopefully we'll see what happens, but y'all keep watching. Thank you, Lord. Look at that thing, dude. Gosh, look how fat she is. Oh, that's what we come here for. Dude.
Tomorrow on Fox, the NASCAR Series heads to Las Vegas. Catch the best drivers in the world in an all-out battle for the checkered flag. It all begins with the pre-race show at 3 Eastern with the engines firing at 3:30, only on Fox. Welcome to the weekend. Welcome to semifinal Saturday at the second stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at legendary Lake Fork, which is performing like, for this place, which is the top of the top tier, it's performing like never before for us. It's always fantastic, but it is up to another level in this year of 2024. Here's the man who started the day in second place. Matty Wong still looking for his first fish of the day.
See Matty fishing a glide bait, not a jerk bait as much as others.
Bill Davis Jr. caught a 6-pounder. He's got another 4. He's up to 10 pounds from 15th to 2nd right now.
Got her. You got it, Matt. Oh my gosh. And that's how we start semifinal Saturday, baby. Oh my goodness. I love you. Oh. Oh. Dude, look what she got choked down there. That's crazy.
It's a tail of a gizzard shad, exactly the bait that he's using. Gizzard shad.
All right, let's get a weight on this bad boy. Look at that belly. Look at that belly.
Scale 0.
Scale 0. Okay.
6'6".
6'6"?
Yes, sir.
6'6". Six. All right, let's go. That's how we start the morning.
I'd say we're off to a great start. A lot of expectations coming into today because of these weights, but we've seen a 5.5 and a 6.6, I think it is. First 2 fish this morning, that's incredible.
Matty caught 5 with an average bigger than that one yesterday, and lost 2 giants at the boat. He could have been.
Yeah, if this was an 8-fish limit, he would have had all over 6 for 8 fish if he would have landed them.
Yeah, and it wasn't just a fish story. We saw them. Literally, he had his hands on one.
We will show you
8 pounds.
Later today, I can almost promise you. Here's the veteran, Justin Atkins, Florence, Alabama.
Tennessee River kid, Mississippi, Alabama border, the East Mississippi, Alabama border. Really has been thriving on smallmouth events late in the season, but he is a southern offshore fisherman to begin with.
We're in the very back of a large feeder creek off the lake. Has a main drain that comes in. That drain comes right down through here, and up the side of it's this row of stumps. And every morning I've come in, I've worked down the drain. You find some fish that are funneling in, and it seems like they kind of get back here to a point where they dump up here into the stumps. And we're just kind of milling around. You can, let's see one out there. Really, I kind of like it this morning. We got it to ourselves, so it hadn't been all stirred up. The last couple of days, there's been a lot of boat traffic early, which has made it a little more difficult to see them. I really kind of had to fish around into areas that boats hadn't been in a few minutes to give them a chance to get up. But I don't know, we've had one bite. Or I guess we've had 2 bites. It's a positive sign. That first one didn't get it good. I had him hooked outside the mouth and he come off. But if we're gonna catch the weight we need today, we didn't need him anyways, so.
Gives you a good picture with the Humminbird 360 there, the mega view feature that we're looking at here is that you look on the surface at Lake Fork and oftentimes you see timber in places, but here you don't see any standing timber. It's all under the water, but you can see every single long black streak there. That is the shadow cast from a piece of timber or a stump. And Davey, how long that shadow is determines how tall that piece of cover is. And fish can be up and down those pieces of cover.
It does. Justin has got a different approach rather than like Matty and Trey. They're fishing out closer to the main lake, but the ditch itself going into the spawning area is real important for what he's doing. Very similar to Hamner. So the 360 is very, very important. Those fish set up on those edges, they use them like as highways, those ditches going into these spawning areas, to be able to see the edge of the ditches and this cover that's laying on the bottom, like you mentioned, Ronnie. Real, real important. That's why he's using the Humminbird 360.
Sitting in about 6 feet of water right now. You can see in the top left of the screen, 6 feet of water. And each ring, it looks like it's 20 feet to each ring. So the farthest ring, that big yellow one, is 80 feet out. And you can start to see as it gets darker, that's where maybe it drops off and is a little deeper. But right there where his circle is and his boat is in the middle, it's real bright yellow, harder bottom, shallower obviously. And as it gets farther away and deeper, maybe it drops off of this into the ditch. Gets much darker.
And the little light spots that you see away from the boat a little more, those are fish. It's a tool that most of these anglers use. He's hooked up.
If I can keep him from breaking me off in the stumps. Get out of that stump. Get out of that stump. Okay. I don't know what kind of condition my line's in. Please get out of the stumps. All right, come on. Easy does it. Easy does it. Easy does it. Come here. Come here. Come here. Hold on, Trilene. Hold on, Trilene. Well, back. Freaking talking about, baby. We'll just go ahead and get started this morning. A little ski.
Zero.
That one may ride in the live well.
8 pounds, 10 ounces.
Wow. I just thought we had a good start with those 5 and 6 pounders. 8 pounds, 10 ounces. That's an incredible start.
I didn't get to ride in the tundra this week. Let's see if this one will do it. Nope.
Have to be 26 inches to possess.
Oh, so close.
24?
Up, 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 up. She might.
Oh.
I guess it's just a touch short, huh? Yep. All right. 8-10, we good? Okay. I'm just gonna give it a little breath of air real quick.
That'll go in the gallery.
Absolutely. 8 pounds, 10 ounces.
Thank you much.
What were you talking about, the 5.5s and a 6.6?
I don't even remember those numbers anymore. What were they? 1, 2, 3? All I remember right now is 8, 10. Justin, with a little different approach, the drain that he's fishing, but also he's using a Berkeley Max Scent worm, not a jig head minnow or a jerkbait. Get your heart flowing.
Oh, man.
Absolutely.
Certainly did mine. That's what we've been seeing here. Believe it or not, people may not believe us. Just keep watching. We've been seeing plenty of that.
And you can literally have a day where you feel like you're behind the 8-ball, nothing but 4-pounders. You catch an 8-10, and that's a game changer for your week overall. It may dial you in, but it also puts you back in the game.
Justin Atkins, what a big, big shot early on. I mean, early on. Semifinal Saturday. I think at this point you can't drop back down into 20-pound range here and expect to survive to the final day. You're going to have a good day today, catching early and often is a great. Oh, hold on,
How about a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert? Patrick Walters, an 8-pound, 4-ounce, kind of rivaling Atkins 8-10.
Wow. Maybe another good day for Walters to make up for his day one in store.
Yeah, he's got his bad day in the books. He can't afford another one. He's going to have to perform at that level, but man, how about what we just saw from Justin Atkins? I don't think our leaderboard reflects that right now, but it will when we come back. Trey McKinney, though, for now still on top, 72 pounds and 8 ounces. What a pace we are on at Lake Fork. We'll be right back. AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork. That's Lake Fork right there. 27,000 acres. Barely more than an hour away from the giant Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, heart of bass fishing country. So much pressure, yet produces in an unbelievable way. A testament to the incredible vision of this lake, the management, the way it was received from the start and planned from the start. Let's get out to Justin Hamner of Alabama.
All right.
Like I mentioned, Justin Hamner fishing almost the exact same situation as Justin Atkins. A ditch leading into a spawning area.
Don't fall on me now. Oh, you ain't that big. Come here. I don't know where to grab you. Don't hook me. Number one. Finally. That thing ate it how she was supposed to. She come up and attacked it. We need to get some more like that. But a little bit bigger. You gotta start somewhere though. It's been weird this morning. I'm where I've started every morning, which is just the perfect little spawning bay. And there's more fish than I've seen all week pulling up in here. So there's definitely new fish pulling in. Just gotta get them by.
313.
313. That'll get started. We just gotta get rid of her a little bit later, but I'll take her for now. Thank you, girl. All right, let's do it. Buddy. Thank you.
Justin Hamner with 33 pounds on day one and a mere 27.8 on day number two. So he's got to pick up the pace here. Like he said, he doesn't want that one on his scorecard at the end of the day.
And like we said, though, every single weight is different. That 33 had some big ones, but a lot of good weight in there. Yesterday was solely reliant on having an 8-1 in his bag. That helped make it big time. The rest of them seem to be that 4 to 5 range.
Last week's winner, Koya Fujita, 7.5. And Jay Shakurit, our youngest elite winner ever, 7.11.
Oh boy, it's going, isn't it? Here's Matty Wong.
You hear that line sing?
Stay
It's a
pinned.
good one. Every time.
Oh, yeah. That jerk bait choked. Yes. There we go. It's another 5.
Scale zeroed.
Zeroed? Okay. Go 5, please. 5.5.
510.
5.10? Okay, 5.10. That's a 5 yonder. Shout out to all my Delta rats back in California. OVD, Mark Daniels Jr. She's got not much of a belly skirt on her, but belly tee. But we're gonna do the Hawaiian style. She's got a hula skirt on. All right, sir. I mean, Missy. We don't want to misgender these girls. Damn. Oh my gosh. Let's go. Oh, that was fun. We got another fish in the box. And it's not even 8 o'clock yet. That's called fun right there, ladies and gentlemen. So stick with me and let's go have some more fun, shall we? Oh. Yes!
He's your new leader, about 75 pounds.
Did it all day yesterday. Wore him out there and could have had much, much more. So we keep our eyes on Matty Wong. Let's get back to Justin Hamner. Just caught one.
See a fish, his jerk bait, and a fish right at about 10 feet from the boat.
If you saw that on live scope, it was like, that's how you want them to react to your bait. It came up, and I mean, it just immediately, it was aggressive. It wanted to eat. Whenever they start showing that they're aggressive like that, you're gonna catch that bass. But so far this morning, I mean, I've seen some dang tanks, and they're just being real lethargic, you know, not really chasing the bait. It's getting in their face, so they kind of follow it. Ooh. Those are super hard to catch.
Bait's right there at a fish now at about 32 feet.
They're just not in that feeding mood. So I'm gonna kind of blow through here real quick with the jerk bait, and then I'm gonna turn around and go right back through the same areas that I'm marking like every fish that I'm seeing. And they'll just go and set back up on the same, piece of timber or whatever it is. I'm gonna try like just a wacky worm or something like that, see if I can't finesse them, get them to bite. But first I wanna go through here and find some aggressive ones, because the morning bite has been pretty dang good.
Davey, when he was pointing forward there, we saw
see that one sitting on that
a good little bit of hydrilla vegetation right beside where the timber line started, and then he turned to the right and it's all timber, so it's not like there's grass everywhere. It's certain, maybe it was up off the ditch
right in her face.
Yeah, it's a depth range that the vegetation is growing in, and then outside of that you have the timber.
You can see his bait right there, that piece of timber, 30 to 40 feet.
Fish right there by
see how slowly
right behind it, following it.
She's getting fired up. She's coming faster. She's about to eat.
Gonna eat it. Ooh.
Oh, come on.
Oh, that was so close.
Still after.
Still there.
Got her.
Got him.
That's a good one. That's a Lake Fork meat right there. Don't jump. Come here, girl. Ah, don't do that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Look at that belly. Let's get this thing started. Did you see how aggressive? When I pulled it by the tree, she just slowly came out. But then I started working a little bit faster, and that fired her up. You gotta, that's what it's about, like learning what the fish, how they react.
Where's that?
Whenever I started working it faster, you could tell that the fish came to it faster. So that made her more aggressive.
5-1.
5 pounder. Look at that. Look at that tail coming out of it. These fish don't know when to quit. I love it.
Another gizzard shad tail. These fish are
Just got to match
feeding
their
up for the
attitude.
spawn.
Whenever they slowly creeping behind it, you got to slow it down. But whenever they start coming aggressive, make it aggressive.
That just goes to show you how many times we've just been bebopping down the bank or throwing our jerk bait and just working at the cadence we think's working, and we're going to keep that steady, consistent cadence of jerk, jerk, pause, jerk, jerk, pause. And right there, you learn so much on, he said, when they're being lethargic, keep it slow. When they start chasing, you can speed that thing up, and he finally got it to bite after making it follow for 20 or 30 feet.
Before this technology, you had to
Tree, I caught that
imagine that in your
right
mind the whole time.
The Rivette. Ooh. On our first stop last year on the Elite Series.
That's fun.
A little different scene there, flipping a jig inside of a cedar
we were
tree.
in Falcon. I thought we were in Falcon with all pitching the big old
3.5, 4.
4 pounds, 0 ounce.
Sweet. We'll start off with some 4s, but we ain't gonna have that in the box if we need some 30s.
Tyler Rivette found something a little bit different to exploit last year when we started our season down at Massive Lake Okeechobee in Florida, and exploited it to the point where he got his first win.
We in Raceland, Louisiana. Every day I'd come home from school, go straight to the lake where just go fishing, and that's kind of where I started out, was in the bayous back here and in the lakes, and I just learned so much shallow water fishing over here. That feeling I get when I crank up the gator in the morning and I'll head on to the back into the bayous and head on to the stand or the blind. It's awesome just to look at the wildlife. That's really why I like fishing and hunting, just to be there in the peacefulness and just quiet. And a lot of times I'll just watch the deer and I won't even shoot them. Bassmaster Elite Series. It's I think what everybody in the country or the world dreams of making. It's just Bassmaster Elite Series. When they were a kid, they dreamed about it. It's something I worked for my whole life, and I want to put in the work and make sure it happens. That's why I just never give up.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather's Craig Herrera. Here is today's Bassmaster Elite Series forecast, and what a day. Boy, a lot of sunshine, plenty of heat over in Yantis, Texas. Temperatures close to 80 degrees under all that sunshine. Remember, you can download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV device.
Craig Herrera, bearer of good news. We sure love it when he gives us a great weather outlook like that. All the folks at Fox Weather. I had a little concern about maybe fog this morning. There is in this section of the country fog because of the time of year and the temperatures fluctuating, but a little wind saved us, I think.
And I will say they had it easy last week with weather. It was pretty status quo all week, but this week weather was on our mind with how much it's changed from practice into the tournament and then changed once again.
Lawrence bird's eye view of our leader, Trey McKinney, excuse me. Looks like he caught another one there, maybe.
Definitely looks like he's got another one in the boat. Ooh, not the size we're used to seeing.
Well, it did go on his card. It was a pound 7 ounce.
Usually the tail.
Appears that he's moved in a little closer to shore than we saw him yesterday morning. This time he was staying out. He did say that, hey, I think a lot of these fish might be moving into spawn. I'll go shallow, but He's not up there on the bank looking for those fish already on the bed, but he is shallower than we've seen him in the last 2 days.
His place out a little deeper really came on strong early yesterday.
It did.
I think it's a little behind schedule today.
You see our new,
you can't catch it up.
New leader, Paul Mueller, his third fish, a 7-pounder. He's jumped up from 16th place.
Always look out for Paul Mueller.
He had a 31-pound bag yesterday. He's got 3 for almost 17 pounds.
That's also one thing that's very fun about this tournament is before everyone gets a limit, we start to see some very peculiar and crooked numbers. 2 for 18, 3 for 22, and you're like, Taku Ito, day 1, 4 for 30 for the longest time. I was like, oh my goodness. Most questioned bass track of the year. Is that accurate? I'm checking with Marshall's. Did he really have 32 in the first hour of the day? Yes, he did. Holy cow.
The most questioned, but it's the most accurate of the year.
They're actually weighing him.
It's Cooper Gallant with incredibly not a limit.
Back up.
Only 9 fish after 2 days.
Yeah. Day 1, he had 4 for 28 pounds.
Oh, airborne.
Smallest one I've hooked in a while here. Still a good one though. 4-pounder. Scrappy bugger, holy smokes. There's one. Ah, boys. Number 1. Oh, it came right out.
Smallest one he's hooked there so far, coming from a man that had 4 for 28.
4-pounder.
So, smallest one is all relative. That's a 4-pounder all day.
10 pounds, 9.
4.9.
4.9.
Good start. We're gonna have to get bigger than that if we want to fish tomorrow, but. Whew.
Coop made our top 10. Toledo Bend to start the year.
8th place.
We thought, with certain guys, you think they're very good anglers, but we'll see them really gain steam at this point in the season or at that point in the season. And he's Canadian. You can sell it. Talking about crazy bugger, talking about the bass. You can tell he's from Canada. And we expect him late in the year to make a charge. But Cooper Gallant, one of the best young anglers we have on the Elite Series.
Had a good rookie season, just overshadowed by 2 just unbelievable stratospheric performances ahead of him.
And it shows you he's had a different path. I actually met him and covered him in the 2015 high school international championship, I guess, because he came from Canada. The high school championship, I met him in 2015 as like a sophomore or junior in high school. And now 9 years later, he's on the Bassmaster Elite Series for his 2nd year.
Got his 2nd fish hooked up right now. Oh, boy.
Not very big ones today.
This angler's using spinning tackle, but beefed up line on them. We've seen them swinging fish that size over in the boat. A lot of them using 30 to 40 pound leaders and our main line and
311.
About 15 to 17 pound fluorocarbon leaders.
Remember how Buddy Gross was 86 after day 1? He's got 4 for 23 and change right now. He's up to 6th place. Coming from 40th today. I mean, everybody doesn't have a limit, and he doesn't either, but it's a pretty good bag.
Buddy's one of those talkers. He's not a texter. So when I text him and said, about time you showed up, great bag today, he calls, and last night said, Ronnie, you have no idea how much I needed that.
Oh, yeah.
Because of after my first event of the season, after my first day, nothing was going right, even though I had a great, good practice. And then all of a sudden, he says, I'm going to catch him again, but it'll be before 9 o'clock. I have to figure out some way to cull up after 9 o'clock. So if he can get his limit in the next 50 minutes, he'll be on pace and at least safe of gaining points today.
Let's meet another rookie here. This is Tyler Williams from Belgrade, Maine. Good tournament last week, top 20, Toledo Bend.
Tell an angler from Maine when it's upper 50s, he's barefooted and just having a ball. They're laughing, catching these big old bass.
Shirt sleeve wetter for him.
That one was a bass. No spinning rods here. Come on. He wasn't coming off either. No. I was scared when I set the hook and it ran away from me. I know that much.
Yeah, those are 0.
All right.
Tyler proud that he's not using spinning rods and spinning reels like most of the other anglers, using a 7.7 Wheeler Select Series and a little rubber jig from Greenfish. 7 pounds, 1 ounce.
Wow. He said 30 pounds both first 2 days. Just
Using
over.
a
pounder, start the day.
Small mop style jig, little rubber jig. Very different from the other anglers I talked to. His approach is
right back in the water.
Primarily with a jig.
He is a jig guy. If you watch the Bassmaster Opens on Fox Sports 1 last year, he was our Watts Bar champion. Really utilizes electronics, but doesn't do it, like you said, in the traditional way that a lot of others are doing it. He actually does it in a more traditional way.
Yes.
Throwing a jig on some of those brush piles.
A rubber jig, old school.
Tyler's hobby is building diesel trucks. He likes heavy equipment all the way around. So the man from Maine making his mark out here.
He's got to come work on my truck.
Last week on the Bassmaster Elite Series. That's the way it stands right now. Matty Wong having taken over the first place spot. McKinney now in second place. And Paul Mueller rocketing out of the depths a little bit.
Watch out, here comes Patrick. Patrick Walters with another 7.
Oh, man, it's going to be some big-time moves all day long. We're watching the show here at Lake Fork.
Hey guys, Trey McKinney here. We've had an awesome week, 67 pounds for 2 days. Hopefully we can keep it doing. Scope to me is a tool, and I feel like it is. Most people, you know, they rely on scope. I actually love fishing shallow, and the main thing for me when this shallow water event, you know, a lot of guys were catching them on the bank, and I looked at the forecast, and Florida strain bass, cold water, and weather temps, crazy winds, cold, I mean, everything, you know, was wrong. And it really pushed these fish back. And I kind of thought it would, you know, and I used a hypothesis, I guessed that I thought it would. So I didn't really do a whole lot of that because of that reason. Now, as you guys can see, it's getting warmer. It's starting to do that. So the shallow guys that got in is probably going to do proceedingly better as the tournament goes on. So hopefully my weight that I had these 2 days can carry me quite a while. But tomorrow, I'm not afraid at all, you know, to switch it up, scope shallower, scope deeper, find out where they're wanting to be tomorrow at the moment in time, and see what I have to do to get them to bite, even if I have to go fish shallow. Not afraid at all. I love fishing shallow. It wouldn't bother me a bit.
Youth and enthusiasm means you can get a lot of words into a short period of time, but we're listening. Hey, this young man is a phenomenon. Trey McKinney here at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork, second stop of the year. We're right into the second hour, just into the second hour of fishing here.
Oh my gosh.
On semifinal Saturday.
That's a giant.
Down to McKinney.
Giant.
We can hear him.
A freaking mondo. You're gonna jump again? Oh my gosh.
Oh, goodness.
I'm coming over.
Looks like one of those that you talked about, Ronnie, that he has not caught so far in this tournament.
Having a little bit of an audio issue, but he is hooked up to a big one right now.
It looks like a 10-pounder. It looks like a 10-pounder, and he's falling back to third place, but this will sure change things in a hurry.
Good adjustment for him. Like you said, he said he's wanting to go shallower, maybe go deeper. Doesn't matter to him. He's not going to discriminate where he finds them. And boy, is this the right bite. A 7.15 was his biggest yesterday, and this looks far bigger than that.
Haven't got a good look at it, but it certainly could be a 10-pounder.
Well, it made a splash, didn't it? Looked like a big cinder block hitting the water.
Right, he added an 8.7 really late to get up to 33.
Oh, okay.
A 7.15 and then the 8.7, I think.
If he gets this in, I mean, we can honestly be talking about possibly someone having 100 pounds in 3 days with only 15 bass. Different bait too.
He's got it.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Oh no, it is a jerkbait. Thought I saw.
It did look like something up the line.
Yeah, maybe some grass.
Oh my goodness. You do you, Trey. Oh my goodness.
What a fish!
It's just Hamner. He's about to get emotional, guys. I'm not even lying. I am never an emotional type of guy, but it's getting there for me right now.
Check, make sure it's 14.
Okay. Let's weigh this thing.
You're clear.
Got to be a 7-pounder.
It's more than 7.
8.
Okay, raise it up a little bit.
Oh, that's why I was on. I said something's wrong. 8. Dude.
Y'all.
It's bigger than he is.
Look at this, dude. Mwah.
Pig.
Oh.
Give me some, dude.
Dude, this is why. Oh my gosh, it's happening, guys.
Measure it. Measure it.
Oh yeah. Hold on, guys.
It's close.
One reason it looks even bigger than it is, it's not very long. For an 8-pounder.
Seen some 7-pounders measure though this week.
Yeah,
Long,
that's
skinny.
24 lines right
24.
Yep, it's over.
We just caught an over, guys. Let's freaking go.
An over means you can have possession of it and show it to everybody at the weigh-in. That's great.
Only been a handful each day.
If you're in the deep East Texas region, get to the weigh-in today, you'll be able to see that one and shake Trey's hand at the same time.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Don't
Glad we
misuse
dropped down
that,
on that
Ronnie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Deep East is further
So
south
people-
near the Toledo Bend Rayburn.
Just tuning in, they have to be over 24 inches to possess, and you can only possess one. But that's one. Let's
see
hope
if
he
he can call
calls.
it out. Yeah,
Absolutely. Let's hope he
call
calls.
that one out.
He's up to 82 pounds on the day, 15.2. Today's weight, he needs 32.11 for 100 pounds in 3 days.
And that's not our tournament rules about the legal to possess. That's the rules, the state law for this lake in particular.
Tyler Rivette, 31 on day 1, 29 on day 2.
Catfish, I think. Nope, it's a bass. It's a bass. Floated on us. Gotta be 6, huh? 6, 7.
6 pounds. Hang on.
6, 6.
6 pounds, 6 ounces.
All righty. Put that on a cracker, boy. Whew. Look at that. They starting to dead. I'm sorry, girl. You could go back.
Louisiana saying there, put it on a cracker.
We'll
6-pounder.
Southwest Louisiana stuff there. Raceland, Louisiana's Tyler Rivette.
Deep East Louisiana.
I think he's from the same region as Stale Cracker.
Yes, he is. I would
put money on it.
Put money on it, dude. Tyler lost some fish yesterday, similar to Matty Wong, because he said he should have had a much bigger stringer than he did.
Saw Justin Atkins catch a good one earlier.
That's the camera boat.
An 8.10. He had an 8.9 yesterday.
Texting.
He is our Phoenix Boats big bass leader with that 810.
Get out of that, please.
Oh.
Boom! Dude, that other one have black spots?
I don't know. We're fitting to see.
I mean, If it weighs 810, it may be the freaking same one. I don't know if it is or not. No, it's not. That other one was 24, or almost.
That was the same bass he caught half hour ago.
Wow.
8-1.
It's not, but it's the little brother. It's the 8-1. 8-10 is the.
It might be his twin brother.
This is incredible. This is absolutely incredible.
How do you make
awesome fishery.
a day of fishing better than the last two, which have been better than most any other time in the world?
Yeah, and like we talked about this morning, the weather was not good the first few days, but then sometimes those big ones, just the big ones, bite under the conditions we had on day one, but this is unbelievable.
How about this? Trey McKinney's birthday was last Sunday. He's leading. Justin Atkins turns 34 tomorrow. It's his birthday. He'd love to fish.
One of the old guys.
Yeah, one of the older.
He's had way more.
He's almost twice as old as Trey McKinney, and he's so young. He's one of the youngest guys in the elites. Holy cow.
Yeah, Wong's 36.
Another big one.
This is right in Tyler Rivette's wheelhouse. I like the way we've seen a variety of baits. Also, Justin Atkins using a worm. Tyler Williams, a jig. We've seen some jerk baits, some jigs from Tyler Rivette, glide baits.
Get it. 2 for 2, son. It's even bigger.
It is a good one.
Nice. Let's go 0.
What? Might be close to 7. Yep. 6-13. Come on, get it. Oh, 6-12.
6 pounds, 12 ounces.
2 6s back to back. Hell yeah.
We just saw a 8-1 and a 6-12 caught within about 2 minutes of only having 10 cameras out there.
Yeah, with it, and also we had an 8-1 and the 8-8 from Trey to start the segment. Like, it's just holy cow.
So how do we decide who's going to get the Power Pole replay of the day?
Put them at least all 8 pounders. Off with our youngest statesman, at least, you know.
Got to start off with Trey this morning. He said, I don't usually get emotional, but I'm very nervous this morning. He caught a 5-pounder and things got a little bit. There's the other bait. It was on a different rod.
Yeah, hooked, yeah.
But we don't care. Trey McKinney, you have to be the Power Pole replay of the day. Got emotional with us. We all got emotional watching you catch that Lake Fork lunker. Unbelievable. Over 8 pounds.
So the fact of the matter is he had 67 pounds 5 ounces, Davey, which is well on pace for the all-time weight record. We always talk about, are you on pace for the Century Club? Just adding that single fish alone gives him 75 plus pounds, which would be on pace for a century. I think we could see it fall today.
Check out some of that camera work too there, seeing that bass fight all the way in. That's incredible stuff, incredible stuff.
All of it, just a feast for the eyes, and it is just getting started here. We're just barely into the second hour of fishing. Trey McKinney with that giant regains the lead right there. Justin Atkins with 2 giants in his boat. Tyler Rivette got it going solid here today, and Matty Wong trying to keep up. All Mueller, Justin Hamner, Williams Gore, Gallant, and Norsetter. Tomorrow on Fox, the NASCAR Series heads to Las Vegas. Catch the best drivers in the world in an all-out battle for the checkered flag. All begins with the pre-race show at 3 Eastern with the engines firing at 3:30, only on Fox. I think we're firing on all cylinders here at Toledo Bend. There's no doubt about that. It has performed. Never been here this early. We knew it would be good. I just don't know if we knew it would be this good.
I don't think anyone can say that they definitely knew it'd be this good. It's, you know, we're breaking records, all-time records for B.A.S.S. is really saying something. And you know, we were thinking maybe some would be broke, but now it looks like most will be shattered.
Oh boy, Trey McKinney at 82 pounds and 7 ounces. It's just 17 and change away from having 100 pounds for 3 days fishing.
Exactly, which I believe Greg Hagney, when he joined us for the Open, the only time in 3-day events other than maybe, I guess the TTBC when Keith Combs did it here, he also had like an East-West showdown in West Texas where he caught 100 pounds in 3 days, and I think that's the only 2 times that we've seen it on the big stage.
Oh, there's clubs all over this country it's been done in. I mean, if we're going to break it open to any tournament, anywhere, anytime, I mean, come on now. You know it's been broken many, many times, unofficially.
But on the elite level, I guess it's, I don't know if did they break it? They didn't break it at Falcon.
Yeah, it's a trivia coming up on that.
Oh, okay.
3 days.
I
So
gotta go look now then.
I'm not going to let on.
Tyler Williams looked up.
Yep.
He's a big man with a big rod, and it's bent over. Another good one for Tyler Williams.
Be cool if he stays down.
So 7-pounder just a few minutes ago he caught?
Ooh.
Got him.
Yeah, 7-1.
Jig fell out of his mouth too.
Scales are 0.
Sweet. Oh, brush pile panda.
5 pounds, 13 ounces.
Sweet.
7-1 and a 5-13.
Another one.
He mentioned brush piles. The only angler I've talked to that's really looking for individual targets, brush piles, individual rocks. He said, I'm from Maine and I fish like rock piles, individual boulders up there, and that's the fisherman that I am, and that's what I look for. So
fight this hard.
very different than the other anglers we've been on.
Having a great start to his rookie season.
It would be weird. You want to adapt and adjust to the fisher you're going to, but it would be weird for him to fish clay points and standing timber when he's never been on a body of water relatively that has any of those. You find what makes you feel comfortable, and at a place like Fork, it could be a place that holds them big time. And
yeah, you like that?
I just looked it up and I was wrong. 3 anglers broke the 100-pound mark at Falcon after 3 days. So
I told you it was everywhere.
We could
it's all over the place.
We could seemingly do it here.
That's awesome.
You think we'll have 3 possibly? Here?
I think
one or two, definitely.
I think 1 for sure, but I think that, when you got 3 other dudes who need 35 or something maybe, but at
Wong
least
needs
one,
over 36,
at least one
and
should.
Atkins needs almost 38.
Yeah. The way the morning's been going, I wouldn't doubt anything could happen today.
JT Tompkins having fallen out of the top 10, looking for some big ones to recover.
So coming to the top about 25 feet away is bait and a big fish right behind it. Up close to the surface, only about 10 feet deep. The scale on your left is the depth. On top is the distance from his trolling motor.
Right under.
The fish is just right there. It's a big one too.
Basically.
Never seen fish this tough to catch. I mean, like, this is unreal.
Oh.
I need to get where you're at. Come on. Just come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yes. That's how you start the day. Right there. Whoo. That's one that we're gonna need. I got hooks all in me, but I got the hooks all in her too. Oh. I don't know if y'all are able to watch that on live, but I just stopped it and she just swam right up and just sucked it in. That was a lot of them, but this week have been good. All right. Watch your tail. All right.
6.
Seeing 6'10" the most. It's not locking these waves. I mean, I've seen 6'10" like 20 times. Yeah, 6'10".
6'10".
All right, guys.
Finally locked in. How was that bite?
That was sweet. But they're tough to catch today, but all we need is 5 like that, and or around them. She was a real skinny, you know. I don't know why she's so skinny, but I should have measured her for 24 inches because she was.
All right, I recorded 6'10".
She was very long and a big head, but it's not a bad start to the day.
Good job.
We just need to catch some. We need to get 4 more like her.
When an angler catches a 6'10", how often do we hear, all we need is 5 just like that?
Not that often.
Not that
Follow
often.
it to the trolling motor like that.
JT, a rookie who's actually already fished the Bassmaster Classic. Won an open event on the Chesapeake in 22.
Like Tyler Williams, he just turned 22 late last year. Birthday's in November.
From Myrtle Beach,
was a big one.
South
When she came out, I
Carolina.
was like, oh my gosh, I need
Myrtle
her.
Beach angler on the elites.
It's just skinny.
How many guys you remember from Maine, like Tyler Williams from Belgrade? How many?
None from Belgrade. Not a one.
Maine.
Before.
Period. Hackney couldn't think of any.
Not on the elites, no, I can't either.
No.
Looking at Justin Hamner's forward facing, you can see a couple fish about between 40 and 50 feet away. There's his jerk bait just went by up the top of that timber.
That's another deal that forward-facing sonar has allowed us to be better at, Davey, is you're fishing in flooded
Here
timber.
we go. Got one chasing. He just ate it. Oh.
There's 2 or 3.
Boy, he came so close to about 30 feet away. You run out of line as they get closer. Yep.
The ability to fish a treble hook bait in standing timber like this without hooking up and getting tangled up every other cast has been, you know, normally you throw a jig or a Carolina rig and hope they go down to it or something.
Yep.
They followed it. Come on, come on.
So you see a bait dropping in there. He's got a
Just want to weigh you. I'll let you right back.
jig head minnow or something on there now.
Here she comes. Here she comes.
Right at the bait. 20 feet from the bow, getting closer.
Tree.
Nope.
Dang, there's like 4 of them. They are piling in here.
See his bait going down around that group of fish. He moved it a little closer to drop right on them.
About 50 feet.
Right above them. Yep. Bait's at 40.
That is 2 bigs.
Fascinating to watch.
Can see them, but can't always catch them.
Not always. Not always. That's the reality of it right there. Another rookie we need to get acquainted with is Kyle Patrick, very talented angler from New York.
Another Kyle Norsetter, had 35 pounds on day 1, is back in our top 10 at 7th. He's got 20 pounds today.
Kyle Patrick, another angler that likes to fish, prefers to fish shallow. Even though he's using his electronics, he's relatively shallow back in a pocket and he's hooked up.
How are they all so small this time? Stay.
Kyle Patrick's another one of those anglers who's been fishing shallower. He's been side fishing or blind side fishing, not necessarily fishing way out deep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. Kyle Welcher with an 8-pounder, our reigning angler of the year, up into our top 10 currently from 20th.
Kyle Patrick, who had to come up clutch at the end of last year to qualify for the Bassmaster Elite Series, get the top points in the last qualifying tournament. Got it done. happy to be out here looking for bigger ones today. We have certainly seen our share already. We're right in the thick of it here on one of the most incredible fishing days ever on Bassmaster Live here at Lake Fork. Semifinal Saturday. Always important, though, all year long, this race for Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year. There are our standings as we started today. With two rookies on top, Trey McKinney and Ben Milliken on top of our Angler of the Year race. Rookies now, Cooper Gallant, Justin Hamner, Wesley Gore, Joya Fujita, who incidentally broke the top 10 today out here, last week's winner at Toledo Bend, Chris Johnston, and Corey Johnston on that list as well. Tyler Williams, who we spent some time with today. So good stuff. That's also important that we're really hard to tear ourselves away from it, Ronnie, is these records that are in peril.
Oh, man, it is absolutely incredible, Tommy. And as we bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, those records from the great Elite Series field we just saw in our Progressive AOI standings, they are on pace to make history. This is a special record that has stood the test of time since 2008 when it happened at Falcon Lake. We're still just over halfway through this event, so a lot can change, but we've never really been on pace for this record, so it's worth noting. So to reset the scene, the records that are at stake that really we thought maybe never could be broken at Falcon Lake 2008 in that Elite Series event, the all-time weight record for a 4-day, 5-fish limit B.A.S.S. tournament. So 20 possible fish, 132 pounds, 8 ounces by Paul Elias was set there. Terry Scroggins had 132 pounds, 4 ounces, so just a quarter pound off, yet doesn't have the record or the victory. 132.8 has stood the test of time. I think in the last 5 years, all the Century Clubs we've had, the highest weight we've had is 114. We should definitely eclipse that this week. The other record, 30-pound bags, is 43 in that same event. We had 30-pound bags after 2 days of competition. So 50 anglers today, 10 tomorrow, 60 chances. We only need 14 of them to reset the 30-pound record. And with 67 pounds, 5 ounces, Trey McKinney, if you double that, halfway through the tournament, you double it for the last 2 days, that would be 134 pounds, 10 ounces. So on pace to exceed it. Got a little wiggle room if he has a little struggle, but seeing him with an 8+ pounder already this morning, that weight record could fall. It's something that's lasted for 16 or 17 years. And Justin Atkins, he may have started third. He may have started 6 pounds back of Trey McKinney, but he's trying to make that up with an 8.10 that he caught earlier and then an 8.1. And this was a great photo from Kyle Jesse. The camera boat in the background we alluded to, it'll be a part of his photo gallery. You'll want to check that out on Bassmaster.com as well. But as many 8-pounders as we're seeing on the water, our photographers, our writers, we're all trying to cram the stats into it and figure out how to tell the story of 2024 at Lake Fork, because it is one that we will remember, maybe when it gets tough mid-season on the Elite Series and it's a dog days of summer, or in a couple years we'll still be referencing this as one of the great tournaments.
Absolutely. We've never seen anything like it on Bassmaster Live, I can tell you that. 10 years of live coverage.
Like when I first threw that jerkbait in there, they were aggressive. She just straight up ignored it that time.
Hamner with 3 fish in the boat. No huge ones.
He needs an 8-pounder like we saw him catch yesterday morning.
You're going to have something like that today.
Who said it on stage? That it seemed like Lake Fork was like Oprah, giving away cars. You get an 8-pounder, you get a 30-pound bag, you get a 30-pound bag.
Look at all these things.
Oh
my gosh.
There's one.
Got her.
Aggressive. Yep.
That's a big one. Oh, it's not even that big. I'll take her for now. I thought she was way bigger than that. Got you. Not a bad one. But this week is a little guy. Ow. Had to switch up color jerkbait. There we go. There we go. They're just built right. Texas knows how to grow bass.
$3.8.
$3.8. I'll take her. Look how just like tall.
Justin likes it here, along with 103 other guys, half of which are on their way home by now.
Some like it a little less, yes. Some like it a little
well,
less.
They didn't like their 2 days so much, but boy, they would love to be here for another 2 days.
Everyone likes to watch tacuito
Everybody.
fishing.
Day one leader, 39 pounds and an ounce. Still the big bag of the week. Look at that perfect aerial, the Lowrance bird's eye view there. You can see that little channel there, that ditch. Yes, it's
a great view of
cleared off space from the grass as
what
well.
you're dealing with under the water. That is a great shot there. Lawrence bird's eye view.
And people may wonder at home, why does that matter? Well, yes, fish can swim anywhere. They can swim through the grass. They can swim above the grass. But a lot of these, it's just like deer in the woods. They may use that same trail week after week to get from this patch of trees to this field over here. Bass will swim along the edge of those lines at times and often use it as a highway back to somewhere or back out to the main lake.
Use it as a highway. They always also use it as an ambush point. Those edges are real important for where they try to feed.
So no rubs or scrapes, though.
No rubs or scrapes. Well,
so they start making a bed.
When they're spawning.
Ito, 3 pounds less average per fish yesterday than day one. 39 to 24. Well, he had a 10-pounder on day one.
Got it. Got it. Got it. Oh, big one. Got it. Big one. Big one. Big one. Oh, big one. Oh, big one.
If you're just joining us, these anglers are not allowed to use landing nets. It makes it much more interesting this way.
Yeah. Scary. Oh, yes. Number one. All right.
You ready?
Okay, yes.
£5, 3 ounces.
Yep. 5-3, number one. Ah, scary, scary.
That seems like a great start unless you know what we know.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. Before Bassmaster Live, before the updated live leaderboard of Bass Track, you would just know I've got all day. I know I might be internally behind, but when you look at the leaderboard and he's down in 20th place just an hour and a half into the day, you're like, he's way behind. It only takes 5 of the right bites, though.
And to add to that, the leader is hooked up again. Oh, my.
Let's go. Oh, that got me right in the... Okay. Go back out. Past the barb right there.
I think we got a hook in the hand.
You know what? Okay.
Yeah, bring it in. I'll help you.
Thinking about that yesterday.
Got a problem here.
I think he was trying to pull it out right there.
I just mentioned about not being able to use landing nets.
Yeah,
This
there's
is
another hazard.
Part of what you deal with.
No other way. Grab these pliers, and on the count of 3, rip it out of my hand.
You gonna do it or you want me to do it? I got it.
Yeah, you got it.
I got the film.
Pain, not great, but that one right in my. Oh yes. Oh yeah, you're gonna have to pull it hard. Go. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh, hurts so good.
Take it like a 19-year-old. Shoo! Hey, good job for him. He did take it.
No time for breaks, no time for stopping.
Exactly.
I knew how. Yeah!
It's gonna keep burning.
Well, I tell you what, these baskets got little cockpit areas.
I tell you what, these hooks are pretty sharp.
They got barbs on them too.
Wow.
I like the braid trick much more than pliers, but boy, have I had one in the quickie your finger or the tender spot, and you just gotta pull while the adrenaline's flowing.
Yeah, you betcha.
Whew.
No bullets to bite. You just gotta man up.
Attached to a 5-pounder.
Summed it up. No time for stopping. You can't plan out an intricate operation here. You gotta get it out, get going. Trey McKinney, he's got it going today. Started the day with the lead and maintaining, in fact, widening that lead ahead of Tyler Rivette, Tyler Williams, and all the rest in our top 10. You got to be in the top 10 by the end of today. That's the all-important thing. You want another day on Lake Fork at its finest. We'll be back with more of that. What a day we are having. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite from Lake Fork. Fantastic Lake Fork, legendary 27,000 acres only, but populated by so many giant bass. The live coverage brought to you by Toyota. Really appreciate that. And we're going to be spoiled. We'll just put it that way. We are going to be spoiled rotten. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. Trey McKinney having widened his lead that he started with today. Youngest rookie ever on the Bassmaster Elite Series, right behind him. Although further back, Tyler Rivette of Louisiana, Tyler Williams of Maine, Justin Atkins of Alabama. There's Hawaii's Matty Wong, and Paul Mueller from 16th place. Paul Mueller has fished his way into the top 10, not just the top 10, but up there in 6th place. That's going to be our Mercury move of the day, Davey Hyde. Absolutely, the move of the day for Paul Mueller. First fish, I have a real nice one. Most places a real big one, a 5 pound 6 ounces, but for Toledo being last week and then this week even better at Lake Fork, you got to catch bigger than 5 pounders, a 4.9, then a 7.0, a 2.5. Mercury move of the day so far, just early in the morning, 19 pounds 4 ounces, which gives Paul Mueller a total of 75 pounds 3 ounces, which would be leading most tournaments at this point. Oh, no
just
doubt.
A little into the third day, but Paul Mueller up from 16th place to 6th place. Mercury move of the day.
Paul Mueller's done very well. He, in this part of the country, he did really well, I think in 2016 or 2017 at Toledo Bend.
Absolutely.
Just down the road from here. And he is a great offshore electronics fisherman as well.
Where'd you go?
From
Has
the
been
north.
for a long time.
That one's
Matty Wong.
That one's a spicy one.
Two good ones, 6 pounders in the boat for Matty.
Switching it up between a glide bait that looks like a gizzard shad and throwing a jerk bait right now, hooked up.
Stay on there. Please stay hooked. Stay hooked. Stay hooked.
Ooh. Had too much of that yesterday.
Man. It's one of those.
Spilt milk.
What could my weight look like if I was 100%?
Can't cry over the spilt milk.
You're exactly right, Ronnie. And it's easier to overcome when it happens one time on one day, but this is yesterday.
He had a 6 at the bottom, at the back right of the boat. They came off when he turned his rod, and then this was even bigger at the boat.
Yeah, this fish looks like close to 8 pounds, if not 8. Actually gets his hand on it right there, and it comes off.
Especially if he was throwing a jig head minnow or if he was throwing a jerk bait, maybe a little less so. throw in a bigger glide bait, jointed leverage that fish can throw. And that's the one thing is if it's not tight and they get to throw slack in it, that is how you throw a big bait and heavy weight out of its mouth.
The heavier the weight of the bait, it gives the fish more leverage to get rid of that hook, and that's exactly what happened right here for Matty Wong. And that was one of 3 that we saw him lose, that one being the biggest one, around 8 pounds. But hadn't talked about that any this morning, but 3 fish in, he loses a good solid fish. It really starts to wear on your mind.
He actually weighed a 4 1/4 and a 4.10. He probably lost 5 to 6, maybe 7 pounds.
Different stages as an angler. I've been there, done that. I've lost my share, no doubt. But you go from just talking to your marshal or your cameraman saying, that's okay, that's going to happen sometimes. But then when it happens multiple times, they get quiet. It's really messing with you.
You start to think, am I doing something wrong fundamentally?
Yeah.
Then you start to, that's how you kind of, I guess, hitters get in a funk and they get into a bad swing as they're trying to fix and reinvent the wheel when what they did is right. Just evaluate why it went wrong.
So you go mentally from when you hook up saying, I'm about to land this big fish and move up on the leaderboard to when you hook up saying, don't come off, don't come off, stay hooked.
Yes.
And you heard him saying that when he hooked that fish, don't come off, stay hooked, stay hooked. So you immediately go into that negative mindset.
Justin Atkins got 2 big ones in the boat. This one, not in that class.
Well, he had said it was only hooked on like one.
Yeah, it had
one
the back
bar,
hook.
back hook. He seemed to take it pretty well, though, I thought, considering.
Oh, I've seen a lot worse.
Yeah, my goodness.
You've seen a lot worse. We've seen Davey Height not handle it. No, I'm just kidding.
He might have done a lot worse.
Just saying, I've seen it.
110. Yep, 110.
Small keeper for Justin Atkins. 2 8s and a 110.
Seems like he's in the right place.
That's part of the reason they don't let you possess many of those big fish, because if he was able to put a little fish in there with that, it wouldn't work out real good for that fish. No, I had 2 in here.
You'd have 1 fish maybe again.
Yes.
Great tournament for Justin Atkins. We're going to take a break here. When we come back, we're going to go to our location coverage. The great Dave Mercer, who is my favorite line from yesterday, these scores look fake to me. They look like somebody made them up. He's got a special guest with him. What's his name? I can't tell you till I know it's true. Oh, wait, I know it's true. It's going to be Lee Livesey, his guest, when we return.
Beautiful Lake Fork, legendary Lake Fork, our playing field this week, around 27,000 acres. And man, there is some giant fish that swim in that incredible body of water. Legendary Lake Fork, of course, the site of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite on Lake Fork. Stop number 2 of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series, and atop the leaderboard. No, those weights aren't wrong. Unbelievable. 90 pounds, 2 ounces is leading right now. Right behind him, Tyler Williams, the only angler ever to qualify from Maine for the Bassmaster Elite Series. 2 rookies atop the leaderboard. 82 pounds, 4 ounces for him, but you can see this leaderboard continues to change. The only thing that's been consistent here this week, we've had different weather conditions each and every day, but the only thing that has been consistent this week is giant Texas-sized bass. They say everything's bigger in Texas, and they have definitely lived up to that this week. Incredible Lake Fork. We return here for the 5th time of the Bassmaster Elite Series, and our takeoff at Caney Point Recreation Area, a brand new facility by the Sabine River Authority, and we're proud to be here, the first national event being held at this world-class facility, and I'm joined by, well, the least likely guest. I mean, going into this event, if somebody said over-under for Lee Livesey to be here, I'll be honest, I would have bet that you were on the water, Lee. I know you would have done the same. Hopefully this eases the pain.
Yeah, it's not easing the pain at all watching this. But we talked about this, the weights. Remember what I said? It could be up there in that 130 range or above, and I think we're going to get there. You know, Trey, I think Trey's already at 90 pounds.
Yep.
With a day to go. So this place is unreal. It's the GOAT lake of all time for big bass. You can look at the list of Sharon Lunker entries with Texas Parks and Wildlife. It's healthy, it's amazing, it's full, and it's Lake Fork. And I got forked this week.
You definitely did. And I'm not going to harp on that. The last 2 times we were here, it was all about you. But what went wrong this time?
I didn't catch any bass, obviously, but I didn't. Coming in, I figured I knew that I could not win without using forward-facing sonar. I really thought I couldn't.
Obviously, this footage.
Oh yeah.
What way to get over it better than look back to when you were catching bass,
right? No, I just I knew that I was not going to be able to win the event without using forward-facing sonar, and I don't like using it. And I looked at it some, but I kept looking for schools and groups, and I found one group of fish that I thought I could win off of. Just a bunch of giants eating a big crankbait, and they just disappeared. And everything I had besides that was just, one here on a point, one there on a point, and fishing shallow. And that's what I did the first day, and I just didn't catch anything pretty much. That school was gone, ran my points, nothing, went shallow, and just people caught them around me. No excuses.
No way.
People cut checks around me shallow too. And yesterday I went and used forward-facing sonar, and should have had low 40s. Like everybody's losing giants. Had 24 something, but could have jumped back in it with a 40 bag, and that's what it was. I prepared myself mentally, knowing that I probably couldn't win without using it, but I still wanted to try, and I've got to use it.
It has definitely been a big player in this event. And is it potential? This could be a special day when you have as many anglers. We're going to have anglers on pace to crack 100 pounds that won't make the top 10.
Correct.
Which also means we've got a bunch of anglers that are literally out there to catch as much as possible.
Oh, yeah.
This could be one of those magic days.
Remember, I said I think 10 people will be over 100 pounds before we got here, and they're going to.
A guy was hoping to be part of that group, Cooper Gallant.
Yeah, and Cooper had a terrible practice. He caught like 4 bass one day, 1 bass one day, but he just knows, like, keep my trolling motor down, keep looking, I'm going to catch 4 or 5 giants, and he did. I think he weighed 4 for 28 the first day. And he lost a couple.
What's up? Big one, big. 8-pounder, easy. Maybe not, but it's big. Yes. Outcast tackle, goal line, his face.
Zeroed.
That's why I love that Loomis 893, the medium heavy, because there's a big stretch of timber there and you're able to just horse them out of it.
6 pounds, 6 pounds, 13 ounces.
613.
Cooper, let me get a shot.
Magnum.
Cooper spent quite a bit of time over here before it went off limits.
I think that's the big thing about a lot of the rookies too. That isn't. I mean, everybody
Those are
wants
the
to
ones
point
we need
fingers
for
at
another
forward-facing
30
sonar.
sack.
We got a group of anglers that have nothing else in their life but bass, and they have all been on the road since the first week in January.
Yeah, and Cooper's not a rookie, but he's a young guy and hungry, and he spends a lot of time on the road fishing.
Cooper in his second season. As of day 2, we had 6 out of the top 12 were Elite Series rookies, and one of those, Coopertown, New York's Kyle Patrick took a win in the Opens last year, and we'll see him at the Bassmaster Classic in just a few weeks. Pretty morning out there, and that's not what we've had this week. Oh, there's only one way to make your morning more pretty, and do that.
Oh, stay pinned. Yes, sir. That line went donk. Oh, that's a cool fish catch, man.
For Kyle.
Donk.
Another rookie, another young rookie.
I mean, it's no giant, but
I
it'll
think he's one of
help.
the older rookies besides
Yeah.
Ben. I told you, like, we've been here 4
5'3".
times and it's never really showed out at
One
all.
more time for the camera.
And it's finally doing it. Like everybody's catching monsters.
Bye, sweetie. Thanks
How
for
can
playing.
you honestly believe it's never? I mean, your last day
No.
in 2021.
No, well, yes, one day.
Awesome. Yeah.
But
Green fish
and you're
tackle
not going to
jig.
catch 42 pounds every day.
Little
But
rubber.
somebody should catch 35 every day almost here. 33 to 35. And like
I'm gonna
Taki, what he
get
got 39 the first day.
Yeah.
Like 38, 39 is very doable every day
Stays, boys.
with the right conditions. It's a
We won't be
small
in
lake, you know,
business.
with 100 of us out there. It fishes really small, and we're just a tad bit late. Like 2 weeks ago. Oh my gosh.
Maybe we should just.
Here's
cycle
something
around
cool
all
that
the
needs to be
giants
said.
shot with a jig. Might be a good idea.
Lake Fork is an incredible fishery. It is this entire community. Everywhere you drive, every business is connected to fishing. It feels like to me every time we come here, it is less busy than it would be on a regular Saturday. The amount of guides and stuff that literally choose to stay off the water so that their lake can be profiled. I mean, that's unique. We don't see that a lot of places.
Right. It is a unique lake.
Top 4 right there. Trey McKinney, Tyler Williams, Tyler Rivette, and Justin Atkins.
Yeah.
1 and 2 are both rookies. Whenever I look at Trey, I'm like, how is that even possible? I mean, this is his first tournament as a 19-year-old. He turned 19 on Monday.
Yeah, I feel like he needs a parent guardian in the back of the boat watching.
Today, 22 pounds, 13 ounces, and a lot of bodies of water, you'd be like, hey, they're good. They're going to just stick handle their way. I asked him if there was a let-off weight, and he said, I mean, it's got to be over 30. He said,
Not here.
You can't.
You catch as much as you can. You just go to a different creek when you think you're topped out and try to catch the biggest one in that creek. That's what you do. The deal with Fork is 40 pounds lives in every single creek on the whole. There's no difference here. You know, a lot of times we'll go places where areas dominate. You know what I mean? Or, you know, sections. Not here. You can catch them from the dam to Lake Fork Creek on either side of them. The same size fish live everywhere. That's why it was so weird to win here for me, because I know it's just so good everywhere.
Yeah.
It's hard to have an advantage.
If you had to do it over again, other than forward-facing sonar, I mean, is that literally just what the change you would make? Or
Oh, that's all I would do. And I knew it when I came in, you know. Same
You
thing,
told me that.
Same thing at Toledo. I mean, I just fought it, you know. But I found a winning group of fish. It was amazing. Big school of just giants. They were just chewing it, and they just disappeared. Polinick found it, too. He told me he caught an 11-pounder out of the same group. I beat him there the first day, and he tried to start on it, but they were gone. And he said he checked it again yesterday, and they were gone.
So groups like that, where did they move?
They're going to the bank right now. That, or there were so many of them and they were so big, all of our guys found it and they caught 2 or 3. Somebody else comes in there and catches 2 or 3. Do that 10 times and they're gone. It was almost too many of them down there. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Our guys are so good and this place is so small. Everybody finds everything. That's why this is just so good. You can just go down whatever contour, break line you're on and just find fresh fish that are just floating around over nothing. Or, in trees. They're in trees. It's a little bit different than Toledo. Toledo, they were more floating on bait for the most part. Here, most of them are in trees. And I have no idea what anybody's doing. I haven't watched, but I'm guessing most of them are just catching them out of the right trees.
So in this situation with forward-facing sonar, and we're seeing these rookies, is lack of education actually an advantage for them this time around?
Yeah, do you remember the text you sent me?
Uh-huh.
That was the best statement ever.
It's hard to erase all of the. I mean, they don't have. They don't have. I mean, your success.
Less experience makes them trust the scope more.
Yeah.
That's what you told me. And it's true. It's not a knock on anybody. It's just, put it down and go.
Yeah.
And when you have a lake full of giants, you're gonna, you have to have all the details down. Casting, and guys are changing baits a bunch, I'm sure. When I did it yesterday, I just went through a jerkbait the whole time.
The viewers watching, explain what we're seeing here, Lee. If you can.
I can't really see.
Okay, don't do it then. Let's go over to Louisiana's Tyler Rivette. Started last season off with a win. That one in Florida on Lake Okeechobee, but obviously a forward-facing sonar win.
Same thing with Tyler. Terrible practice. Got 4 bass one day, won one day. Just hooked up.
Ain't a big one. Oh.
Just from the background, looks like he's up in White Oak.
3-pounder.
There's still a lot of big trees in
Man,
there.
they zigging all over this damn bait today. I'd have caught them all already.
There was actually a lot of bait in that creek. I went in there and checked one just shell bed.
3-pounder. Dang, she's fat.
Look around with my
3-3?
sonar.
3-4?
But when I went there and checked that shell bed, there was a ton of bait in that creek right there.
The fish goes back in the water. Obviously, catch, weigh, and release was all created here 15 years ago for the TTBC. The only way you can run a tournament on this lake with a slot limit of 16 to 24. Atop the leaderboard, Trey McKinney with 90 pounds, 2 ounces. Who's the scariest name in that top 10 to chase him down?
Tyler Williams.
Yeah, mathematically guaranteed.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
A spectacular sunny morning here for semifinal Saturday on location coverage coming to you. And man, it has been a showdown, a throwdown, a big fish mowdown. But what has stood out this week and last week is the incredible rookie class we have here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But it doesn't end with them. There is so many young pros on their way up, and that'll look at our Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster EQ qualifier list. We've got about 150 anglers trying to make it back here to the Elite Series, and you look at that list, man, some young hammers off. Obviously, Paul Marks at the top. Easton Fothergill, our collegiate champion. We're going to see him in a few weeks at the Bassmaster Classic. Andy Newcomb, Canadian, Evan Kung, a lot of great names on there, Tucker Smith, and look at young Ish Monroe.
Better watch Emil Wagner.
Really? Is that one we got to watch?
Yeah, he's good.
What is his specialty?
And I would think Dakota Ebert as well.
Oh, yeah. He's pretty good. He's pretty good.
Okay.
It's going to be a lot of fun. You can follow that action all season long. And the guy who finished atop that leaderboard last year, the 2023 EQ Angler of the Year, JT
We have the main
Tompkins.
channel, the whole entire lake coming here, and it bumps this ditch that runs into this spawning pocket right here. And that's what I've been doing this entire week, is just getting anywhere I can get around these main channel creek bends that bump into a ditch that runs into like all these bushes and stuff where you see Patrick Waters up there sight fishing a little bit. And I'm just trying to figure out, I'm just going all the way out to 50 foot, just seeing if there's any pre-spawners, eating crappie, sand bass, threadfin, whatever's out there. And then just working my way down these ditches, looking through the timber lines and a little bit of everything, just trying to find, just isolated big fish, because that's what I'm really targeting. But today, I've had a lot of big looks, but it's kind of hard to get on a bite today for whatever reasons. And but we're just going to keep doing it. I mean, we're around a lot of fish. It's just, we just need to get 4 more big ones to pull the trigger. So, and it doesn't take long for it to get right in a hurry. And you can catch a 10-pounder and make up 2 5-pounders. So it can happen really fast here. And it happened, pretty quick yesterday afternoon. And so we're just going to have to keep our head down and keep trying to get as many bites as we can throughout the day, because definitely going to need another big bag to make tomorrow. That's what we're really going for, another 30 pounds. Like to catch around 35 again to, scare the you know, get around the lead, but it's going to be really tough today. I can just tell by the way the fish are acting. They're not even really wanting to follow. They're more or less just running away, but I think we got a really good plan, you know, running these ditches and these transition areas. It's like little roads for them, little highways, and they just travel up and down them. That's how they, when they go to spawn and when they go out the summer, they just travel up and down these ditches out to the main channel. And that's what we're doing this week, just trying to put together as good of a pattern as we can and try to put it in front of as many big fish as we can. We're getting really close to the area. We caught a 913 yesterday, right in the middle of this ditch, so hopefully we can see a big one, get her to react, and get her in the boat. Yeah, so qualifying to the Opens was probably one of the hardest things I've ever had to do, and winning Angler of the Year was just the cherry on top. But, I mean, I did it for, I think, 3 years, and my last year was when I qualified, and I missed about one spot the 2 years before that. But, man, the Opens guys, they are strong, and they're only getting better. I mean, every single year's rookie class is going to be even more scary and more scary every single year. So just to get here when I got here and with the group that I got here with, it was just awesome. I really enjoy, you know, being around these guys all the time. You know, we travel pre-practice together. I'm always around them. So really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed the Opens experience, and it made me a lot better angler for sure. And I'm just happy to be here today and be fishing today. I'm just super excited to see if we can get us a couple big ones on the board.
He's another one of those young guys that's just staying on the road practicing
nonstop.
I talked to JT a little bit. He's good. He fished the Classic last year. He won one of those Opens, but he spends his life on the road, just pre-fishing and practicing. And obviously, he's good with his forward-facing sonar.
Yeah, me and him talked this morning about it, and it was one of those little things that you don't think of, but with the switch to 9 events to qualify to be here, you notice this group of rookies. Sure, they're grouped together by us, but you see how often they are interacting, and it's almost a kind of a brotherhood, you know, because of the 9 events and
right.
How tough it is to get here.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's bass fishing's a fraternity, you know, and their little group that qualified is pretty tight-knit for the most part. You can tell.
When he says things like they're just going to keep getting better for years to come, do you like hearing that or no?
It never changes. Every year we're like, that's the best group ever, and then the next year like, oh my gosh, Hackney and Christie, and then the next new, and you know, it never ends. It's just life.
Yeah.
Everybody gets better. Now with the technology that's dominating, you just got to get better with that technology, or you're going to be complaining on this chair right here, like I am right now. That's all it boils down to. And these guys are perfect at their craft too. It's not like they just turn it on and go. They're spending thousands and thousands and thousands of hours on the water. You know, whether it's Trey or Tyler or JT or Milliken or whoever, they're all great at what they do.
Yeah, that's the one thing that keeps floating around that I think is so wrong. Like, oh, you just get it and fish arrive. Well, we got people with them hanging off every corner of their boat, literally. Mm-hmm. It's not that simple. But, man, they are so good at it, and watching them evolve, it's amazing. The learning curve has shrunk for sure, and if you want proof of that, our tournament leader, Trey McKinney, the youngest to ever qualify for the Bassmaster Elite Series, I look at him and I realize the loser I was when I was 19.
Huh? I got 2, but I got like a 2-pounder and a 6.6.
Patrick Walters.
These things are hard to get to bite, dude.
Looks like Trey might be up there a little bit shallower.
What have you gotten him to bite today, if you don't mind me asking? What have you gotten him to bite today, if you don't mind me asking?
Go right ahead.
Really?
Patrick will tell you.
Why didn't you
yeah,
just
my
tell
big
me
one
what
came on an
they're
OSP.
Trey McKinney loved the moment at takeoff this morning. He smiling from ear to ear and was excited to be in this position. I asked him how long he's dreamt of it. He says, my entire life.
That's a big one, dude.
And his semifinal Saturday, not too shabby.
Go. Gosh.
Good. Ugh.
Just when you think it can't get any more fun. $100,000 on the line, his second Elite Series event. He got 2 seconds last year in the Opens, came so close to winning. But he said he would trade all of this in. I talked to his grandfather this morning. He said, I'm telling you, from the day I saw him fish for the first time, 9 years ago, basically, he said, when he really started fishing, and he said, from the day, he said, this kid is different. And nobody can argue that now.
No, I mean, he's got a resume already at 19.
Yeah.
That's solid.
Trey McKinney is literally leading everything. We've talked about it. We saw Joey Cifuentes and Kyoya last year get so close. They won Rookie of the Year, so close to winning Angler of the Year. Well, he is running the board right now. Your Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year, and you see him up top there, but not alone. Look at I mean, when you see how close the points are, that shows you how good they've all been catching them. But Trey McKinney is at the top of that Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year list. Most likely Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year and the tournament. I mean,
that's going to be a race right there.
Happy birthday. How's that for a 19th birthday? Take it all. Welcome back to On Location coverage. Legendary Lake Fork. And as the hours pass, the legend continues to grow. Top 2 of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork in beautiful Yantis, Texas, at the Caney Point Recreation Area. And what a facility it is. Sabine River Authority put atop our leaderboard, 19-year-old Trey McKinney. 90 pounds and 2 ounces. Tyler Rivette, our first champion from 2023, trying to chase him down. Another rookie in third. Justin Atkins in fourth. And Cooper Gallant in his sophomore season in fifth place. But as you can see, they are catching them. Our entire top 10 already basically on pace for 100 pounds. Everybody said at least, most people predicted all top 10 will get 100 pounds. Well, as you see right there, they are all on pace for it. And I'm saying it right now. Coming into this event, the most century belts belonged to Falcon Lake. By the time we leave here, Lake Fork will take control of that title.
Yes, I agree with that.
Tournament leader, Trey McKinney, Tyler Williams, Justin Atkins, and Cooper Gallant.
I still have a 2-pounder, so really, we're in a great place to be. A great place to be. Two bites.
Trey's got almost 23 pounds right now. Does he get to 100 pounds today? He's at 90 something.
He could.
Yeah.
Very well could.
I think he will.
Yeah, I mean,
it's only 10 o'clock.
Are we going to see all week? People predicted we'll see a big push to the shore. I mean, there was a lot of fish spawning and pre-fish. will we see a drastic change there, or do you think this tournament is going to be dominated with this style of fishing?
Oh, there will be a huge push to the bank, but it doesn't matter. There's still millions of them that don't want to go to the bank that spawn until June here, or into May. So they won't. Nothing will change. These guys are going to keep catching giant females out there floating. Now you'll see some guys that just go to the bank, like Patrick was just bed fishing a minute ago. You're going to have guys go up there and catch some big ones, but if you do what they're doing, just float around and keep looking, covering water, trying to get some fresh fish, they're going to keep catching 30 plus out there every single day.
Tyler Williams, get used to seeing that kid. The only qualifier ever from Maine. Won an Open last year. So we'll see him at the Classic. And literally, almost always only throws a jig. I mean, he said, I'm not versatile. I just fish a jig in different spots.
Right. Is that what he's doing? Looks like he is right now for sure. Atkins has a Nico or Wacky rig on it, looks like. Tyler's throwing a jig. Cooper's. Looks like we're going to get it to Tyler.
It's been going. I got a couple big bites, so good start. In my mind, I got 2 in the live well, or not in the live well, but 2 weighed in. Hopefully try to find a couple more. Got a lot of daylight left. I just skipped a dock, by the way. Yeah.
Tyler Williams lives on the road. Not a nice trailer, though. None of his friends, none of the other rookies will go in his trailer.
Really?
There's a pungent odor, maybe a pungent odor of success. I don't know what it is, but none of them will go in his trailer.
What kind of trailer?
That he sleeps in, that he travels around in, like on a camper, I guess.
Little camper shell?
Yeah.
He was letting us know that he can skip a dock, too.
Yeah. That's got to, I mean, the other side of the coin, everybody pointing fingers and saying technology, but that's also going to be frustrating for these guys. You've worked your whole life to get here, and now everybody in the world wants to coin you a one-trick pony.
So I can fish into the wind. That's what I'm thinking.
All these guys have fished their whole life.
Yeah.
It's not like they just got Garmin or whatever forward-facing sonar yesterday and became great fishermen. They've all been outdoorsmen their whole life, fishing, hunting, I'm sure, and they're good at their crafts, obviously.
Hair looks good today, too. He's kind of like a chunky Kenny Powers.
I kind of get that vibe from him, but hadn't been around him enough yet to.
Does not believe in wearing footwear.
Really?
Yeah. Puts shoes on just to cross the Bassmaster stage. Other than that, no shoes. Now, always an adventure with Takumi Ito. I was talking about pizza yesterday. Lord knows what he's talking about today.
Taku is in the back of Williams Creek here.
Oh,
not where they showed him on the map.
Following my bait now.
So yesterday during weigh-in, I'm for all you guys. I want everybody to get equal treatment. I don't know what's happened, but all day he talked about getting pizza, a veggie pizza. He arrives at weigh-in, and the Bassmaster social media team makes sure there's a pizza waiting for him. So, Lee, my advice to you is whatever you got a hankering for.
I need a pizza
shout
right
it out.
now. Not veggie, though.
That's a beautiful pizza. That slice right there, I'll take. Thank you. Well, is it okay if I have this? Cheers. 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 Let's hear it for Takumi Ito. Thank you. I got one slice. He gets the whole pizza. I have no time to eat it, though. This is uncomfortable. Next up.
That slice.
You didn't eat it?
I did. I took 2 bites of it. I set it on my little pedestal. I was like looking forward to it at the end of weigh-in, and then Frank Talley got his eyes on it, and the pizza gone.
So there was a lot of fish in the very back of that creek, all males. There were some big females too, like way in the grass. It's a big flat with a pretty good creek channel that, meanders all the way to the back. And those big females were just out on that flat and that creek channel, big stumps. A little bit of hydrilla back there. I don't know if they're fishing around that or not, but it's a great, great creek. But I probably had 20 bites in the back of it in practice. All males, but I saw, like some 7 8 pounders just cruising around, and I knew those fish were just right out there. You don't have enough time to check everything. Now where JT and Coop are, they're not far from us. They're just down on the main lake. This is where you can catch the giant bags. I mean, you can catch them anywhere, but this is where I could see somebody catching, 45 plus. Kind of more main lake. JT's just down the shoreline from us. They're a lot smarter. You don't see as many, but there's giants. And Cooper's just right around the corner from them. But this is where, you
why
can
are
catch
bigger
15.
fish there?
It's just main lake deep. I mean, you have 50 foot of water within a cast of you, where he's at. Huge trees, huge hardwoods out there that are all underwater, and just have the right forks and everything. They're just really hard to catch, really smart. It's a lot cleaner water. But it's an area where they might only catch 4 or 5, but they could be absolute all 9 10 pounders and break a record or something.
I know a guy got close. Yeah, well, we're gonna go to break here, and one thing I learned yesterday is I told you cannot trust those anglers with your pizza. Look at this, unbelievable. Frank Talley gets it. Get your hands off my pizza. He was shocked. I slapped him. I said, "You're lucky I didn't hit you. That's my pizza." I mean, I was waiting. The last slice is always the best.
You karate shot Frank Talley.
I did, and he deserved it. I'll do it again. Just a warning to all anglers: if you see pizza up there for me, get your filthy hands off of it.
I don't know, Frank's about it. I wouldn't slap Frank.
He
might cut you.
I mean, I didn't think about it. It was a reactionary deal. Top of the leaderboard, Trey McKinney with 90 pounds, 2 ounces. What a 19th birthday it would be for him. A beautiful aerial shot of legendary Lake Fork, 29,000 acres of lunker-filled largemouth territory, and it is the crown jewel of Texas Parks and Wildlife with good reason. Over half the share lunkers have come in the great state of Texas from this very body of water, and we are in Yantis, Texas this week. Wood County, it is day number 3, semifinal Saturday. A great Lawrence bird's eye view with Tyler Rivette. Took a win to kick off the 2023 Bassmaster season. Do you know where he's at, Lee?
I can't even see the TV, but earlier he was in White Oak Creek. It's great creek right above the bridge. It's still got a lot of standing timber. You see a bunch of big cedar trees and all kinds of underwater trees, and there's a lot of big fish in there. Good creek channel on the left branch of it, and then more of a flat in the back of the right side. It looks like he's just kind of looking in the trees. This is one of the creeks where the trees still have a lot of branches. They're real bushy still in this creek.
So with every arm of this lake, you can win this tournament.
Yes.
That's got to make it. How did you? I mean, obviously it didn't work out this time, but it worked out the 2 previous times. How hard is it to figure out where you're going to be?
Yeah, I mean, that's always been my biggest challenge coming here, man. It's just a chess game of how do I catch the 5 biggest? You know what I mean? Because there's big ones in every single creek. And you can get sucked into catching 6 pounders and get beat, Moving from Tyler to JT Tompkins back down here on the main lake, Main Caney.
Stood with JT
So
after he fished.
JT's in the front of Alligator Creek, Alligator Cove. It's famous here for giant bass in the spawn, but they're not up there yet. They're out there where he is. He is in the lair. That's where you can catch a gigantic bag of fish right there. The lion's den. Oh, had one short strike him. Got him.
Stay hooked.
Big Gallant pole.
It's not a big one, but definitely helped the cause. I can weigh in one of those today. I can't believe she come back. I think they like that jerkbait a little better.
Yeah, it looked like you hooked her first.
Say 3 even.
$3.12.
Oh, 312. Holy cow. Look how fat.
That is a nice one.
Sweet. I don't know if y'all got to watch it on live, but that was pretty cool. Yeah, it's the thing is with a jerkbait. Here's one thing that I've learned a lot. Like with this fish catch, and you see like them eating it right next to the boat. It's not them eating it right next to the boat. A jerkbait, when you twitch it, it dives down, 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 down. The only thing I don't like about it. So when it gets close to the boat, it's coming up. If you see me with the Rika rig, I'm steady having to work it up. Because a fish, it's like you see them schooling, they're pushing shad up. The shad always are trying to get away from them, so they go in the air. So that Damiki rig, I'm shaking it hard as I can go up, and that's when they bite it. Well, a jerkbait, when it's way out in front of you, it's going to keep diving down, down, and it's not really the natural escape route of a shad or something like that. So when it gets close to the boat and I'm working it up, and I'm finally able to get it to come up, that's when they have that same instinct of a real live bait fish when it starts going upwards. So that's why you see me working my rod up a lot. I'm trying to get it to look like a live shad, trying to escape them, because when it's just doing like this over and over, it doesn't look realistic. But when it starts doing like that, that's when you're starting to get that more realistic, lifelike action. So if I could figure out a way to get a jerkbait, I don't know if I got to throw a longer rod. It's something I'm going to experiment with soon, is maybe throwing like a 7-11 lighter action rod and working my rod tip way up. Once they see it, I can work it up. So I don't know. I got to experiment with a lot of different things. I'm really starting to learn about this live scope. And that's what I love about it. You can see the fish behavior, and you can really take advantage of, if you understand fish behavior and how to adjust throughout a day, you can really do well with live scope.
Yeah, hopefully he figures that out soon. His room, just so you know, like when we talk about how focused these guys are, his bedroom literally lives with his parents. One side of the bedroom's full of MMA trophies. Younger competition MMA trophies, and the other side is all fishing trophies and a excessive amount of fishing rods. His whole entire life is in that room, and all that matters to him is the next bite.
He's got a big one following his bait right now. You're seeing those big trees that I was talking about. And his jerkbait's the top bait, and that's a bass trailing. You can see his tail.
I'm a millimeter away from
got right on it right there. And there was another big one in the tree back there too. They're big when you can see their tail flopping like that. But they're so smart. Sometimes they'll follow it forever. I had one follow it probably 50 yards yesterday, and then he ate it under the boat.
How have you seen it change here in Fork? I mean, Patrick Walters, obviously a famous finish he had here, a win here using it, but it gets used a lot here.
So
has the lake changed with it?
I have zero experience with it here. I've not done it here. Very little. I mean, little. One day until I got here this time. Just so I don't know. It exposed what's really living in those trees.
Yeah.
And we knew what lived in them. When the Alabama rig came out, we started throwing them over these trees just blindly. Putting weedless screw locks on swim baits and throwing out there and catching giants in the winter.
If she wants it pop hard or light.
See what he just said. He's
fish is a
changing his
hard one to
cadence up.
read.
I had
It's
one
almost like I
yesterday,
just gotta keep going, drifting,
and I spit it up.
That's why
And she just went
boat setup is
crazy
a
out
big
of
deal.
nowhere, out of that little trance she's in, and ate it. The other bad thing about this is usually those fish will go back to the same tree. He rolled on it really good right there. The bad thing is you just pulled this fish 100 yards away from that tree, so it's going to take a while for that fish to get back set up on that tree. So sometimes the little experience I have with it, if I have one that I know is following him like that, I'll take the bait away from him real quick. So he'll go back to the tree. And then some of them, like I said, they'll follow it out. But I had one yesterday that I kept trying to catch. But he would do this. He would follow it out like 100 yards, so I'd take the bait away from him. And because if you can get it just that first reaction off a tree, some of them will eat it good like that.
I'm still stuck at JT Tompkins saying, I'm really starting to learn with this.
No comment.
Reverse for a cast.
Looks like he grabbed a different bait.
Just following the boat.
Mm-hmm. He's literally underneath his trolling motor. They'll come up and look at your trolling motor.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
You're seeing the back of JT's boat right there. He's going in reverse. He's trying to get some distance from him and that fish and present another bait to him.
When you see this play out,
I know there's
not
more
just
fish
here,
out
but
here.
I mean,
don't
all
wanna
week
burn too
long
much
we've
time
seen
on a
fish
fish
turn
that's already
away.
wise. So, I don't know. We're gonna.
When you can put the bait right on their nose and they're turning away, it
another
just
one.
shocks you
There's
that
another
how
one
many
there.
were caught when people didn't even know.
Fish
You know what I mean?
still out, but in. It's hard.
No, I did this obviously for a living here, and we jerked these trees just blindly, with spot lock or do whatever and throw jerk baits over the top of them. But, we didn't know where certain trees were. We were just fishing them on points blindly. And now you can just go around the whole lake again. He's in 35 foot of water right there.
It's a crazy game and crazy technology that continues to evolve, but nothing changing atop our leaderboard. Trey McKinney started the day in the lead, and he is still right there. Give me a name, Lee. Who can pull this off if not Trey?
Cooper Gallant with only weighing 4 fish one day, just where he's fishing.
Wow.
He could catch 40 something today and 40 something tomorrow. So Cooper.
Wow. Cooper Gallant, that'd be a lot of fun to see go down.
I like where he's fishing.
You don't have to go anywhere.
I like where he's fishing.
Well, if you like it, I like it. We'll be right back.
Tomorrow on Fox, the NASCAR Series heads to Las Vegas. Catch the best drivers in the world in an all-out battle for the checkered flag. It all begins with the pre-race show at 3 Eastern with the engines firing at 3:30, only on Fox. Meantime, it is semifinal Saturday here at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork. Very, very important day. 50 anglers only left from our original field out there, shooting for 10 spots in the final tomorrow. Championship Sunday on a week when we have seen things we have never seen before on Bassmaster Live. Just an incredible numbers of big fish on this legendary Lake Fork. Trey McKinney, the rookie, out in front. 5 pounds, less than 5 pounds ahead of Tyler Rivette. Another rookie, Tyler Williams, backing him up. Justin Atkins, Cooper Gallant, who didn't even get a limit his first day out here. Having a great day out here. Paul Mueller, Joya Fujita, Kyle Patrick, Jay Shakurat, our 22 Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, and Matty Wong of Hawaii, who started the day in 6th place. Just to show you what we have seen so far on this incredible day with records in peril, let's go to our Yamaha Midday Report.
You got to start it off with Justin Atkins, who got things going this morning with 2 8-pounders. He said, I'm fishing different than a lot of guys. I'm using a different bait. I'm using a worm instead of a jerk bait and a jig head minnow like a lot of the other guys. Haven't been able to catch the big ones quite as well, but I'm hanging in there. I guess he is hanging in there with 2 8-pounders for us this morning on the worm fishing. There's 2 drains that lead into a big spawning area where Justin Atkins is fishing. So far, 81 pounds, 10 ounces with plenty of room to grow with 2 8-pounders on the scale, let's say, not in the live well.
Normally, Tommy, that's the hard thing. You want to get your kicker for a day. He's already got an 8 3/4. He's already got an 8-1. He's got the
Took care of
kickers
that
out of the
early.
way.
Beat the rush there. Tyler Williams, another rookie. Look at him in 3rd place. About 5 pounds behind Tyler Rivette, our 2nd place angler. But Tyler Williams of Maine making his debut on the Elite Series this year. 2 good tournaments in a row.
Absolutely. And Tyler's doing something different also, even more so than Justin Atkins. He's looking for individual targets. He said, I got some small rock piles, I've got some brush piles, a few boat docks, fishing with a 3/4 ounce rubber jig made by Greenfish.
Tyler Rivette from Louisiana will not go away. He is for sure the closest man to our leader. He has been doing it up there in the, looks almost like Lake Amistad right
So,
there.
yeah, it does, absolutely does. I think he just did that for us. He knew we were watching him because we love to see people catch fish and get them hung up all in the trees. But for the most part, Tyler Rivette has done his damage with a jerk bait. Like he's got this fish here, using his forward-facing sonar, fishing back in the creeks a little more than some of the other guys, but jerk bait has been his primary weapon, and the forward-facing sonar he has proven to us. Started off last year with a bang at Lake Okeechobee. He might have a 2nd win here in the 2nd event of this year.
How about our leader at this incredible tournament to start day number 3, the youngest rookie ever in the Bassmaster Elite Series, Trey McKinney, 19 years old, already 90 pounds, and we are far from done with the 3rd day of fishing.
Far from done. Admittedly, a little nervous this morning. He said, I can't imagine it took him day 3 of his 2nd event on the Bassmaster Elite Series to get nervous, but you can see it a little bit, but his nerves got calmed down pretty early with a 5-pounder, but this right here would calm anybody down in the Bassmaster Elite Series, catching this 8-pounder. Very early on day number 3. Gets him up there with the addition of that. Caught himself right there, too, to go along with this fish.
Yeah.
90 pounds. Look at that, 5-pounder. That 1.7, boy, if he gets rid of that with another good solid fish, what a day, what a day.
He is our marathon peak performance, this young upstart who is polished far beyond his years, 19 years old to be specific. Just an incredible, incredible story.
You think about that, he's had baseline 5-pounders basically for every fish, maybe an uptick and have a big one at a 7.15 or an 8-pounder. If he gets 2 5 evens to replace the 1.5 and the 2.5, guys, that is a 6-pound upgrade. He would be right there at the 100-pound mark for 3 days almost.
Do you think it's going to happen? You think it's going to happen today, 100 pounds?
Yes. I think he will. He'll be 100 pounds and 4 ounces or something, and he'll only need, he'll need 32 pounds tomorrow to break the all-time record.
He's 32.11 today. We got our first 30-pound bag. Jay secured from 39th. He's got 33.13, jumped into 5th place. He's got 3 7-pounders. 2 of them are close to 8.
He's got 100 before.
Wow.
He's also our youngest winner ever in Elite Series history. Jay
That's
Shakira.
right. Good point, Such.
Which Trey McKinney has 4 years to
for a year.
beat him, and he might do it in his 2nd event.
Yeah. He ain't going in the stumps on me. She bigger than what I thought.
Freezing up a little on Tyler Rivette.
It's going to help him. He's in 2nd place already. Tighten the lead a little.
As I say, he's not going away today, I don't think. He's dialed in here.
So talking to Tyler last night, he was adamant about, I should have had 40 pounds yesterday. I said, come on now. A lot of people say that. He said, no, legit, I should have had 40 pounds. He said, I broke a 10-pounder off, got up close to the boat, ended up getting tangled up in some trees.
That's my favorite color.
He named another, another fish or two. But
fatty. Got to be 5.
I mean, why wouldn't we have a 40-pound stringer to go along with this week? Everything else has happened.
2-pound call.
Nice. Look at that fat. You should see, she got a big threadfin shad in her, sticking out. Yeah.
How many times have we seen that today? Already 3 or 4 times seeing the tail of a big shad in the fish's throat. You know what they're doing.
They are eating, getting ready to spawn.
They ate this morning when it was foggy before takeoff, and then when the fog dissipated, it was time to eat artificial lures that they still getting tricked by.
Gives Tyler a little bit more of a margin ahead of, gives Tyler Rivette a little more margin ahead of Tyler Williams here.
But that 2-pound coal, I'm assuming, oh, that is reflected on Bass Track now. He's 2.8 behind, I think.
I got one.
The Belgrade Barefoot Bombardier, Johnny.
You.
All right. I like it, Suge. Thank you.
I didn't give him a chance to fight.
3 pounds, 3 ounces.
All right.
So interesting to see the different approaches, all these anglers that are catching them. You think, well, they're all using jig head minnows and spinning tackle. That's not the case this week.
A lot more diversity this week than what we had last week.
And I think we were talking about that on day one, the depth of Lake Fork. With Toledo Bend being such a bigger body of water, max depth over 100 feet deep, average depth over 50 feet deep. Fork's max depth is 70 feet deep, and its average is 14. So it is much shallower in nature, a lot more options in store versus guys fishing over 50 feet of water, catching them in 30 feet of water.
Leader with a chance to strike back at these pursuers.
I know these fish are big, but he gets that look like it might jerk me out of this boat. It's like, wait.
His first one of the day took him to the mat the first bit of the fight there.
It was about as same size as him, honestly. Yeah. We always say this fish is as long as my leg. Well, that one was as big as his torso.
This looks like it might be another one just like it. Definitely will help him get rid of the 1.7.
Yep.
It's going to help him 2.5 pounds.
Again, to get to 100 pounds today in 3 days, he needs 32.11. He's at 22.13 right now, and this will get him up near 25.
He's still got a 2.7 in the boat, too, after this one.
Zero whenever you're ready. Take it. 4.6. 4.6, baby.
Yep. Whew. Almost 3 pound upgrade.
Huge upgrade.
That's big.
25.12 right now, 93 pounds and 1 ounce total.
Wow.
Trey McKinney keeping it on track, hanging on to that lead right there. He's got a long way to go before he can hang on to that trophy. But let's get some trivia going here in Northland. Daily trivia. Which angler had the closest miss for a century belt at Lake Fork? Was it Micah Frazier? Was it Quentin Capo? Was it his brother, Micah's brother, Mark Frazier? Or was it Brian New? Which of those 4 anglers had the closest miss? Hate
to rub that in.
So close to a century mark, but wasn't quite able to shut the door on it. We'll quiz you guys when we come back and pay off the answer. Just a moments away. It's the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork. Sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Big day here. Got some trivia, though, to clean up first before we move on to the big fish catching here, which is definitely what's going on. Northland Fish and Tackle presents our Northland Daily Trivia. Which angler had the closest miss, got closest to a century belt, but didn't quite get there at Lake Fork in all those 4 years previous that we have been at Lake Fork with the elites? Was it Micah Frazier, Quentin Capo, Mark Frazier, or Brian New. Davey, who do you think?
I'm torn between Quentin Capo and Mark Frazier. I'm going to go with Quentin Capo. I do just remember a lot about him in that tournament.
All right, Ronnie?
I'm either going to be spot on or convincing myself, and I'll be wrong, but it's Quentin Capo B.
All right, I'll go with Micah Frazier. Oh, you're right. It
Quentin
is
Capo.
Quentin Capo, 99.6. Man,
10 ounces away.
Oh, you hate to get that close and not be able to strap that belt on.
Frazier with a C
Kyle
had
Welcher last year at St. Lawrence. He came up 4 ounces short, and he spent 4 hours of his day not fishing on that final day last year at St. Lawrence. It breaks your heart.
Chris Saldane and Quentin Capo shared that spot. That's kind of hurt them both. I guess if you can be hurt with 99 pounds.
There's our top 10 right there on the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork, and Trey McKinney less than 7 pounds away from 100 pounds. The century mark in 3 days. Extraordinary, but the big thing about today is you got to be in the top 10. Let's look at who is right down, bubbling below the top 10 right now. Matty Wong, who started the day in our top 10, a sophomore, big-time freshman winner last year as a rookie. Will Davis of Alabama. Justin Hamner also started in our top 10 today. Patrick Walters, always dangerous, had to do a lot of scrambling to make his way back up the leaderboard after a tough day one.
And he just culled, Tommy. He's in 8th place with 27 pounds today. Patrick Walters just culled. Stetson Blaylock, 3 fish for 20 pounds, 10 ounces. He has just jumped into 9th place. It's happening out there again.
Buddy Gross, he'll pop in just a moment on Bass Track with 5 for 31. So a guy who had 15 on day one had 31 yesterday and has 31 today. He's going to gain a lot of points from 86th on day one or whatever it was, Such.
We won't know until this thing's over whether a day in the teens is going to keep you from winning a tournament.
And just last week,
I hate to say it now.
Yeah, and just last week at a great fishery like Toledo Bend, the winner, the eventual winner, survived with a 16-pound day. Here, you can't survive with a 16-pound day.
No.
You're falling back.
Will you talk to us about what you're rigging up? I want to get some bait talk.
Just rigging up the Nico rig. They're getting shallow. We're in here. That jerkbait's kind of almost too big. Like it's getting too shallow for it. I still catch them on it, but just basically rigging up. It's like a Senko, and you get the little nail weight and put it at the bigger end, and it'll just sink in front of them, and it's just sitting on the bottom like that, just kind of waving at them like, hey, and they'll eat it. It's a little faster falling than that, just a regular. So I ain't sitting here all day.
It's Tyler
Are y'all
Rivette.
bored yet?
Your Bass Pro Shops top lures right there. Hard to believe Tyler's been out here. It's his 6th year out here. He still feels like a young upstart to me because, well, time goes fast when you're my age.
It goes to show you, we were at Toledo Bend last week, which is much closer to his home in South Louisiana, and I was going through old photo galleries of 2018 or 2017 college events, and Tyler Rivette was in those photos with about 6 or 7 other Elite Series pros who were just in college, like you said, 6 years ago, and so he didn't even have like a bridge year, a gap year.
Right.
He literally, his senior year of college, qualified for the Elite Series and went straight into 1 year removed. So
4 years straight competing at Nicholls State, right?
5 years.
5 years straight.
I think he has 2 degrees.
Okay. Oh.
45 and 90. Those are his 2 degrees. No, I'm just kidding. He said he needed that extra year of gym membership, Tommy. He just loved the free gym at Nicholls State, but it's one of his hobbies and keeps him.
He is kind of a Charles Atlas type, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Well, speaking of Tyler Rivette, he's one guy that's going to be of interest for those who have been thinking about fantasy fishing as we bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. When it comes to Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, there was one name. If you didn't pick him, you were probably guilty by your friends. They guilted you into picking someone else or whatever the case may be. The peer pressure was on. 66%, 2/3 of the fantasy fishing world, over 50,000 players, 2/3 of them picked Lee Livesey in Bucket C. rightfully so. Lee Livesey, we talked about his track record yesterday. 4 Elite Series events, not counting this week. 2 of those are victories, over 100 pounds. Another one was a 7th place finish. And then the other one, we got to see it. It was his first year on the Elite Series, and he just barely missed the cut in that one. So 4 really good events, 3 that were absolutely fantastic for Lee Livesey. You had to pick him in bucket C, and if you did, you're going to be far from the perfect roster this week. You're going to be lower down in the standings. He missed the cut. That's why he was with Dave Mercer doing the hosting just last hour. But some options that you could have picked if you didn't go the Lee Livesey route that would have you near the top of our fantasy standings. Every single team in the top 10 of fantasy this week has Tyler Rivette as their bucket C angler coming into the week. Obviously in the top 10, he helped bolster the rest of their team. But now that he's moved up and he's in the top 3 of this tournament unofficially on Bass Track, definitely the best pick in bucket C if you didn't pick Lee Livesey. 2 other really good picks so far based on the way Bass Track is playing out. Matty Wong, he's been in our top 10. He was 2nd coming into the day. He was a great bucket C option. And then Hank Cherry, who is known as a jerkbaiter, known as a good pre-spawn colder water angler. He has been on him this week, and he's been lingering in that 20th to 35th place, but making a little bit of a charge this morning, gaining some extra points unofficially. So there's 3 options that we saw represented in the top 20 or 30 of fantasy fishing rosters if you didn't pick Lee Livesey. Guys, and in bucket B, I'm going to go give some extra bonus footage to you guys of Jay Shakir from one of our super marshals, Rick Moore. Jay has been on him this morning with that same bait we just talked about. Jerkbait's been a prominent bait this week and with our Anglers on Live. This was one of his 2 7+ pounders that he caught just a couple minutes ago, and that is why Jay Shakir is now in our top 10. He's one of those bucket B picks after a 25th place finish at Toledo. He's looking to have another great one here. He'll be at the top or near the top of our Angler of the Year race as well.
He can do it all. Jay Shakir, very dangerous man. Coming from 5th place right there, but still we got your top 4 of these anglers right here. McKinney, Rivette, Williams, and Atkins.
Jay Shakir is another one of those anglers that if he's dangerous down here, just wait till the end of the season where he's known to be dangerous in his home territory.
Got coverage continuing live on Bassmaster.com after this.
We could break 100 today, Tommy.
Absolutely, we could break 100.
Holy lunch, Ronnie.
On the
Holy
third
cow.
day. I want to let you know, just right around the corner, it's Fox College Hoops tip-off. Big showdown between Butler and DePaul coming up. We will see you right here tomorrow on FS1 at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. It could be even better than today, if you could believe that. We'll see you then.
Welcome back to the AFTCO Bassmaster Luke Palmer breaking it down for us this morning. A lot of fish catches, a lot of big guys, a lot of big gals getting the boat. And we've been talking about everything from fishing shallow to forward facing. And really, I'm still trying to figure out will there be somebody, can there be somebody today that would hit the bank and show out?
I don't think anybody's going to. Not with the weight you're seeing. I mean, they've already got them, and the day's still young. These guys are good at what they're doing. They know what's living out there. They're still seeing them, and they're going to continue to do this. Why would you go to the bank and try to catch a single?
Because it's more fun on the bank, Lee.
Oh, I'm down. That's what I did on the first day. It'll suck you in when these guys are doing what they're doing out there. There's no reason to try to win doing something else.
Yeah, when you get zoned into something, why change? If it's working, don't try to change if everything's working.
Now, I think you could see a guy do what you were talking about, catch some bed fish with forward-facing sonar in that 8 to 12 foot that guys aren't messing with. I could see that.
Boy, if he would have had one more fish that first day, he could have, and then like I said, he's got a pretty good bag going this morning, but they're going to have to absolutely slap him. Your top 4 guys are, really about where it's at. Because when you get down here, you're still in the 25, 26 pounds a day deal, and that's That's almost trash here.
This is fork, man. You could see somebody catch a 40-pound bag real quick. I mean, that's just a couple females in a fresh drain or pull up to the right trees, and you got a new leader. So Trey needs to keep catching them for sure, because you never know here. We've seen it in the past. Somebody can catch a big bag and come back.
Whenever you won the last time when you caught the 42, what place were you? Were you leading or were you?
No, I was in the 7th. I think I was 7 pounds behind.
Oh, wow.
You can have them quick.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think obviously it's not over. I mean, Tyler's just a couple pounds back. So it's fork, and they're going to keep doing what they're doing. They're going to keep catching giants for sure.
Yeah, because, I mean, like you said, somebody can come in and say Trey only catches 20 pounds tomorrow, and Rivette or Atkins catches 38, 40, and you got a heck of a show coming up then, you know.
Looks like we've moved to Taku, and it looks like he's back up shallow, like I said. Whether he's visually bed fishing or using his forward-facing sonar, I definitely think he's up there looking for some fish spawning.
Maybe he's looking for a pizza. Y'all didn't see the pizza deal yesterday. So McKinney, actually, if he were to catch like a 7 and a 6 or 2 7s, totally
He's
likely.
very
He'll hit the 100-pound mark today.
I think he'll hit it
Throwing
today.
the bait.
Yeah.
Do you think he will?
I think he'll hit it today.
It's 10:40. I mean, you know, and it's only going to get better throughout the day, I think. You know, I mean these fish, like they bite that first hour and a half is wide open, and then about 1 o'clock, it's like another wave.
There's a 1 o'clock bite window for sure, but you're going to see these guys, I think, kind of expand. Once, okay, I'm in the top 10, I'm comfortable, you know, I've got 26, whatever it is, and they're going to go to a new area, you know, and they're going to hit a fresh female or two. They just need 1 or 2 to really jump up there. So I think Trey's going to check some other stuff out and catch a couple females and make that 100-pound mark on the third day.
What did Combs, didn't he? He's had a couple big bags, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah. Combs had 115 in TTBC in 3 days.
Gosh dang. Where is Combs at? Is he kind of... He's been catching his later in the day, too.
I could give her slack. That is a
I have no
big
idea.
old fat belly.
Where's that?
I usually talk to Combs quite a bit, and I hadn't talked to him at all this week.
He's got 1 6-pounder today. He's a 40th.
I can't see what's going on, but somebody just caught one here. It looks like Hamner, 7. I think that was Hamner.
Oh, Patty Walt, always busting bags.
He was up there bed fishing a minute ago.
When he gets on a little run, it's just like one day he just has a mediocre day, and all of a sudden he busts back-to-back days of giant bags.
Yeah, he had the same story the first day. He lost them all. He had a bunch of big ones on him, lost them.
Which I guess these fish's mouth are a little bit harder and stuff, a little tougher up here. I mean, there's bigger fish, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, getting those treble hooks in them a little bit. Just, they're stout, too.
Yeah, so you're seeing some of these specialists like Hamner. I mean, he is a live scope specialist, do really good. They're confident in it. They can put it down and cover water and catch fish just like we're watching Trey do. It's their confidence deal. You know, like Greg Hackney wants swim jig, he's going to be the best at it. You know, Matt Herron flipping, whatever it is, specialists. These are live scope specialists, and they're doing good at what they do.
Mm-hmm. So the big bait, when is it going to fire off here? Next couple weeks?
In a couple weeks, you know, they'll get on those points. But, I mean, some guys are catching them with forward-facing sonar with big baits, from what I heard. I heard Matty Wong's throwing some stuff. I tried it. I had them follow it. They wouldn't touch it. But, yeah, it's usually about around the middle of March when you'll see those points and the big baits start playing. And Zaldane caught some on it this week. I don't know about in the tournament, but in practice, but just like 1 or 2 a day, you know. And they'd be big ones, you know, just like I caught a couple big random ones on those points in practice. But you'll see. It looks like Trey's out in front of the dam on the dam point.
Yeah.
Never been a boat fish that point before.
Yeah. Didn't, back when they had the was it the Texas B.A.S. or whatever they had here is a 3-day deal that
TTBC.
Yeah, they had the team deal.
Yep.
And one of the guys from here,
Lance Vick, Kelly Jordan were on the same team. It wasn't even fair.
No, they sat right here and just absolutely destroyed them for 3 days.
I think they could scroll too, and I may be wrong about that, but Lance Vick was great. I think it was Lance Vick and Kelly Jordan on the same team.
Yeah.
And, you know, that was after Kelly was done guiding, but Lance was guiding every day then. So it was a good advantage for that team. Yeah, they absolutely blistered him. That was when you could catch them every cast right there on DD22s and stuff. Smokey Joe.
You think the schools are getting more busted up and stuff now? Are they smarter?
For sure.
Are they?
For sure. The fish are definitely evolving different. But they always have, you know.
Yeah.
From 10 years ago when I was guiding here, I could see the changes in baits and points, and I had to catch them different, or they got off this point and don't use this one ever again. So stuff's constantly changing in fishing, just not just technology.
You know,
fish behavior and how they set up and everything changes.
You know, and you get drawdown, you know, lake's down 7 foot or whatever, and then all of a sudden those fish that were spawned that year that the lake's 7 foot low, they don't even know what the bank looks like.
Right.
You know, they think, okay, this is home, so they're going to change, do different things on creek channel bends, and you know, just like the roadways here and stuff, those have changed over the years. You know, how them fish set up on those and coming in and stuff. It's a lot of change.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a big flat point that Trey's fishing. It has pretty much no timber on it. It's got almost some rock on the end of it and some little bitty pieces of pole timber, but it looks like he's kind of on the left side of it right here. And there are some brush piles around it. He might be fishing around some of those brush piles. And those fish that live there, they spawn down there. You know, they don't swim to Little Canyon. They spawn on the dam. They spawn on that point right there. There's some riprap up there on the dam. Those fish live down there in front of that dam, and there's a lot of them.
So let me ask you this, Lee. Now you can't use yourself as an example. Luke, you can if you want. Him, not you. But what's the biggest surprise? I mean, for me, the biggest surprise is that you're not out there today. So, but what is your biggest surprise besides that?
I thought you would have 1 or 2 guys catching them cranking, like really good cranking. You know, I figured that was going to play, and I mean, it was so close. You know, I've got years of scheduling and remembering when stuff happens, and it's so close to the day that happens. It's usually around the 15th of March, but I had amazing days before that. And like I said, I had one group like that. They just busted up, disappeared. But if anything surprised me, I knew forward-facing sonar was going to dominate it. Obviously, I just figured a couple guys would be in the top 10 with a big crankbait. Not a swim bait, not a topwater, not a jerk bait, a big crankbait.
Okay, Luke.
I don't know. You know, like we said, we knew this was going to be a major player of it, but it's going down where we thought it would.
Yep.
You know, it always goes down in that mid-lake area, it seems like. So that really wasn't a surprise either. I'm kind of with Lee. I really thought we'd see a couple guys crank and catch big bags, you know, pull out a DD22 or a 10XD and just get them 7, 8, 9 bites a day, but they'd all be 6+, you know. But Combs, I know you know he's cranking.
Yeah, and he probably found some stuff I didn't. And I'm not talking about deep cranking. I'm talking about, you know, 6-inch mini mag, like Magnum square bills, you know, still in that shallow to mid-shallow depth is what I'm talking about. That's what I saw. And I had the bites in practice, you know, just didn't evolve to the tournament. And I thought I could survive that first day in the back of Glade before I had to go do what I did yesterday. Yeah. So that surprised me. And Combs is probably cranking. He's a cranker. He's a vibrating jig guy, too. I have no idea if he's out forward facing sonar, or if he's just cranking hard spots, stumps, channel swings, or fishing grass. I don't know. I hadn't talked to him, but if I had to guess, he's throwing a big Magnum square bill. He's a Strike King guy, so a big 4.0 or something like that from Strike King.
You think like Combs made a living off this lake, you know, there for a while, and do you think his stuff, you know, his hard spot, his channel swings, could start reloading with these fish because they're not getting hit as hard because everybody's going to doing the forward stuff?
It'll definitely give them a break.
Yeah.
It'll definitely give them a break, but when those fish get up on those points, they'll get hammered. watching, looks like Justin Atkins right now. He's got a fish following his bait.
So I've just been out here running this timber line. A lot of fish have been staging out here.
That's the he's close stance.
He's about to let him have
Hey,
it.
I'm not really
He's got a
seeing
spinning
very
rod out.
much.
Looks like he's throwing some kind of hover rig or something.
Oh, that's devastating.
Looked like he broke him off. Nope.
Just missed him. I know one thing, if they did hit it and you didn't stick them, it was over with.
Right.
Or for me.
I hadn't been seeing very many the last little while.
Have you looked at his 5?
He's got 5 now.
Got 2 8s and 3 1-pounders.
Flows a little better, makes them easier to spot.
A little refresh here on this.
Or a 1-pound class.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's got a chance to catch a mega bag.
Big time.
And it looks like he's fishing right outside the motel I stayed in.
Yep. Yeah, he was in Williams earlier. He's been in front of the bridge and behind the bridge. I thought there was going to be an area to play in there, but not where they're at. A little bit like where that creek channel hugs that south bank. I went through there one day. The wind was blowing really, really hard. I saw a couple, scoping through there where I thought the section it's not far from where Justin is, was going to go down. I just didn't see him. Like, I didn't even see him throw it hardly. And I went to the very, very back of the creek and had like 20 bites. Swimming a jig, throwing a big spanky, stuff like that in the grass, like as far back as I get them. And I saw some, 7, 8 pounders back there floating, but I caught no females.
Yeah.
So I was like, man, I know they're just right out here, and I just didn't have time to, how practice is. And sure enough, Taku and Justin, and I'm sure some other people made the hay back there for sure. I'm not sure what he's doing. Is he throwing a Nico wacky, or is he?
It kind of almost acts like a Nico a little bit.
Yeah.
Kind of the way he's doing it.
A lot of crappie.
But yeah, this, like I said, the gator grass stuff, there's quite a bit of it around here now, that we didn't have prior, which I guess it was low last year, wasn't it? Was it last year before last?
It came up last year.
Yeah.
It was low that whole year before that.
So that kind of let some regrowth come up, and
there's a lot of different vegetation in the water right now, like some sawgrass and all kinds of stuff growing right now.
Yeah, if you just, you can still, if you want to go catch fish, you can just put the trolling motor down and go down the bank and catch fish.
You can have an amazing day. Come out here and go fun fishing.
Yeah. You don't have to get out there and do it.
Tell us how to do that.
Look how big their
The
bug
best
guys
thing
are.
for me, and we just saw Matty Wong catch, look like a 3.5 is what I think that said. So that's a good quality fish for Matty.
There you go.
You'll see in my YouTube video.
Ah.
I absolutely smashed them shallow in practice. And everybody else was too. That was up there doing the
That
deal.
felt good.
Like as shallow as you could get. A net bait big spanky, which is just like a 5-inch soft swim bait, 5/0 Superline Gamakatsu EWG, 1/8 ounce weight, 60 pound Sunline frogging and flipping braid, and whatever rod you want, and throw that thing and just reel it fast over the top of anything. Throw it as far back in the junk as you can, and reel it out to the edge. A lot of them are behind the mats on beds, and they'll come up and blow up on that thing like a frog.
Yeah.
I'm sure you did some of that in practice too. But I was getting 50, 60 bites a day.
You know if that fish gets that last one
and
or the
a lot of small ones, but then I'd catch a 7, a 5.5.
Yeah.
4, another 7. Just it's all random. You can't pick them like you can out there doing what these guys are doing, but it's fun. You can come to Lake Fork, get in any major creek, and do exactly what I just said, and catch some fish. Have you a follow-up bait, have you a twitch, net bait twitch, like a fluke style bait to throw in there when they miss it, and just go have fun.
Yeah, because it's starting to go down here now.
Oh my gosh, they're biting out there right now. I went, like I said, I couldn't stand the forward-facing sonar stuff. I left about 1 o'clock. I was like, I'm going to throw some braid, and I went up there and I probably caught 10 in the last 45 minutes, and they were actually out in the hydrilla, just throwing the same bait, but just on fluorocarbon out in the hydrilla. You can do that too.
Yeah. And the more grass this place gets, the more you get to do it.
Yep. Now the lake looks great right now. It's real healthy.
And it's got a good color to it right now too. It's not super clear, so you can definitely fish super shallow. And which heck, you got mud. Is it the fork arm over on the other? And I went up there and water was 65 degrees, I think, on the second day of practice, but it was dirty.
Yeah.
But caught some fish up there. But it's
Yeah, there's been a lot of fish already spawned. I caught a multiple spawned out females, that didn't have an egg left in her. A lot of them have been on beds. They just couldn't see them because they were so far back in the stuff spawning. This water's been warm.
Yeah, because right before Toledo, there was fish down there spawning. I know, because you'd catch some in the tournament and they were definitely spawned out. And this ain't that far up here, and the water was 65, and we wouldn't have had that cold front then.
Right.
This place would be ahead of it then even more. So
it's a great lake to come and just spend a weekend and have fun with the family and catch a bunch of fish.
Yeah, just watch your trolling motor. This place will eat those things alive here.
Yeah, I heard the service crews were busy this week with trolling motor shaft problems.
Yeah.
Both of my roommates included in that. Who did?
Matty Wong says he broke 4 prongs. Well,
I can see that.
I got crews going to pick up Sago right now because his trolling motor just broke in half. So.
Yep.
I mean, because they're running these trolling motors in 60, 70 pounds. Percent. Going pretty wide open all the time, and you don't always catch that one little stump out there that finds that problem, and it's game over.
Yeah. Caleb and Logan had a rough time.
I can't imagine that.
It gets you when the wind gets behind you and you don't think you're moving that fast, but that wind's pushing you.
Mm-hmm. There's no give.
It's loud. We're on Justin Hamner. He's doing his deal, looking for fish with 2 bottles of soda. Options.
Yeah. I don't think that option on the right's one you want to try, though.
I can't see it.
It looks like a water bottle that doesn't have water in it.
Oh, okay.
What did you do last night, Luke?
I ended up hanging out with you. And
yeah.
I knew
good time.
It was a great time. We had a blast. I mean, it was fun, getting to hang around with the guys and stuff and sit around the big bonfire. Y'all had one heck of a dang bonfire.
We did. That sucker's still burning.
I don't think there's a tree left on that place. They had it. The fire pit was like, twice the size of this. Kept piling it in there. And it was hot. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, if y'all want to watch a complete shit show, y'all tune into the YouTube channel in a couple of weeks. We put Caleb Summerall in a
hog pen.
Yeah, to say the least on that.
To say the least. It was hilarious.
Know that.
Oh, man. I'm glad that we didn't decide to do that 10
I'm
or
glad
11
I didn't
o'clock.
go with y'all. I was in bed by the time y'all were doing that.
No bracelets. So, looking at this list, who are you scared of right now? It's got to be Atkins with the 2 8-pounders.
I'm saying Atkins. Rivette's gonna, he's got in the last couple of years, he's never really cared about anything. He's always just went, and I think that's what's really played good for him the last couple of years is he don't have a care in the world. It don't seem like he wakes up and he just goes, and I think he's got a heck of a shot too. But I'm still with you on Atkins. I wish if Coop would have had another one on day one, and had 32 or so, 33 pounds, I think he would have been, that one fish is major here.
I'll tell you what, look at Koyo getting back in the top 10 already, just sliding on in there. Nobody's talking about that.
No, he's
I'm not saying he's going to come back and win, but he just got another 6'4", and he's in another top 10. That's just amazing what he's done. He's top 10 almost every tournament he's fished and won 2 of them.
Yeah.
Is that not just insane?
No, he's good, really good.
Yeah.
I don't see how he does it with all his technology on his. I get lost looking at mine, and he's got 10 times what I got.
I need to check out his boat, I guess. I've never seen it.
We were fishing around each other a little bit at Toledo, and went by him, and he's got like this screen that's the size of this table on the front, and the definition, I guess, is better. I don't know, but that's too much for me. I'm still going to keep it as simple as I can.
Yeah, he's an amazing angler.
He is. He's good. But yeah, I'm still going with Atkins. I hope he pulls out a good bag here because he's a good guy, and I think he's got the potential to do it today. Today's his day. If he's going to make a big move with the 2 8s in there, today's his day to do it.
I still think we'll see a 40-pound bag come out of somebody. Whether it's today or tomorrow. It's the conditions are getting right. the lake's opening up. We have, obviously less guys on the water right now. So I see somebody catching, like Atkins, he's got a shot. I mean, 2 or 3 more bites, and you got 42, 43, 44 pounds, and you're leading by a lot. So it's Lake Fork. It's not over. Like me and Dave talked about, like, he was like, man, when are you going to let off, Trey? And I was like, you don't let off on this lake.
No.
Ever. You go to the next creek and try to find a 9-pounder instead of the 8 you got in there. And hopefully we get to see that. Hopefully it's showing out, obviously, but I'd love to see somebody catch a really big, giant bag of fish.
Whereas is 39, was it talk 39 too or something?
39 something, yep.
Yeah, so that's pretty dang close to 40.
I think we already seen some big, giant sacks, but we're going to go to the break and see what comes up for the rest of the day, give you guys a break, and come back. We'll have Robert G., who was before us over there on Toledo Bend, and Pat Schlapper, who was also a force at Toledo Bend, kind of get an idea of what they may know a little bit more about forward facing than you two. Acts that way. But let's go to a break. We'll come back. Y'all stay with us. All right.
What is PGM again?
Program.
That's like the TV.
That'll be me and this and Paul Being in Little Rock. So, how close are we? We're on. Welcome back to the AFTCO Bassmaster at Lake Fork. I'm sitting here with Robert G. and Pat Schlapper, 2 of our heroes from last week on Toledo Bend. They really showed us a lot about forward facing. We actually, Schlapper, you led that deal for 2 days, didn't you? Wasn't it 2?
Yep, days 2 and 3, and then choked on the last day. So,
well,
yep.
I'm not sure if that's an accurate statement. But we got Robert G., one of our rookies, and Robert, you're one of the few rookies that didn't make the cut today. What's up with that? Because you were so good at this last week.
I know. Day 1, I had some mishaps. I had 7 bites all day and I lost 6 of them, or broke some off, and it was just I was riding the struggle bus. I got real spun out and just never really regain momentum.
How do you spin out? I don't know how you get. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's easy to do. It's easy to do. You start
seen
losing
it so
fish
many times.
Yeah, I lost 4 in I lost my first 4 bites, and I was around Taku, who had like 39 pounds, and just watching him, watching a 7-pounder jump around the pocket with my jerkbait really hurt, and I was just running around like a madman. Never really got in the good groove.
So the difference in that and like Trey McKinney is Trey McKinney breaks one off yesterday
and catches it again.
That's crazy. I mean, all of a sudden at that point in time that maybe there's something. I got something going on.
For sure.
At least for that day.
Yeah, he's definitely on a good program, I'd say.
So what's the difference between this week and last week?
For me, I've spent a lot of time on this lake. I feel like I know it fairly well, and I kind of got caught between the shallow and the deep fish, which last week I had zero thought of going shallow. And I think that's where you can kind of get in trouble if you start trying to balance the 2 out instead of committing to one. That's where I went wrong. And catching them how they're catching them is I feel like a strength of mine. And I kind of missed the boat. That's just the bottom line. I just kind of got off path and caught enough nice fish shallow to pull me that way, and had a decent day the first day, and last day I had 3 bites. Caught them all, but that was it.
Same with you, Robert.
Yeah,
except for the loss.
That was very similar to how mine was. I was going into the tournament, I was struggling deciding whether I was going to fish deep or shallow because I had both going on, and that's what ended up hurting me day 1, is just bouncing back. I was just trying to get something going shallow and not catching any, then going back deep, not catching any. So that's really, if I would have just stuck to my guns and fished my strength out deep, I would have done just as well and just as fine, because that's how I caught
or hooked those first 4 that morning, and I just thought I could go shallow and it'd be a lot easier, but I spent all day out deep yesterday and had 26 and should have had a bigger bag, but you live and you learn.
Well,
this was a good learning experience.
We talked before we got on about, you know, making the top 10 last week, having to travel, you know, get in late, and, you know, that's a big deal to not have a good night's rest after 6-7 days straight of fish and jump right back into it. Practice, I was not myself. You know, partially disappointment, but then just being wore down. I mean, it takes it out of you. So
yeah, most people don't realize that you guys started that trail on the Sunday before.
Yeah, and then like me, you know, I got done and had to load the camper up, drive 3.5 hours, set the camper back up. So I'm literally laying in bed at 11:30, 12 o'clock at night, getting up at 7 days straight. So it was it took a toll on me. The first couple days were rough in the boat for me, just to stay focused, and I'm not using that as an excuse because I still should have caught them, but it was challenging for me.
I imagine it was, even for a young guy like Robert.
Yeah, I felt like a zombie on the first day of practice out there. I knew I needed to be out there bright and early, but I wasn't really wasn't in a good zone, if that makes sense.
Wait till you get to Pat's age.
Yeah, you get
Dragging
older.
around.
You know, and the thing is too is you force yourself to get up early every day, and it just snowballs, because then you just get that much farther behind, and it's just harder to stay focused and concentrate. That's just the bottom line. For me, the last day of practice was really the only good day I had, and that was it.
And most of it was shallow, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, I did have some fish deeper. I did weigh a couple good fish, you know, scoping, but the majority of my fish the first day were shallow.
So, scoping. What's the difference of scoping for Lake Fork than there was at Toledo Bend? A different pattern, different look, different. What are the differences? As y'all carried it so well last week at Toledo Bend, so now we're.
I think, I mean, there's obviously some similarities. I think generally, kind of seeing the little bit of coverage I've seen, these fish are definitely further along than the ones at Toledo. So a lot of the people who are really doing well are a little further back in the pockets, like literally feet from where they're going to spawn. So I think for myself last week on Toledo, and I think for Robert too, it was mostly deep, you know, deeper stuff, not quite as far along as they are here, but similar techniques. Seems like the jerkbait's getting a lot more play than it maybe did at Toledo, but generally it's just shallower, I would say, than what we were doing last week.
For sure. I feel like at Toledo last week, that the fish we were catching were more in like their wintertime patterns, and this week I saw like a lot of the big fish I caught in practice and everything, they were kind of staged up, almost ready to go. It was the big females, at least, but they were in that like 10 to 15 depth zone, whereas last week at Toledo we were catching them. I was catching some in like 40.
Yeah, and I may have totally misread this, but it seemed to me like when I would watch you were much more keyed or focused around bait fish.
Yes.
Where the other guys were focused around where the fish were coming to on a point or a drain or that kind of deal. But you really focused on the bait balls, right?
Yes. I was focusing on the wintertime bait chasers, and I tried to run that here the first day of practice, and it was just white bass the whole time, and so that clued me into they were a lot farther along here, even though the water was a lot cooler.
Dude,
But
I had one, like, I was reeling with.
live and you learn,
and
and
literally
that's a good thing. Like I feel like Trey McKinney's got him coming to him, if that makes sense, because I've seen him.
Well, let's talk about what.
Oh, okay.
that you missed.
I've only seen a little bit of coverage, but from what I've seen, he's kind of in a smaller spawning pocket.
I can't get in front of one that wants to bite.
And I think they're just coming to kind of like what I had last week. Granted, a little different setup, but it's just kind of maybe a transition spot where they all pass through as they move back, and he's just picking them off. So that's what you want to find on a lake like this because this sometimes can be one of the tougher times to get on a reliable pattern when they're transitioning that hard. Because they move so much. So if you can find a zone where
you just can't get them because they just
even if the fish you caught today, they might not be there the next day, but there's going to be more that are going to replace them. That's exactly what I had on Toledo Bend. It's just a transition spot where constantly new fish filtering through, and I think that's what he's got going on
for sure.
I want that fish.
More or less timber here?
A lot more.
Yeah, I didn't go hitting the brush piles.
It depends on the part of the lake you're in.
I
mean, the majority of this lake does have timber. Toledo, it seemed like you could get away from, like I wasn't fishing timber much on Toledo. You could get away from it out there. Here, you can't really. I mean, maybe way back in some of the pockets, you can get away from it a little, but it's the bulk of the lake is timber.
I feel like the timber here is a lot bigger too. At Toledo, there's like those skinny trees, but here it's like
they're
huge ones.
I mean, they're pretty cool to look at, but they can wreck your stuff too.
A lot scarier to run here.
Yeah, this is a place you don't. Well, Toledo too, but it seems like there's more running lanes on Toledo marked. Here, there's not a lot. If you get the lake card that has the lanes, it helps a lot. But even with that, I would recommend idling it first before rip. Tricky out here. What's JT doing? It looks like to me, the little bit I've watched him, he's kind of out a little deeper. Chasing roamers is what it looks like.
Looks like he's on the wintertime deal.
Yeah, he's just out kind of, in the abyss.
Let's see what he's got today.
I saw him get one big one earlier. He's up here.
JT has got 3 for 12.
3 for 12, so he's got some work to do.
Yeah, it looks like kind of like they might be leaving him and pushing up.
Well, and I talked to Tyler Williams at the boatyard yesterday, and he's doing something unique, and he's out deeper too. Chasing kind of roaming fish, bait fish related, and he seems like a really cool dude. That's the first I've talked to him, and man, he's got a good attitude, and I think he's gonna be here a while.
Yeah, Tyler's awesome. He's probably catching him on his big jig.
Yeah, he's throwing some sort of jig, and he said that's all I really want to throw. He's getting them to eat it, and they're big ones, so. He's in good shape to make he's got almost 23. He's in third right now, so he's in pretty good position to make his first elite top 10. So, personally, I'm pulling for Atkins. He's a good buddy of mine, and he's around some big fish. Struggling a little bit this later part of the day. He got 2 big ones early. But man, I hope he pulls it off. He's such a good dude. He's such a good fisherman. He's had some struggles in the elites the first couple years, and I think a win for him would get his head back right and get him to where he is. I mean, where he can be is at the top of the leaderboard more consistently. But that's a strong top 10 we got going right now
for sure.
What do we got? We got a couple rookies 3 rookies in it right now. Shakurat made a huge push, almost 34 pounds.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, he's another angler that versatile. He can scope. One of the best sight fishermen on the elites by far. Doesn't get a lot of press about that, but he's a really good sight fisherman. I'm not sure what he's doing, but he's got 3 over 7 today, I think, and he's still got half the day, so I'd be surprised if he doesn't slip into the top 10 and stay there.
For sure. I think he started the day in like the 40s too.
Yeah,
so that's a pretty big jump.
I think he had 21 the first day, 25 the second day, and and now he's got almost 34. So he's a pretty impressive kid for sure. I've known his dad for a long time, but known him for a while, and he's one yet, but
he's looking for one pulling up.
Yep. But I haven't watched him fish a whole lot, but man, he sure seems like he's got some good mechanics, and he doesn't mess up much from what I've seen for being 18 or 19 years old.
I talked to him some in practice here, and I think he's had over 30 pounds every day we've been here. So
yeah, that's crazy.
That seems definitely like his week this week.
Well, and he just missed the top 10 last week too, so he's pretty impressive.
He's very impressive for being
kid.
19 years old.
How old are you, Robert?
I'm 25, and I fished 5 years in the college series, so that's really where I learned a lot of, and I'm thankful for all that experience in college, but I was definitely not the same angler Trey McKinney is at 19 years old.
I don't think any of us were.
No, he's definitely got a lot of good things going, and I know he works hard too. You know, that's the thing too, is, you know, a lot of the rookies and me, like, you know, you put in that time on the water pre-practice, and not a lot of people do that anymore. I think a lot of people overlook that. They don't think it's important to be there a month ahead of time and, you know, get the lay of the land and just get a feel for the water. But like most of the rookies, man, they're busting their butts doing it, and you gotta to stay here. You know, you got to do that. And me, this is my 4th year, and I'm not comfortable here. I mean, I don't know if I belong here. I mean, maybe, but I see these rookies showing up, and I used to be one of the few people at pre-practice. You'd never see anybody. This year, it's like, man, I see all of them, and they're out there, you know. And I mean, these guys are working hard at it, and the days of just showing up to a tournament with 3 days of practice, you're at a disadvantage. I don't care how many events you've had on the lake, how much. I mean, I think the results are showing that. So there's more people pre-practicing this year, and if you want to be around, I think you're going to have to start doing it if you're not.
For sure. One thing I've heard Rick Clunn say is whenever he was on a roll and winning all the tournaments, he was fully immersed in bass fishing, and that's all he did with his life, and that's all he thought about, and he put everything else to his side, and he was trying to grind. And I feel like a lot of us rookies, that's the kind of the way we're living right now, is we're fully immersed in just fishing, and we're trying to be on the water 5, 6, 7 days a week as much as we can, just to try to be as good as these guys like Pat and everyone else on the elites, and we're just trying to get there.
Yeah, that's what it takes. I mean, I've been in Texas for a month and a half now, living in my camper, fishing. I mean, I've fished 90% of the days I've been down here, you know, pre-practicing, and then just other lakes, just fishing, just working on my game, working on my casting, working on baits, jigs, you know, different things to just be more comfortable, be more confident. And it's, you know, I don't care what anybody says. I don't care how many years you've been doing this. You know, you put the boat away after the last tournament, and you don't get back in it till a week before the tournament the next season, the first one, you're not going to be as fine-tuned as, you know, a McKinney or a Robert, or, you know, these guys that are busting it all year. You know, I've deer hunted 5 days the last 2 years, I think. That ain't like me, because I fish all fall, because I have to. I have to get better and to stay competitive. So that's what you got to do to stick around, in my opinion.
Well, just 5 days deer hunting.
I think 5 days a year. I think I haven't bow hunted for 4 years now. Haven't bow hunted for 4 years. I've rifle hunted, I think, 5 or 6 days this year, and maybe 4 days the year before. It's just, I can't. If I'm sitting in a tree stand, I feel guilty that I'm not on the water.
For sure.
It's and as much as I love bow hunting, I mean, I love it.
It's totally different than the old days, and all the old anglers who really built the sport. They love to deer hunt. Matter of fact, I can remember the first time that they started putting the tournaments in November, and there was mass mutiny.
Yeah.
Because so wait a minute, now you're messing with a deer hunt.
Yep.
You know. And now it was always fun. I mean, you know, but now transforming. Now we're into a situation where Pat Schleifer only gets to hunt deer for 5 days. That's crazy.
You know,
because I know how much you enjoy it.
Yeah, and you know, I could do it more, but I feel guilty doing it. I need to be on the water and just trying to get better. I'm not there yet as far as one of the, you know, some of these guys that have been around forever, you know, they can get away with it, but I can't. Because if I end up losing my spot on the Elite Series, I want to know that I worked as hard as I possibly could to stay here, and that I couldn't have done anything more. So that's why I do it. That's kind of my mindset with everything, whether it was, you know, my job or whatever. I want to work as hard as I possibly can, because if I fail, it's not going to be because I didn't work hard.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Robert, you came straight out of college to this.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I was fortunate enough to be in the top 10 of the team of the year in the college series, which afforded me the opportunity to get the automatic entry to the Opens. So I knew to not get waitlisted, I needed to take that opportunity. And I was just really looking forward to that. And lo and behold, in my first year, the schedule lined up to where every event was kind of in my wheelhouse, and I'm sitting here today, which is truly a blessing.
And you made a top 10 your first ever Elite Series
Yeah, don't you hate him?
I think it's awesome. You know, like a lot of these guys, you know, they might get a little hate from some of the people, but it motivates me, and it's not like these guys are working hard. I mean, you can't take it away from someone who's gotten better at electronics, spent the time on the water, you know, fine-tuned everything. You know, I'm not going to be upset. You know, I might be a little jealous, but I'm not going to hold it against them for working hard and being better. They've put themselves in that position, so they've earned it.
What are we looking at right there?
That's Hamner's really, he's scoping real shallow. I bet he's looking for fish on a bed or...
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
No doubt about it, a big bass tournament for the ages going on right now at Lake Fork in Texas. Bassmaster Elite Series, second spot of the season. Our live coverage sponsored by Toyota. Out there today, and we've got 3.5 hours fishing time, plenty of time for more fireworks to happen. There's certainly been no shortage of it over the first 2.5 days of this tournament. That's the way the leaderboard stands right now. If you're just checking with us, that's day 3 numbers right there, ladies and gentlemen. Trey McKinney within, 5 pounds and change from 100 pounds for 3 days, and Tyler Rivette not that far behind. Stetson Blaylock, Justin Hamner, who had fallen out the top 10 through the course of this tournament. Back in it right now, Tyler Williams, Justin Atkins, Patrick Walters, having come back from a tough day number 1. Jay Shakurat, a giant day today, and Ben Milliken back in our top 10 as well. Got to be in the top 10 at the end of the day if you are going to play tomorrow for this big tournament's finale. We can't wait for that, but we got plenty more to look at today. Davey Height, what a playing field. How can you beat this place?
I don't know if you can beat this. I was fortunate to be involved in that Falcon Lake tournament that we've been referring to a lot the last few days, but this is absolutely shaping up to be bigger and better than anything that happened there that week. Absolutely incredible. Only 27,000 acres. You've got Big Caney, Little Caney arm, and then the main Lake Fork arm. But these anglers have spread out, and we've seen them catch 6+ pounders throughout the entire fishery.
This is some stuff we're going to show you here in just a minute that happened while we were away today, starting with Justin Hamner.
She got me around the tree. Oh, no. Get out of that tree. Where you at? Where you at?
No. Oh my gosh, come here, girl.
Woo! Son, he earned that one.
Oh man, 7-8 for Justin Hamner. That took place about 10:30, 11:30 Eastern time. Good stuff. Gets him right back in the mix there. Tyler Rivette also has been busy while we were away after our FS1 coverage.
Oh, it's a giant. Barely hooked.
Oh, that's a big one.
Oh my God.
Getting real close to the boat. So.
Yeah! Look at there. There's 2 more like that on that tree. Scope stick, son. Yeah. Might be 24. Oh my goodness. Whoa! Look at that. Look at the belly on that thing. Come on, 1 more ounce.
8 pounds, 15 ounces.
9-pounder. I don't think she's 24. She's a little short.
Surely she's 24.
It's a giant.
Oh.
Wow.
She's over.
Wow, another over.
Barely over.
Ooh, barely. That makes you...
9-pounder, just barely 24 inches. That shows you how healthy those fish are. All right, you need a little water there. There you go.
Yeah, a little water. Be a good deal. Wow, Tyler Rivette having some kind of day out there.
Hey, for Wyatt.
Phoenix Boats, big bass of the day. Get him over 30 pounds, 31.13.
Yeah.
Wow. Going to keep him in this tournament going into tomorrow as well. That's the big fear, is with the way the weights are, you could slide in and be in 10th and be way back from the leader, but that'll keep pace.
There's 2 more like that on that tree. That's that same group that was over there that we couldn't get the bite earlier.
Yeah, it's just the dilemma yesterday, and today it's like if you could barely make it, you could move up so far. Oh boy.
Tyler Rivette showing he can catch him and he can break it down like no other.
Giddy up.
Good stuff out there. Welcome back. We got plenty more coverage of this spectacular day. 3rd in a row from Lake Fork. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders here with the great Davey Height. Ronnie Moore's here, Mike Such-Sukana. And Davey, we keep wanting to dial back our expectations just so we don't crash into a wall of disappointment. It just seems to just get better the more we dial back the expectations.
Yeah, exactly right, Tommy. You know, this morning I was setting myself up thinking, you know, the calmer conditions, sometimes the water warming up, maybe those fish will move up and lock on beds and not bite as well. But it's done nothing but get even better. I mean, I'm trying to already start thinking about tomorrow and will this keep happening, but I truly think it's going to.
We're going to have about a dozen, maybe more anglers, Tommy, disappointed that they're going to be sitting on the sidelines tomorrow that are on pace for the Century Club. Currently 19 anglers are over 75 pounds halfway through this fishing day. So we know that only the top 10 will advance to tomorrow. They'll probably all break the Century Club, but boy, will there be about a dozen upset they're not fishing on Championship Sunday.
Wow. Such, what record's going to fall first, or has one already fallen and we just didn't notice?
Well, Trey McKinney is only 5 pounds away from getting 100 pounds on 3 days. It happened 3 times at Fork. We got 4 guys over 30 pounds. Keep pace with Falcon. We need 10 today and 5 tomorrow, so we could top that record.
All right. All right. We're not going to hold back the dam much longer, it doesn't sound like. Let's take a look at what we have seen, though, as far as today goes. It has been a big day. With our Toyota Midday Report, let's start it out with Justin Atkins. He got going early.
Well, it's easy to do the Toyota Midday Report when you have these catches, no doubt about it. Justin Atkins using a worm, a little different than anyone else we've watched so far, fishing a drain, very similar to Justin Hamner, but using a different bait in a different location, but their strategy is very much the same, but his strategy was working very well this morning. He caught 2 8-pounders that really launched him up the leaderboard. Justin Atkins doing very, very well, fishing in a place that I think more than a lot of these other anglers, those fish, he will catch them coming and going through there. So he should be right in the thick of things today and tomorrow.
How about Tyler Williams? Big day yesterday and backing it up today.
He may be an electronics guy, Davey, somebody who loves using his live scope and forward-facing sonar, things like that, but he does it in more of a traditional way. He loves a big rod. He loves a big old rubber jig, and I know that makes you smile. And so it's interesting to see old school techniques transpire on new technology, and Tyler Williams has been one who's managed that from the Opens last year through the first two elites.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's a rookie to the elites, and he's using forward facing, but he is really just doing what he enjoys doing and what he does best.
Justin Hamner, another good tournament, 2 in a row to start his season here, and man, he just, whenever he falls out, he catches a big one and gets right back in the middle of things.
I just can't stop looking at those weights and thinking, how can you be in third place halfway through the third day of the tournament? You have 87 pounds of bass that you have officially scored. Unbelievable to see Justin Hamner doing what he's doing, but really it's not. No surprise, this is exactly what he loves to do. Like I mentioned earlier, he's fishing very similar situation, 2 ditches going into a big spawning area just like Justin Atkins. He's been catching most all of his fish on a jerkbait, and he's just missing that 8-pounder, just keeping him a little bit below first and second place.
Tyler Rivette, we just saw him catch a good one while we were away. Actually, that was a replay, but man, he has been steady catching them all day long.
He has officially surpassed his winning weight from his 4-day elite at Okeechobee last year, and that makes me think about how our season started, Tommy. Every single live broadcast we've done, we've seen the 3-day Opens record fall at Okeechobee with over 90 pounds. The next Open, we see 2 basic 10 and 11 pounders caught, and then Toledo Bend breaks 100 last week, and this one, we're almost at 100 for 3 days. It has been a great spring, and we're not even in the spring yet for the fishing world, no doubt about it.
Yeah, what you said about he surpassed his winning weight at Lake Okeechobee, not just some normal lake, it's one of the big bass fisheries that everybody dreams. It's on everyone's bucket list to go to if you've never been to Lake Okeechobee. And in 2.5 days of fishing on Lake Fork, he surpassed his weight to win there for 4 days. And yeah, we can do it out there.
Yeah, we're ready to break it down with him. But let's break down our leader. Started the day with the lead, and incredibly, with all this action flying around here, has held on to it throughout the day, Trey McKinney.
Yeah, he's been very impressive. I mean, I don't know why we should be impressed, because the anglers that came through the EQs this year, everyone knew they had really earned it and were going to be stars on the Elite Series, and he has certainly done that. Had a great week last week. This morning he mentioned, I'm a little nervous. I don't get that way very often for a 19-year-old. But I am a little nervous, but he got going with a 5-pounder, and then this one right here just surely put him on his way, this 8-pounder. Let him know that he certainly has a chance to win this thing and hold his first blue trophy up over his head at a very young age.
A hook in the hand didn't deter him either. And the one thing I was impressed with, Davey, is we have seen him yesterday and heard from day one out over 40, 50 feet of water, a little bit deeper than other anglers, catching a lot more consistent size. But we saw that move into a shallower pocket where those main lake fish may end up feeding to by tomorrow, and he kept that honest. You could have stayed with 67.5, stayed stubborn and stayed out offshore. He catches a 5. It either wasn't seeing a lot of fish or it wasn't happening. An hour later, he's shallow, catches 2 really good ones, and he's stayed on top. And that's how you can never do the same thing all 4 days in elite. You got to adjust, and we saw Trey do that this morning.
Well, and that weight we just showed you, already outdated. He is hooked up again, and we'll show you about that. This was just moments ago.
Big it.
Oh, buddy. Oh, yeah.
Again, he's got an 8.5 in the boat, a couple of 5s and change.
Yeah. Smallest fish is...
It was, at this point, I believe his smallest fish was a 3.11.
Ooh.
Yeah, and so when we had left us at the end of Fox Sports 1, we had just gotten rid of his 1.7, but he had a 2.7 to get rid of. He did that with a 3.11, which became his smallest fish of the day so far. And this one, that was already reflected in that 95 plus pounds. Gave him about a 1.5 pound upgrade.
I never.
Dude, what is going on with this fish?
He's going to give this one a chance to cool off a little bit, gets him in the boat with no problem.
Definitely a good fish there. It looked a little bigger than that when it first jumped.
That one came in as a 5.3, so it gave him a 1.5 pound upgrade on the dot.
Trey McKinney, we've never seen anyone quite like him.
No.
No one that young and no one that spectacular in one tournament before, that's for sure.
I don't know if it's a 5-pounder or not. No.
5.
3.
Let's get it. Come on. That's one step closer to 30, baby.
Dude.
That football.
Let's go, dude.
That's a pretty fish right there.
And if you're not joining us this morning, his first 5-pounder, he took a tumble on the front deck, and ever since that moment, his mic has been in and out the rest of the day. So
Needs a 514 to get over 30 pounds. He's more like an 8-pounder to get over 100 today, or 2 culls.
Ooh.
3 culls.
Ooh.
Knocking at the door, doing something very, very big. Don't count out Tyler Rivette either at this point right now. We got Hamner, Williams, Blaylock, Stetson Blaylock back in it. Ben Milliken in this thing. Jay
Tink's
Shakir,
only
Patrick
16
Walters
pounds
moving.
behind.
Yeah, 16,
Only 16
Come
pounds
on.
behind.
Let's go, as you say, Ronnie. Let's go to a break right now, but we will be right back with more biggins.
Oh, it's a giant. Barely hooked. 2 years ago, whenever we came to Fork, I've seen way more fish in the pods because it was more post-spawn, and I was able to catch way more doing that. This year, I'm actually just hitting like kind of secondary spots where they're going in to spawn. Yeah! Look at that! I think almost all 9 of the rookies are all scopers, so like they need to learn how to adjust. Even if, let's say, that scope does get taken away one day, like I'm at the point now where I've scoped so much and I'm kind of like over the point of scoping. Like I'm ready to get back on the bank, do the old stuff. So if they can adjust to that when the time comes, I think they'll still do good.
8 pounds, 15 ounces.
9-pounder. She's over. We got one in the box. All righty. Yeah, look at this. And then get some Cajun 2-step. Get it on there and that's money.
That's your Bass Pro Shops top lures right there.
Cajun 2-step on stand-up weenies. Nothing like
there
it.
you go.
Fire.
Hyenas, as they used to call them when I was a kid.
Don't go anywhere without that
Vienna.
Cajun 2-step, boy.
I've heard them
Now, if he
call
took a-
hyenas a few times myself.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if he took a sip of the juice there, that would just be the equivalent of the quail egg juice that Ben Milliken did on live last
Best
week.
seasoning you'll ever get.
Almost as nasty. Yeah.
Cajun 2-step. No, the juice, when it's warm, that's one thing, but like when you open it on a cold day, it won't pour off.
Makes you want to
It kind of hangs on.
It's kind of.
You've seen them like that, haven't
About
you?
half solid.
Awesome.
Coagulated.
Hey, I'm a landscaper son, Davey. This was our lunch most noons on
What'd you say?
in the
Cameraman
summer.
David
9-pounder.
Pennington getting some of that goodness down when the chance is right.
Last one.
I'm talking about tastes like filet mignon on a day on the water and you got nothing else in the boat.
No doubt. I don't know what they eat in Maine. Tyler Williams could probably tell us. He seems to be culturally tuned in to what's going on all over the country. As a matter of fact, this man has caught them everywhere. Just to
Lobster,
qualify
yeah.
for the Elite Series.
Woo! Feisty one. Little upgrade. Let me hit spot lock real quick.
I'm impressed. He's swimming a jig
Why
for
do you
that
look
fish
so much
instead
better
of
when he was out there?
And I've been told these
Swimming
rookies
a
are
rubber jig.
one-dimensional.
Sure.
You know?
Yes, sir. All right, where's zero?
Good for him.
Yeah, the waves are
5 pounds, 0 ounces.
5 pounder. Sweet.
I know he only has a few rods on the deck. He told me I'm using a brown rubber jig, a white rubber jig, and a jerk bait a little. And
Nice.
the action of
What's
his
that?
rod, I was like, what is that? But he was using a white rubber jig, swimming it up high in the water column for that fish.
Just go.
About a 1.5 pound upgrade.
Well, for Tyler Williams, the barefoot. What did you call him, Such?
The Belgrade Barefoot Bombardier.
Good.
Isn't a bombardier like a fighter pilot or what's it?
Or a wrestler.
Bombing his jigs out there.
I have no idea.
Or a wrestler.
Sending him down.
As soon as you had to learn those words in journalism school, I said, get me to Bassmaster as soon as I can get here.
I hate words.
Got it. Nope, small. It's small. She wanted it though. Hey, she wants you some Cajun two-step, yeah? Should we give her some? Would that be fish abuse? No? Just the ones that hook you.
Okay, a minute ago on the far right, we have our updated AOY ranking to the position. A minute ago, McKinney, Walters, and Milliken were all tied for first.
I noticed that.
Wow.
3 of them
Now,
with the 1.
since Walters is 9th and Fujita passed him, Fujita is now number 1 with Walters 2nd. You got McKinney leading in 3rd.
So my
Milliken is
preseason-
4th and 11th.
Whoa. Don't be saying my.
I was going to say, along with
Ours.
others, along with most of the others, was Patrick Walters, but I was going to reveal a little bit about me. After day 1, I'm like, ooh, he really hurt his chances, but he has done nothing but go up, up, up since then, and he will probably be fishing tomorrow and have a good chance to go up some more.
What you're referring to is the fact that our hosts here
Yes.
did the picks on, among other things, AOY.
5 of the 6.
And 5 of the 6 picked Patrick.
Patrick. Such picked Drew Cook.
Oh, Fujita.
Matty Wong. Good start to his day, but it's fizzled out a little bit midday. His bite has, but this could be huge.
That's a good one.
Well, I got him good. I got him good. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. There we go.
Yes!
There's another good one. Hey, look, right there, guys. Made an adjustment. Went up dirt shallow, went and threw around a chatterbait for a little bit, old school fishing. And then I found some stuff. I realized that they're not all the way up there yet, but they're a little bit off the bank, keyed up. Let's get a weight on her. Are we good? Sorry.
We're 0.
We're
Yes,
0? Okay.
we're 0.
And right there, made a little adjustment. I think we got a 4-pounder.
412.
412?
412.
I'll take it. There you go. Trying to just roll with the punches. Now talk about a chub. Oh man, love you. Thank you, 412. Okay, look at that fish. Beautiful. See you later, girl. a boom, a boom, and then a boom. Sweet. One more, guys, one more. And then we get to fully relax, but we're getting there. Slowly, guys, slowly. His friend is hanging out at the boat. He's like, wait, where did my buddy go?
Matty Wong back in the top 5 now. Helped along by that one.
Excuse me.
Jerkbait right in the middle of those trees now, down just a few feet off the bottom. There's a fish behind it, right at about 20 feet. There's his bait. There's the fish following.
He got it. No.
Ooh, I thought he had it. He got it then.
Big one.
Yep.
Come here.
Looked like a big one, no doubt.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Is that how you hold them? It's like little snow cones. They're so fat. And all them hooks are dangerous. Yeah. Sorry, it's not 8.
0.
But she definitely helps the cause.
412.
412. All right.
Good job.
They're so fat and healthy. Thank you, girl.
Day one,
Go
he
back
had
and make you a
33.5
little
and
bed.
27.8 yesterday.
Rid
He's
of
over
them
27 right
babies.
now today. 27.2.
Third through 6th, pretty tight through there among Hamner, Williams, Wong, and Blaylock. Let's get back over to Kyle Patrick.
Well, he's way back in the creek. Yep.
I'm sure this place. Oh, there he is. That's a smaller than 3-pounder.
Could be our first frogfish on
Could
Bass
be.
Live of
That
the
one's
year.
so hard to catch.
Could be. I think that's a frog
Saw him
garter.
yesterday. It's not even worth it.
Tommy, every single off season, when all the qualifiers are announced, I text them and give them my number if they need anything or they don't know who to talk to. If they need an answer for something, I can maybe direct them in the right place just to be a help advocate. 2 or 3 every year always use my phone more than anybody else, and they always end up having a good, positive start to their career because they're prepared. Kyle Patrick, by far one of the most prepared rookies, well mature, and ready to invest in his future as an Elite Series pro. So I've been very impressed with him.
Got to meet him when he stopped by.
Yes,
Very
yeah,
nice
he came,
fellow.
stopped through Little Rock. He was out of his way a little bit, but he did it just to see it.
Trey McKinney hanging on top there. Tyler Rivette not too far behind. Then it's a very tightly grouped 3rd through 6th place, too. A lot of action to be done and a lot to be settled before we get to a top 10. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite on Lake Fork, sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. A little less than 3 hours fishing time for our anglers here. And the first flight anglers. There are a couple fights out there today at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite. What an incredible, incredible tournament for Big Bass this has been. Best we've ever seen on Bassmaster Live, and that's 10 years worth of live coverage we've been doing here. It's just been impossible to digest all the great stuff we have seen today. Let's get back out to the young man from Maine, the rookie, Tyler Williams.
Pursuing all these records, but guys like Wesley Gore, who just filled his limit, he started 11th. He just knocked Shakurit, who came from way down with 33 pounds in 10th place. He's our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the event at 10-9 on day one. Williams was there.
And another one. I don't know if he'll help or not.
We'll see. We're at 0.
All right.
£3, 10 ounces.
What a call.
Tyler last night a little bit about his drives. He said, it's a long way from me everywhere. I said, yeah, I bet to Texas. He said it's 10 hours to New York.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. They're up there. You know, you think of Maine bass fishing, you think of those smallmouth and those great rivers up there and everything. But he's
a lake.
He's a lake guy, yeah.
Closest tournament this year, I think, will be the New York swing at 10 hours.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Hank Cherry with a 29-pound bag today, up to 19th place. KJ Queen with 26. And happy birthday to Matt Airy. It's his birthday today.
All right. Happy birthday, Matt. Get back to some shallow water action with Kyle Patrick.
Oh, boy.
Airy's not having the greatest days. Still on 4 fish.
Change in scenery.
He'll come back.
Is that a bait?
I think it would help me very marginally. I think I got, what, 211 in there? Yeah.
Not big enough to spend time on.
12:10, 3 hours. I need a 7. I need 2 7s, really.
I guess people from the Northeast can't wait to get rid of the shoes. That's Kyle. Kyle and Tyler.
I got over that at about 10 years old.
Big one. Come here, buddy. Thank you.
Cooper Gallant has definitely been on the larger fish pattern.
It's a good one. It's a growing one.
Day one, he only had 4?
4 for 28.
4 for 28?
Wow.
4 touchdowns.
I just lost one before this, guys. That was about, I don't even know, probably 9. Absolute giant. Not gonna lie, I'm stressing out a little bit, but we know we're around them.
6 pounds, 7 ounces.
6, 7, boys. Good one. Oh, I love Lake Fork.
Just under a 4-pound cull. He's up to 24 and change, 6 ounces. Moving to 7th place.
Get a little cold.
Thank you.
Buddy.
Brings me up to probably 23-ish, 22.
Good one there for Gallant. No doubt about that. He's around the right ones, or seems to be.
It's like all the anglers are around some of the right ones.
If you're on Lake Fork, you're around the right ones, aren't you?
Yeah.
Not in many places can we say that.
No. Been a tough day for JT Tompkins so far.
You're not very far away.
Only 3 today. I thought he had 4.
Got the one nice one, a 610, 312, and a 2-pounder.
Yeah, it's been a couple of hours since he's had a keeper.
Yeah, our Phoenix boat's
Yeah,
big
so I
bass
was
yesterday,
fishing
913.
mainly super far offshore because when I first got here, you know, that's where the giants were at. Yesterday, that's where I caught all my true big ones. But today, it seems like they've made a really big push. I don't know if it was this afternoon, and they're still offshore. I mean, they're still out there where I want them to be, but they're just so hard to catch. It's just a wave of fish has been beat to death, and I'm trying to get ahead of it. You know, you run into a fresh group of fish on a place like Fork, you can really step into some dangerous territories when it comes to getting a big bag. And, you know, I don't want to, you know, go into weigh-in today with not a good bag and find out everyone caught them off the bed. And, you know, which I know that's not going to be the case. I know a lot of people are going to catch them offshore, but I pulled in this pocket and I think that I saw 6 fish suspended on timber 20 yards off the bank. And they are all big ones, like 4+. And I just couldn't get anyone to bite. And I said, if there's that many this close to a spawning area, there's got to be, you know, 1 or 2, you know, wanting to pull up to spawn. And I usually know the first wave of fish is usually the biggest bass in the lake. And I mean, it don't take long to get right if you can just find 1 or 2 that just pulled up. And usually they're pretty easy to catch as well. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to really be up here right now because I feel like I could be wasting a lot of time, but man, it's really hard to make a decision this time of year when it comes to, you know, should I go up shallow for a little bit or should I, you know, stay offshore? I mean, it's one of those things it's a decision that I'm making right now, just to like actively still trying to decide in my head what I think the best thing to do is for the rest of the day. But I don't know. We'll see. I saw one like 5-pounder on the quite ready, but maybe be able to come back late in the day and catch her. I got another 4-pounder on the bed down there I found yesterday afternoon that I know Patrick Waters was around. He might have caught her, but there's fish around. If I could just find the right bed with the right 9-pounder on it, you know, you could change things in a hurry, and that's hopefully what we're gonna do. You know, just catch one big one off the bed, then go back offshore, trick one of those finally into biting. They're really tough to do, but if I can just trick one of those and find me a big one up here, we can make a big comeback. But I think we're gonna have to, in the next hour, we're gonna have to put one big one in the boat for sure, because it's not like you really get on flurries a lot here, at least not for me. Mine's been kind of a picking them off here and there type of deal. But I don't know. Overall, it's still been a good week. It's tough to stay on top.
JT Tompkins, points champ for the EQ Series last year.
Had a
#1 qualifier.
17th place finish out of a 225 boat field for 9 events, a 17th place average.
Also made the cut in the Classic last year.
Yeah. He was on my fantasy team, Tommy. We even saw him broke down day one in the middle of the season.
I knew that.
Yeah, that's
From 54th to 19th to 7th, Jordan Lee has 29.10. He just got a 7.7. He's in 7th place.
Kyle Patrick with a big one here.
Stay. Please stay. Please stay.
Certainly needs this one.
He does.
Yep.
Nice one.
Man, oh man. That's a good one. That's gonna help. Zeroed. It's dense too, man.
5 pounds, 2 ounces.
5.2.
Back in the top 10.
I don't know what to say. Bye-bye, buddy.
Ronnie, talking about Kyle being prepared this year. He's been preparing for multiple years. He was a marshal for me years ago.
That was a little
and
sneaky one.
His goal was to be, he told me then, my goal was to be an elite fisherman. And that's probably, 6 years ago.
We got it done.
I'll take it.
Another look at this one.
Boy, he needed that.
He is another one that, may do well with a jig head minnow on forward-facing sonar, that kind of stuff. He's apt and well-tuned at that, but won the Lake of the Ozarks Open on a jig with brush piles last fall. And then he also says one of his favorite things to do is he'll either power shot a magic worm around, a straight tail worm around the spawn. That's one of his favorite things.
Good one.
He must have a magic worm on that.
Yeah.
Please, 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 please. Please. This one's a fighter. This one's a fighter. Oh, no. Stay, 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 stay. Stay, stay, stay. Stay, stay, stay. Please, please, please. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is too good, dude. Look at that. Oh.
0.
Smallest fish, 3 pounds, 1 ounce. Big help here.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna reset it.
Okay, you can try.
7-1.
7-1. So yeah, 7 pound, 1 ounce.
Okay. Boom.
3-1 for a 7-1.
Ooh, that might get in the top 5. That is a big leap toward making the top 10.
With an 8-7, Wesley Gore had just knocked him out at 10th. Now he's going to knock Justin Atkins out of our top 10.
Wow.
Huge last 20 minutes for Kyle
God,
Patrick.
that just fires me up. How good is that, bud? Oh my gosh, that's fun. Oh, goodness.
That just shows in an 8-hour day how you can go from, this is all falling apart, to I'm King Kong.
Godzilla ain't got nothing on me.
Great stuff right there. Oh, the music. Yes, sir.
Oh, we got the Power Pole replay of the day coming up. Like I mentioned, Kyle Patrick. Got to be the Power Pole replay today. Replay of the moment. The last 15 or 20 minutes has certainly been all Kyle Patrick. That's why he has to be the Power Pole replay today. 3 catches and the biggest being this 7-1, replacing his smallest bass of the day. At 3-1, a 4-pound gain. Kyle Patrick is our Power Pole replay of the day.
Yet another crazy, wild, unpredictable turn of events here. We got plot twists going each and every way here, and it's all great. It's all in the service of giant bass.
We may finally see Wesley Gore. He has been one spot out of a camera 3 or 4 days of his early Elite Series career. He was 11th coming into the day, and we may see him finally in our top 10.
Yeah,
Kyle Patrick.
It's almost like he's trying to avoid being on camera this week. He just barely got out every time.
Enough success, but not quite all of it.
Tyler Rivette hanging in there behind Trey McKinney. Those two on a great possibility track to making 100 pounds today on day number 3. Justin Hamner worked his way back up to the top, and more to come.
Boom shakalaka giant bass. Hey, I'm Taku Ito. So tomorrow I will get like a big pizza bass. It's pretty tough, so I think no wind, no pizza, and fish not coming deep. So today I figure out the shallow fishing. So I got a pretty like a fat pizza bass, but yesterday's an awesome day. Today no wind, no good.
Still looking for a fat pizza bass today. Just not have been a very good day for Taku Ito yet. But he's got time to change things around.
A 27th place finish would be great for Taku. You know, a great finish overall, but when you start the day in third, that's a far fall. That's not a place that you want to be, or fourth or fifth. You don't want to lose 25 points on moving day.
We just saw Kyle Patrick, what can actually happen in about 15 or 20 minutes on this lake.
Absolutely turned it around.
Everything went right for him on day one, obviously, with that big stringer, but he spent a lot more time up, I'm gonna say 5 foot and less than any other of the top 10 that we've been on this week. He's spent a lot of time in there real shallow where you can see the bottom.
Trey McKinney still on top.
Y'all see that strike?
I did not.
That was insane. Oh, yeah.
Another good one.
30-pound mark, baby.
He's got an 8-8 in the boat that he caught early, actually into the second hour fishing, just into the second hour fishing this morning. Caught 5 in the first hour.
He's a guy we're all looking forward to break that 100-pound mark.
Oh.
Maybe not. We'll see.
It's gonna be real close.
Good one.
Smallest fish, 4.6.
I got him back, dude. That was the one to follow my jerkbait.
Is that the one?
Yep. Okay. That's good fish, though, guys.
Maybe half.
Every ounce helps.
Half a
Absolutely.
pound.
I think I
Pound at the most,
500 or not. I shall hope so.
Yeah.
The scale's going.
It's close.
I say. Okay. What's right there?
You got the slowest scale in the boat. I'll say it that way.
Oh, so it wasn't. 4.6 to 4.13. Is that what we're looking at?
4.13.
413. Okay. Strike King Z2, baby. Done got the jack.
I think it's 4.13. I'm gonna guess that's what the fish weighed. So I can keep my perfect record up of knowing what they were. But no,
we'll look into that.
Gives him a 7-ounce upgrade. That'll put him at 96 and a quarter.
Just got started.
With his smallest fish now,
I think it's
being 4.13.
I think it's now 4.13. Yeah.
It's that one.
5.14 to get to 100. No.
He's got
30 pounds.
all of his fish other than the 8.8, 4.13, 5.3, 5.4, 5.3. So he's got 2 5.3s, a 5.4, and a 4 3/4. Be weird.
That's the best way to upgrade, is just erase that weight and put a bigger one
Heck
in
yeah. I mean,
just kidding.
It's like golf. So many people have been beat by pencils through the years.
Yeah.
Hey, they don't put erasers on the other end of that thing for nothing.
Yeah.
There's no erasers on those.
Such, the only golf course I go to is the ones that have pencils with erasers on them. Don't you worry.
Yeah. You bring your own. Little pencils don't have them.
I write my buddy's score in Sharpie, and I write mine in erasable pencil.
Just in case.
Stetson Blaylock saying what comes true. Has a big day, gets a camera, has a tough day, Next day he doesn't have a camera, we'll have a big day. And that's what he's having right now, 27-14. Has him at 84.5 in 8th place.
Got a 2-1 in there, Ronnie.
May see him tomorrow.
Wow. Yeah.
And he's a call that 1 2-pounder. I think we're going to see a lot of movement. We've just had a lot of movement in that 6th to 15th places.
Right now, 10th place, if we were done and they all checked in, if they all checked in right now, 10th place would need 16 pounds 9 ounces to break 100 tomorrow. Cool. That's 2 bass.
Yeah.
Justin Atkins, the man just out of the top 10 right now in 11th place.
And those 2 8-pounders and then nothing over 111 since. He's got a limit.
You can see that bright spot right where the deal is painted over to right now. There's some scattered trees and then one really bright spot, Davey, about 20.
In the first ring there at 20 feet? Yeah.
Maybe, unless that's the foot marker. Let me walk over.
No, I think it is.
Yeah. I got really excited.
Right
I thought he was going
line.
to catch that one.
Yeah.
No, that is the foot marker. But there is a bunch of scattered timber right around him. He just passed some on his back right. You can see at the bottom of the screen above Wesley Gore's name. A couple individual pieces of timber. Almost looks like bluegill beds, at least a lot of little craters.
Just one, oh, hooked up.
He's hooked up. Yeah, it looked like a fish at about 10 or 11 o'clock, and that's about the direction he hooked up, so I guess that's the one.
Atkins just got bumped out, like you guys were saying, from Kyle Patrick. Oh, this looks like it'll put him in and bump his.
Oh, boy. The smallest fish being 1/8.
Oh, yeah.
That'll be a big
Gallant. Back and forth they go. Leapfrogging each other.
Supposed to be a little more wind coming up around noon today, and so it has.
Yeah, Justin said he was fishing a worm more than most, but with the wind picking up like it is, he still has not picked up a jerkbait. A little surprising, but hey, you put 2 8-pounders on the board in the first hour or so of fishing on that worm, I think I would keep throwing it also. Berkeley Max Scent worm.
What's that do for your attitude?
It helps. One more, I'll get fired up. It's been a long dry spell.
You think more people have caught fish on Toledo Bend with a wacky rig than anything else?
Oh my gosh. Toledo Bend, Fork, Rayburn. Wacky.
Yeah.
For many, many years.
Oh man, no kidding.
2 of the best old ball and chain sea rig lakes too.
Yeah.
Just some old, yeah.
Davey, you know the origin of the wacky rig. James Niggemeyer told me that a lady was in the back of the boat, the husband, she was catching fish left and right. He says, "What are you doing?" And she just had put the worm right in the middle just hooked it right in the middle.
So
That's what
I
he
guess
said.
the story I heard was a little before that, because I heard it was Sasquatch was first seen fishing a wacky
Is that
rig on
right?
Rayburn. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
On Rayburn?
He lives in that Angelina
Yeah,
National Forest,
absolutely.
doesn't he? Yeah.
I mean, he wouldn't be up north fishing.
No. Heck no.
A wacky rig that long ago.
Hey, he's from over by Texarkana, the Falk Monster. That's what we're talking about.
See, I always saw Sasquatch as being a 65-pound braid kind of guy. I didn't see him even being spinning rod wacky rigs, so that's surprising. But
hey, when things are
versatility,
tough, post frontal, even Sasquatch will go to a wacky rig.
No doubt about it.
Green pumpkin.
We've been talking about all these rookies. You know, we've got 4 on camera today. I believe Trey McKinney, you've got Kyle Patrick, you've also got Tyler Williams, and so many more. Wesley Gore trying to jump in there as well. And we're thinking about what we have for Bassmaster Live next week. It's going to be a great one, looking at our next stop, possibly the next Slugfest. 3 days at Santee Cooper in the first week of March. I know Davey Height's probably smiling over there because of the fact that magic can happen on a couple bodies of water when you get around this time of the year, and Santee is definitely one of them. March 7th through the 9th, you'll want to see it. Stop number 3 of the season. It's also stop 2 for Scott Martin to ensure his classic berth. He fished Okeechobee and won. He has to fish Santee Cooper, and then he has to fish Lake Hartwell for that division to be able to ensure his classic spot. But for everyone else who's fishing all 9 opens, this will be the 3rd event of the year. Basically, you know, you're a third of the way through the season. Then we'll take a little bit of a break until May when we have our 4th stop at Logan Martin. But when we think about, we've talked about what the Tackle Warehouse EQ points race looks like through 3 events, or through 2 events, how the top 10 stands out. Here's the top 3 I wanted to focus on because we've got a lot of areas of the country represented. You've got Paul Marks, Easton Fothergill, and Andy Newcomb all represented here, just 10 points apart. And this is, for perspective, this is out of 400 possible points. So 2 top 10s for Paul Marks at Okeechobee and Washita. Easton Fothergill had a top 10 at Okeechobee and 11th place at Washita. Andy Newcomb, a 19th place at Okeechobee and a 3rd place at Washita. All of these guys kind of heads and you know, tails above everyone else in that points race, but there's still quite a few great guys in the top 10. But we think about Lake Lanier in Georgia, the North Atlanta region. You've got Minnesota represented with Easton Fothergill. Leech Lake will be his home lake, and we will see that for the Bassmaster Opens this year. And then Andy Newcomb, we got to see him last year at Lake of the Ozarks. That's his home lake. He jumped in, cherry-picked it, made a top 10, said, I'm fishing all 9. I want to make the Elite Series. I'm going to set out and do that. And boy, has he showed up through 2 events so far. So Missouri, Minnesota, Georgia, all related at the top of our points race so far. So I'm excited to do Bassmaster Live next Saturday, Fox Sports 1, also Bassmaster.com. We'll be a third of the way through the open season, and after tomorrow, guys, we'll be a quarter of the way through the Elite season.
Hey, I might be there doing some on-water commentary.
Hey, I wouldn't mind that.
Cooper.
That would be nice. That'd be great.
That's Blaylock, big fish, 8.5. He's up to 3rd place, 34.2 on the day.
Hey, there
Second
we go.
biggest bag. Shakir just upgraded to 34.7.
3rd angler over 90 pounds right now.
Hello, Stetson.
He's going to have to be on camera if he's in the top 10 tomorrow. So that's been the magic spell for him today, is not be on camera. But we don't believe that, really. Justin Hamner hanging in there, Tyler Williams. Wesley Gore, will he be on camera tomorrow? A lot to solve before it's all done. Take a look at our leaderboard. AFTCO Bassmaster Elite semifinal Saturday, moving day. You got to be in the top 10. And you got Trey McKinney on top. Stetson Blaylock has caught 34 pounds. He has moved way back up into the top 10 in a big way. 3 others have 30 pounds as well. That would be Rivette and Fujita and Shakurit on this day. So, boy, we're seeing some 30s popping up here. Jordan Lee trying to make his second 10 cut in a row.
One of the old guys.
Oh, yeah, just picking up right where he left off. Overperforming, for sure. Still the man on top. Hats off to the rookie, Trey McKinney. Had the lead to start the day and has not been knocked out.
Looking at the map, he's moved around quite a bit today. He spent most of the first 2 days over in that one creek arm there by the dam on the west side. But today he started over that area, caught a few fish, and then started moving around and moved in. Found some a lot bigger fish. This one right here certainly changed everything for him early in the day. 8-pounder. Trey McKinney. Moved in much closer to the bank right there. I thought he was going to go in and maybe look for some sight fish. He talked about that a little bit yesterday, but he did go in shallower, but using his sonar and throwing the jerkbait for the most part. Hooked himself there, manned up and just had him pull it out. Yeah. The old-fashioned way, not even using the braided line, Ronnie. Which is the most popular kind.
I'm not a pliers guy. I'm a braided line guy, and push the eye of the hook down and Take a breath
Let
and
it rip.
snatch it on 3.
That all takes time, Ronnie. That takes time. Trey had to get going.
Spending a lot of time today in the area where you'd think those fish had moved up and were starting to spawn, and the males were still there for the most part on day 1. These females just backed off just a little bit to pull up on a piece of cover and wait for those water temperatures to get back where they need to be.
He's at 5:14 to get to 30 pounds today, and an 8-9, a cull of 312 will get him up to 100 pounds in 3 days of fishing, which hadn't been done since 2008. On the Bass Trail.
Shows you, if you think about it, while those records have been in place for so long, what a tournament he's had. But right now, he needs an 8-pounder.
Yeah.
Another 8-pounder for a cull to give him a chance.
Yeah, they records stand for a long time for a reason, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Matty Wong had a great day yesterday. Fished his way all the way up to 2nd place.
Got him. All right. That'll call the 1. Okay.
0. Two one.
2-1. Okay. Thank you.
2115 is the smallest 5 in our top 14. Ben Milliken's 2111. He's down to 15th, and Wong started 2nd. Now he's 9th.
That fish Matty lost this morning, 3rd fish I think he had on, it's really affected him. His demeanor has been very different since then. I'm not saying it's a good thing. He really seems like he's focused more.
This is our afternoon window.
He's really changed.
Yeah.
We all want to have fun, but you realize that the opportunities to have a legitimate chance to win one of these tournaments are few and far between.
That's true.
Yeah, he had 33.2 on day 1, 30 pounds, 8 ounces yesterday, and he's 10 pounds lower today. He knows.
Whew. Man, she wanted it. That's a big one.
Seen some anglers go back in the pockets more so today than any other day with the boats that we've had cameras in that were catching these heavier weights. You can see all 4 of these are.
They'll chase it on the bottom all the way.
They're positioned in these creeks where these bigger fish have been caught. It's off the bank a little bit on these little secondary points. Little timber mixed in.
Just launched into the last 2 hours of fishing, at least for our first flight anglers.
South winds have warmed it from the upper 40s and the upper 70s right now, about 77 degrees. A beautiful
77?
day.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
what it says.
Sounds good to me.
Trey McKinney trying to make his way through a slower period right here, which seems to be affecting pretty much everybody, as near as we can tell. Occasional fish now and then, but it will pick up again. More flurries to come. And if experience tells us anything, that's on the way. AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork, grabbing a little bite to eat on the road. It stands right now for, I believe that was Hamner.
You think those are new
Peanut?
sandwiches or the ones we saw yesterday?
Yeah, they could be yesterday's.
Yesterday's lunch, PB&J's in the console. I haven't forgot about them. I've been thinking about them all day.
Couldn't find his magic scent, but he could find those 2 sandwiches.
2
in the
sandwiches.
middle.
That was probably number 2 of 2 sandwiches right there in action.
I think Todd Walters has been making those for him and Patrick.
Big Todd.
Oh, little U-turn there for one of our anglers there. Just thought of something, no doubt. And or getting on the boat lane, could be that too. What an incredible, incredible 2.5 days. 2 hours of fishing time left for our first flighters and slightly more for the second flighters here. Kyle Patrick's been out shallow, back in the back there for a good while now and caught 2 not too long ago that really kind of turned his day around.
How you feeling today?
We got on a flurry, caught a 7 and a 5. Now we just have one, 311? 3-pounder, even, we got to get rid of, and it should be enough, but I mean, you don't know. I could need 35 today to make it. I just want one shot at him tomorrow.
Had been a little dismal for Kyle Patrick after landing in the top 10. Start day number 3. Everything just slowed down for him. But then, early afternoon, that flurry he just referred to.
Yeah, he made some good decisions in my opinion. I think he was down, Such, maybe all the way down to 16th place or something.
He'd fallen outside,
Definitely out of the top 10. Wasn't working for him out, and he's not been fishing deep like some of the anglers starting out over 30 or 40 feet of water, but he's been fishing deeper. Wasn't really happening for him, so we saw him go back into the back of a few pockets, the very back, and he saw a couple on the bed, 3-pounders, and he looked at one, fished for it for just a minute. He's like, it's probably not going to help me anyway, so he headed back out, and just when he got outside of that pocket, but still back in this ditch, he caught that 7 and that 5-pounder that absolutely turned his day around. And he's kind of stayed in that depth range now, which I still think most of the females are just outside of where they're going to be spawning here within the next week or 2.
Can I read you Jay Shakurit's individual weights? 7'11", 7'14", 7'2", 6'0". He just landed an 8-1, third biggest bag of the event, 36-12. He was 39th. He's 12th now, but he still got to make up some ground to get in the top 10. Probably at least a pound and change.
He was 39th coming into today. Didn't he have a tough first day? He had to claw back on day 2 to get to that, didn't he? I think he had a slower start, too. Unusual for him.
52nd, he had 21.9.
Yeah.
I mean,
for him, 52nd. is a slower start.
Oh, yeah.
21-9 and then 24-8 just moved him up 14 spots, 13 spots into 39th. But then that jump coming into the day, 46-1 was what Jay Shakir had in 39th. So 46-1, and to be in the top 10 after yesterday was 59-1. So he was exactly 13 pounds back. But 36 and change will do that. I'm going to go see if we can talk to Rick Moore, his marshal. I'll be right back. Y'all hold down the fort, okay?
That's third best day this week, yeah.
Hey, you better
Please hurry.
take that brownie with you if you ever expect to see it again.
Like more structure in a pile, and that's what they get on. They get on that before they go to the bank, and that's sort of the fish I've been catching have been, you know, getting on the bushes. Some of them are roaming, but a lot of them have been, you know, pressed up in these bushes. And that 7 was actually cruising through the bushes, and I made a blind cast, and I saw with my scope, and he happened to just basically run into it, and he smoked it. I need one more big one. There's one.
No 9-pounders today, but all 10 of the Phoenix Boats top 10 bass today are over 8 pounds.
In this little cove, I caught a 9.8 on day 1, a 5. Yesterday I caught a 7.9 and a 5. Today I caught a 7 and a 5. It's pretty good. It's tough. It's 115. Got to make something happen. Like I said, I'm using
right where he
straight
is in the standings. Although he does not know where he is in the standings technically. 9th place does need to make something happen just to get a little bit of insurance. Kyle Patrick from Cooperstown, New York, home of the Baseball Hall of Fame. Last man in from the EQ field last year.
Wow. You're right, though. They do the math in their head. They know basically what they're going to have to do.
God, it's uncanny how well they know that. It's been a while since we checked in with Tyler Rivette. He's had a great day. 31 pounds, 5 ounces.
Well, you can tell when they know they got one after.
No.
Oh.
Oh. That was a 6. Hooked it right under the boat.
Look at this. Hooked it right under the boat, like you said. Oh, that's.
Like a tarpon jump in there.
That's great. Great camera work there. Even the anglers have kind of become numb to this. Oh, that was a 6.
Yeah.
There'll be another one right around the corner.
He didn't look
That's
that
right.
bad, did he? He's got 31-13, so.
Can't believe that. She had that one little hook in her.
Tyler using a scope stick, 120 primarily.
Back to Trey McKinney. He's hooked up. It's like a good one.
It's on the stump. What? Okay.
Gonna help him some, I think. Smallest one is 5.
413 is what he has on Bass Track.
Gonna be a little help. Let's watch here.
Oh.
About a pound. If you probably call 512, 513.
Close to a pound then, yeah.
He needed 514 to get to 30 today, so I think he's going to be
God,
an
I
ounce or
just
two
want one.
short. His mic is still really messed up.
If you're just tuning in, the first fish that he hooked this morning, he had just told us about he was had the nerves going a little bit, which I totally understand. That first fish, he fell on his mic. Been a little difficult to hear him ever since, but 33-11 for the day.
That's kind of what guys that want to win do. Get out there on day number 3 on championship, semi-final Saturday, I should say.
1 ounce shy.
So did he win an Open last year, Such? I should know this, but I don't. I don't think he did.
I don't think he did, no.
Yeah.
No, he's not the classic qualifier. He had 2 seconds in the third place, 4 top 10s.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why I should be thinking. I mean, heck, he's 19 years old. You think he would have already won one by now?
Yeah, but I mean,
Well, yeah, the way he's going here.
The clock's ticking, old fella.
I remember when they qualified, I wrote, youngest ever league qualifier has 4 full seasons. His birthday was going to be on the championship Sunday of our first event at Toledo Bend. 4 full seasons to beat Jay Shakurik as the youngest Elite Series winner. This is crazy that he's trying in his second event.
Yeah, it's going to happen. If it's not this event, it's going to happen in less than 4 years.
Ito has struggled mightily today. The man still the biggest limit of the tournament.
They gave him 514 for that fish. He's our 6th guy over 30 pounds today, 30 even. 97.5 for his total, 3-day total. He said he coming in, he needed 32.11 today to get to 100 pounds in 3 days.
No, B.A.S.? I don't know. Oh, B.A.S. Small one. No, sorry, non-keeper.
Okay. Maybe.
Maybe no. No, I think. Not 14. Oh, easy.
Yeah.
That's cute B.A.S.
Cute bass.
Be number 4 for Taku.
1 pound, 5 ounces.
Yeah. Thank you. 1.5. It's tough. But number 4, I need 1 more.
I'm sure he's not believing this. I'm having trouble accepting it too.
That's what's so crazy about this sport. Literally, like 39 pounds one day, and then you're like, it's tough the next day. The wind has changed, something's different, and there's somebody in the cove next door that's 36 pounds. And you're just like, holy cow.
Within sight of you even could be. Yeah.
And the fact that he was not like, okay, I'm all in on one spot and it's over 40 feet of water and there's a clump of big trees, or I'm all in on bed fishing. He was fishing deep, mid-range, and shallow when he caught that 39 pounds. And to think that it could just go this far south in 2 days.
And if he is in the same region he was in, talked to one Buddy Gross last night. Like I said, I texted him, I said, attaboy, you caught a bag. And he called me and was like, dude, I saw Taku, farther past me, and I'm worried that my fish might go to him. And I was like, well, have you contemplated there could be fish from the main lake coming to you? And he's like, I hope that's the deal in the morning. It's getting warmer.
Might be
So
number
this
5.
could be number 5 for
non-keeper.
No. Another cute bass.
That's a non-keeper.
No, that's no keeper.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Ronnie, Takuito, 39-pound. JT Tompkins with 35 yesterday. Both of them were on 3 fish. Tompkins is still on. That was Taku's just his 4th, and small. He's only 10 pounds.
Crazy.
Tompkins has about 12 and a half or so.
So when I talked to Taku after his day 1, 39 pounds, and he said he had a terrible practice, now you believe him.
Yeah.
You know, that
Yeah, it's
that first
very
day
confusing, yes.
Oh.
There's some things that cause for concern. When you have a poor practice on a big bass place, you can stumble upon 39 pounds. Maybe you would have had 20, but you get to 40 almost. And then there's other places where maybe you're fishing close to the ramp and it pays off. That's the other tournaments where you're like,
All right, well, let's see if we can tune in for the first time today. First time in this tournament, a little bonus coverage. How about Jay Shakurit? What a great day, moving up the leaderboard, going hard. Jay, terrific, 36 pounds, thereabouts. Tell us what's different about today.
Well, this is actually an area that I found in practice that the first 2 days of the tournament, it was too cold for. The fish had moved out. I've catched them pretty shallow, actually, like, 4 to 6 foot of water. The fish had moved out, but now that, we have these conditions, the fish had moved back in. And honestly, I really did like 30, whatever it is, the best weight-wise day of fishing I've ever had in my life for largemouth. And, yeah, I don't even know what to say. I mean, about 10 minutes ago, I caught an 8-pounder. It really just doesn't get any better. I've caught more fish today than I caught the last 2 days. Today, I probably caught somewhere around close to 10 fish. So, they've been big ones, and hopefully we can capture 1 or 2 more and maybe hit 40 pounds.
So, Jay, you said you found this area in practice and they'd moved out. Do you think they just totally left that whole area, or they just moved out and were lethargic? Did you check it every day and then today you could just tell they had a different attitude, or do you think they just left and then came back in?
Yes. So they completely left for sure. In practice, they were in here. They were actually all the way in the back, in like 3 foot of water, just on isolated stuff. First day of tournament, I maybe saw 1 or 2 fish in here, and they were very, they weren't having it. Yesterday afternoon, we were doing it at 3:40, so I came in here late about 3 o'clock, and I caught one about 6 pounds. And there was about 6 of them with that one that was 6 pounds. And I said, well, I'm going to start here today, and lo and behold, it seems like this afternoon the fish just keep coming in here. I found it on, I think, day 2 of practice I found it on, so the weather was still nice before we got that cold front. So, I mean, if I do end up making the top 10 or something crazy like that, this place I feel like is going to get better and better.
Well, Jay, good luck. Unreal. What a great turnaround.
Thank you,
for
thank
Jay
you.
Shakurit on this day. Getting up in the high, not just the 30s, I mean in the upper 30s almost.
That's J-Boy when he catches them like this. That's a new name, J-Boy.
He could be the 3rd angler ever, if he sneaks in our top 10, to have a Century Club for largemouth and smallmouth. We had just Patrick Walters do it. Kiyoya Fujita added his name last week. Jay Shakurit could be a part of our top 10 and do that possibly, but he's just below. He needs like 40 pounds to make the cut today.
Cooper Gallant right there in 11th, Jay Shakurit in 12th place. Kiyoya Fujita, yeah, for a while he was up into our top 10. Could still get back up in there today. Milliken, Walters, and Mueller. It's pretty heavy hitters there, boiling under the top 10. We'll be right back. And we are back. Got about an hour and a half's fishing time for our first flight. Guys out here, 50 of them fishing for 10 spots in the final and championship Sunday. Really, really good day. Tyler Rivette kind of pushed himself up into 2nd place and has not budged for the longest time. Tyler Rivette picked up his first win, his 5th season with the Elite Series last year. First stop of the year at Okeechobee. Came out here and he has gotten in sync with Lake Fork in a big way.
He certainly has. I think he just did this for us in the studio with that jig in the middle of that tree. Catch one on a jig. I asked him last night, was he doing anything but forward facing with a jerk bait? He said, oh yeah, I'm catching some on a jig and this sort of thing. But We appreciate that, but most of his fish have been just like this. Jerk bait, around the tree some, but mainly just looking these areas that those spawning fish had moved out just a little bit, just like we talked to Jay Securic about. Those fish have moved back in there now, and he is really done well. You have to think about the ones that got away for him yesterday. He said he lost a legit 10-pounder real close to the boat yesterday.
An 8.15 will make you dance like that, Davey. No doubt about it.
I'm glad he didn't land the 10-pounder.
If anybody knows about dancing, that is you, Davey.
Nice.
See there?
A man can break
My
it
friend
down like
Michael
nobody else.
and Dave and JP. I don't know who all to blame for this. It probably took a team.
You threatened my brownies, so we had to go put it in the producer's ears.
That's it right there. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. We're the Brady Bunch box while we watching somebody make a fool of themselves. This is all just coming together.
Curly? Hey, you won this event, but you weren't nearly at 100 pounds for 3 days, and you were that excited. So just imagine if an 8.15 got you that much closer to a Century Club belt.
One day you'll understand, Ronnie. That was my 40th birthday. You will do stupid, crazy things on your 40th birthday.
You'll always be known as the Fred Astaire of bass fishing. There's just no doubt about it. The one and only Davey Hyde, ladies and gentlemen.
See, these kids these days dancing on the boats, and then we bring back history, you know?
Yeah.
Tomorrow's TH Marine Weather Watch in the lower left of your screen right there. Look at that, just perfect, 76 degrees. Sunny skies, 5 to 10 miles, even less wind than today. 13% chance of rain. I don't know what that's all about, but it's not gonna upset the apple cart.
It's more so you're going to get wet tomorrow, but it's from 8-pounders splashing you in the face at the side of the boat.
Way more wet.
That's what that is going to be.
No doubt.
Hamner could have another 8 right here.
I think she's only got like one hook. Don't do it. Don't do it. Stay down. Come here, girl. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow. Yeah. That's a good one. That'll get rid of a 3-pounder. Oh, wait. I got 4 now, don't I? This one is a good day. Get off. Ah.
Red throw.
Mm-hmm.
5'9".
5'9".
Good job.
There we go. Belly. Get in my belly. Beautiful fish. Thank you, girl.
5'9" for Hamner. I'm not going to say that guarantees him in our top 10 tomorrow, but we should see him in our top 10. And if you think about the way he ended last year, when we went up north to St. Clair, Champlain, St. Lawrence, he had a 17th, 21st, 8th place finish. Started the year with a 14th at Toledo, top 10 here. His last 5 events dating back to last year and first 2 of this year have been absolutely stellar.
Yeah.
Cal Welcher. Caught a 5'9", he's over 30 pounds, he's in 10th place.
Wow.
With 84.7 total. He was 20th to start today.
You could even go back, Davey, to Santee. He got a 19th. He had an 8th right after that at Lay Lake, and he had a 90th at the Sabine. So you take the 90th out, and it has been almost all top 20s.
That's sketchy.
Tyler Williams.
Big one.
A lot of jig on the outside of the mouth. I might lose this one. We'll see. I'm okay with it if it stays down. There's a chance it comes off, and I'm not going to be mad. I'm happy I had the chance.
Said not many ever.
What the heck?
He's not wrapped up in something. No.
Might need to come back there. He's in the motor.
That's what I was afraid of. Jam it up. Here it comes. Here it comes. Got it.
Oh, I got him. Wow, that was stressful. He was in the motor. He's actually hooked better than I thought he was. I feel so lucky to have caught that fish. Something must be going right today.
0.
And it was on the brown jig. I love brown jig fish.
7 pounds, 3 ounces.
Yes. 7-3. Little bit of brown jig action in there too. That's cool.
Made it real simple talking to him last night. A white jig and a brown jig.
I thought he was coming off for sure. I wasn't even
Just
going to
like
be mad.
the gravy
I was just
choices.
like,
Yes.
Okay, whatever. At least I got a chance.
Give me some of the yellow.
You and I think a lot alike, Tommy. Relate everything to
I bet
good,
Tyler's
healthy
with us
food.
on that. Guarantee it.
29.9 on the day, and over 90 pounds.
Oh, he is our main man, Tyler Williams.
Stetson Blaylock called for the 6.6. He's up to 35.5.
Wow.
He's in third place, 5.6 back
I
on
think we did
McKinney.
jinx him with that camera.
He's got 2 of the 5 biggest bags of the tournament.
If he didn't have that 19 pounds on day 2,
or
Ronnie.
if his 19 was like 24.
Trey McKinney.
Blaylock, 19.4 on day 2.
I'm saying if it was like 25 instead of 19,
yeah.
you know, like he has 6 extra pounds. It's not a terrible day.
Oh.
Be right with McKinney.
Uh-oh.
Oh. That was another one. Look at that fish.
Fish did the shake and bake on him right there.
Sure
I'm telling
did.
you.
A lot of shake and bake in that fish, too.
Got to get rid of
That
a
may have put him over the
5'3".
100-pound mark there.
Got to get rid of a 5'3". What a week so far. It's been 33-11 day 1, 33-10 on day 2, and today is his terrible day. 30 pounds even.
He would have been right there with 32, maybe 33 with that fish. That
Yeah.
was a
5'3"
solid,
if he
definitely
gets
over
a
5
7.
pounds.
Yeah. So he's 211 off of the Century Club, which would mean with one swing of the bat, he would need a 714 to hit 100 even.
Yep.
One cast, 714, that would get him to 100 in 3 days of Elite Series competition.
15 fish.
15 bass.
He sees one.
Somewhat exploring a little bit farther back in some
He is. He is.
pockets and creeks.
I don't know if that was poles down or brakes, but he saw something he liked.
If you're just joining us, he's having microphone issues from the start. He had a 5 and change on his first fish of the day, stumbled and fell, and ever since then he's been snap, crackle, popping all day long. So
yeah, that's
gonna have to repair that and be with our unofficial day 3 leader in the morning. Some new stuff.
Trey McKinney from Illinois, 19 years old, comes from a rodeoing family. Champion barrel racers. Going back a couple, 3 generations.
Wow.
At this point, if he wins and he's 19 years old in 1 week, we're going to set the bar very, very high, or I guess low, whichever way you're looking at it, on age of Elite Series winners. Jay Shakira did it, but Trey McKinney had 4 years on the Elite Series and would still be younger than when Jay won. So he had plenty of time to be the first and the youngest. But maybe Aaron Yavorsky qualified for our Classic. He'll be 18 the year of the Classic, maybe. He somehow makes the Elites and wins the next one, first one next year, you know. That's the only way.
JT Tompkins has not gone his way today. Did a great job of fishing his way into our top 10 to start the day.
He did.
On the back of a 913, and he had a second biggest bag, 35. This would be huge for him. I think he only has 3 still.
That's a 10. Come on. Oh my gosh.
Did you say that's a 10 or that's in?
That's a 10.
Please.
10. It's a 10.
He said 10.
You're gonna have to move a lot of stuff. I gotta get this fish. Oh my God.
Only 3 fish.
Please, 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 please.
Oh,
that hurt.
Dangerous moment there.
Yes.
Got him. Holy cow.
Look at that one. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's what I'm talking about, boy. Give up.
Wow.
Hey, Carl Jacobs says we don't give in, bro. We do not give in.
If that is a 10, we'll see what it is. It would put him within a pound of the cut with only 4 fish.
We'll follow up on that. We'll run that one down for you. That's, boy, keep on fishing.
Kyle Patrick bait dropping down on a big one right there.
I think it's 2.
Oh,
it's 2.
He's going to eat it. He's got it.
It's a giant. Stay pinned.
Come here.
That's a big one.
Yes! Are you kidding me, Lake Fork?
£6,
1 ounce.
6 pounds, 1 ounce.
Neat. 6-1?
6-1. I get rid of a 4-3. Be almost a 2-pound upgrade to 29 pounds almost. It'll be like 28 and 28-15 deep.
More. We need more.
9-1 for JT Tompkins. Wow. I was about to say, if anyone says, that doesn't look like a 10, well, he saw a 9-13 yesterday, so JT may know when it's close to a 10, and that was a 9-1.
Yeah. Man.
With 4 fish, that'll put JT within 2 pounds of the cut line now.
That's 2 anglers. Kyle Patrick on the upside of the 2, but because JT needs to put another fish in the boat. But, I mean, just a few hours ago, I thought, boy, they really are crashing.
Absolutely, yeah. They were looking very, very grim for both of them.
Big ones are biting. Jonathan Kelly just put in an 8-12. He's got 28-12 on the day.
Do you know what Jonathan's biggest yesterday was? Because it was his personal best, so I don't know if 8-12 would break it or be another close.
I remember it being his personal best,
I don't know.
Here we go. Oh, he's just pitching under docks now.
Well, he had 9-4.
There's big ones everywhere.
Come here,
God.
Woo! This is fun. Yeah. Dude, that thing was so shallow. I threw it up under that dock. When I picked up, she was going. You think they'll get rid of a 4?
0. I would say.
Let's get it to 30. Let's get it to 30. Why am I shaking?
6-14.
Yeah. Come on.
Let's go.
Wow.
He turned a switch on.
Yeah, exactly. Man. Hey, we got an easy job. We just get to see them pop up and we get to talk about them. But what's going on in the truck with all the catches that are happening, keeping them organized, that's not the job I want to have, even if I do want to tell them what to do sometimes, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Still an hour and 15 minutes away from weigh-in time, but they're starting to gather there at the Caney Point Recreation Area. It's a brand new great facility here on Lake Fork. Trey McKinney hanging in there. Just got a few steps more to make if he wants to make 100 pounds on 3 days of fishing with Tyler, Rivette, Stetson Blaylock just hammering them. Justin Hamner hammering them. Tyler Williams and Kyle Patrick as well. Man, that was a good segment right there. I hope we can bring you a better one when we come back.
Yeah, you would have beat him if he didn't have those crabs.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite from Lake Fork is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. What a day we have had here. Still an hour away from weigh-in time, but folks are starting to turn up here. Beautiful shot there of this brand new. Since the last time we were there, this place I think has been put in. It's beautiful there. It's the Caney Point Recreation Area near our host city, Yantis, Texas, our fantastic host city, I should say, as always. And there you can see that figure on the stage there, wearing a familiar color. We know that to be our own Dave Mercer. Dave, I mean, watching you and Lee doing on-location coverage, I mean, I'm thinking these weights what we're seeing are like science fiction, but I mean, how crazy is it that Lee Livesey's done after a couple of days and we got a 19-year-old rookie leading it, can't be knocked out of first place, it seems like today. What is going on?
Well, I think it's more shocking that Lee is not in our top 50 than it is that Trey McKinney is leading this event. I mean, we've been hearing about him for years, and you hear it in other sports, and that is what I think is really cool, guys. If you really start to think about it, I think what we're seeing is an evolution of the sport. And if you look at it, I remember hockey players, 20 years ago telling me, this league has changed. We used to go to training camp to get in shape. Now these kids show up in shape, and I honestly think that's a lot of what we're seeing in this sport. We're seeing more and more polished young pros, and everybody's going to classify that group of rookies as, they obviously are technically very sound. But one of the things that we're seeing in action with all of these rookies, not just our tournament leader, these kids have been on the road since the first week in January. They are vagabonds living for one thing, and that is the next bite. And it is very cool to see, I think, an evolution of the sport where anglers just start to take it more serious. It's not a half a season thing. So I think that's the cool thing going on. But the cool thing that's happening here is we got a big group of people streaming in here. Everything's bigger in Texas. And you were right, Tommy, the Caney Point Recreation Area. Unbelievable, guys. You cannot see this from the studio, but this is a world-class facility right here in Wood County. Sabine River Authority, thank you. I mean, they're building several of these throughout the country, and I hope we see every one of them, because this is right up there. We always talk about Green Pond Landing and stuff like that. This is right there. I mean, the amount of launch ramp, the amount of space, they have 700 acres of space here, and this is, let's just say, I'm planning a bunch of parties here in this field, not just today and tomorrow, but in the future. Let's hope we come back here a lot.
So, Dave, tell us along that same line, because you started doing the TTBCs back in the day, and you know as much or more than anybody about the way all this has progressed, that new facility since we were there last. Tell us about how this tournament basically started and how this lake has progressed and how things have gotten even better and better for Lake Fork every year.
Well, to be honest, as soon as I got here, I literally texted a lot of my friends that were from the TTBC, the Octagon folks, the Gulf States Toyota folks, and said, hey, this would have been a lot easier dealing with all that mud and rain we had to deal with if we had all this pavement here, because they literally took a field and turned it into a tournament facility. Now we are all set, and this is kind of the dream from back then, but the whole reason they have this tournament is Texas Parks and Wildlife Commissioner Donato Ramos and Dan Friedkin, they wanted to have a way to celebrate this incredible body of water. Because of the slot, there is no way to do it, and about 15 years ago, the TTBC started, maybe a little more than that, I guess maybe 18 years ago. And that's why they start doing the catch, weigh, and release. I mean, the original PAA and TT and the Sabine River Authority, Texas Parks and Wildlife got together and said, we got to find a way to have a tournament on this facility. And here, after this week, I'm saying, we got to find a way. Can I throw it out there? Am I going to get in trouble? We got to find a way to have a Bassmaster Classic here, because this is the ultimate. I mean, your anglers that have been eliminated. I run into and walk around the venue, and they're like, "Wow, Lake Fork is incredible," and I think it would be the world's greatest Bassmaster Classic location. Just saying.
Great idea, Dave. Not a good idea, but a great idea. We're going to let Dave get ready for all the jaw-dropping goodness of the celebration that is on hand here starting in 1 hour on Bassmaster.com. The weigh-in from right there, the brand new facility. Caney Point Recreation Area. We still got an hour's worth of fishing. More for some of our anglers out there today. Could be still big changes around the leaderboard. And we thank you, Dave, for that. Let's get back out on the water.
Just had Patrick Walters catch an 8-10, get up to 33-15, and get back in our top 10.
What we've seen in the last hour, the next hour can be just as good, maybe better. You would think this time of the year, that next hour will be even better.
Seems to be firing out there.
Go get it. Go get it. Oh my gosh.
Justin hanging in there in 7th place. Got a good head start early, first thing this morning.
Hey, I know
There
we
with
could
a couple of 8s.
We could probably do a Bassmaster Classic at Fork if the people who built that fine facility just decided to take another spare field across the street from there and just build a whole convention center. We could have all the people come in there and you all come out to the weigh-in right outside.
Well, you need an arena and a convention center, so while they're building, they need to build 2 facilities.
Well, I'm saying if it's beautiful there, I mean just...
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. And Mercer. Yeah,
we could set up bleachers everywhere. If it's nice weather at Lake Fork, it's nice weather, you know?
True. Ooh. Atkins, good one. Good one, good one. He's still got a small one in his 5-fish limit, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got a 111.
Yeah, 111.
That'll help him.
One more will be.
Not as much as I thought when it first jumped, but it's definitely bigger than 111.
3 pounds, 8 ounces.
No, actually, I think he had one smaller than the 111.
Oh, really?
Because that 111 is now his smallest.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That 3.8 coming into Bass Track now. He's got 2 8s. He's got a 4.5 almost, a 3.5, and a 1 3/4.
Oh.
Oof.
Well, we got to take one more look at Trey McKinney before we wrap up our live coverage here with Bassmaster Live. He has been the story all day. The fact that he has not been unseated from that top spot is remarkable in itself, Davey Hyde.
It is. Not only are we going to take a look at him, I hear that music.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to be the Power Pole replay of the day, the start that he had this morning. He's kept up the pace pretty well, but boy, he got started this morning with a 5-pounder pretty early on in the day. And by the way, he did fall down in the boat and crash the mic, so we haven't had good audio, but we still will give him Power Pole replay today. Caught an 8-pounder. A little bit later, he caught another 5-pounder and caught himself. This is the big one here. Certainly the one that gets him Power Pole replay today. Number 3, I think, for him this morning, an 8-pounder. absolutely having an incredible tournament, an incredible day, all 3 days to be leading this event. You cannot have any kind of lull in your fishing all 3 days. That's why he is a Power Pole replay of 3 days.
No doubt about it. And our leader, Trey McKinney, makes up one of the, I had to wait till the last second of our broadcast today to really tell you, paint a good picture, and it's probably going to change before weigh-in, what the best roster right now in Falcon Rod's Drain the Lake is, because it is one that is top shelf, one of the best Drain the Lakes I've ever seen in looking at this game mode. When we're looking at Lake Fork going into the final day, the top 10 will make it. The username for this account is This Lake Sucks, so they're obviously a Jordan Lee fan because that is something he's been putting on hats and shirts everywhere. Currently, right now, Trey McKinney, the leader. Tyler Rivette in the top 10. Patrick Walters just put his name in the hat for the top 10. We've got then 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th with Jordan Lee, Cooper Gallant, Kyle Welcher, and JT Tompkins. So 7, depending on how it goes, if those 3 that are all on the outside looking in of the top 10 jump in just slightly, 8th, 9th, 10th, whatever it may be, possibly looking at 7 of 8 Drain the Lake picks fishing on Championship Sunday. This lake sucks. This lake doesn't suck. Lake Fork is fantastic, and this team doesn't suck either. It is the best Drain the Lake team currently by far. When your worst person, Davey, is Chris Zaldane and he's in the 30s, not too shabby of a team at all. Do you like me drawing on the screen, Davey? No.
Well, I just see
on some things.
Could lead you into down the rabbit hole that nobody should go in when you have access to being able to draw things like that and other things on that screen.
Well, that's not inappropriate. That's nice.
We're out of time for Bassmaster Live today. We will be back tomorrow morning on FS1 live with you tomorrow morning to start off at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. After that, coverage continues on Bassmaster.com. And, of course, coming up here in about 1 hour's time, exactly 1 hour's time, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, it is going to be the weigh-in. Weigh-in starts at 4 p.m., and we will see and get everything in the books and ready to go for Championship Sunday. On the hot seat, Trey McKinney.